The first thing I noticed was that nothing hurt. Not my head, not my chest, not the place where a heartbeat is supposed to live. There was no breath going in and none coming out. There was no weight sitting on my ribs the way weight always sits on ribs. I was lying on cold ground under a sky the color of dishwater, and the whole machine that a body runs on had been switched off and left off, and somehow I was still here to notice. I lifted a hand to my face. The hand came up. It was white and it was thin, and it had a beautiful clean gap between every single bone. I've become a skeleton? I said it out loud, or I tried to. Nothing came out, because saying things out loud requires a throat, and I no longer had one of those. What I had was a jawbone that clicked, so the first sentence of my second life was a small, dry, clacking sound, alone, in the middle of a wasteland full of other people's bones. Cool. Very cool. Love that for me. And then the voice came. The world is no longer datafied. Flat, mechanical, zero emotion, zero apology, the audio equivalent of a hotel elevator. I would know that voice anywhere. Every single player would know that voice anywhere, because that voice had been narrating our lives for 10 years. That was the system notification of Second World. Second World. The game that stopped being a game. I sat there in the dirt with my skull full of a very bad idea, and then I thought the two words every player thinks first, out of pure reflex. Attribute panel. It opened in front of my eyes like it had been waiting. Name. Li Wei. Race. Undead. Skeleton. Level 1. 0 experience out of 100. Health. 8. Strength. 0.7. Agility. 1.2. Constitution. 0.8. Talent. Erosion. Unique. Skills. None available. Health. 8. I want you to sit with that number for a second. 8. A healthy adult man in this world falls down a flight of stairs and loses more than that. There were rats in this game with a bigger number than that, but that wasn't what I was staring at. At the bottom of the panel, underneath everything, sat a line of digits that had no business existing at all. Public beta countdown. 90 days, 13 hours, 24 minutes. And that was when I stopped being confused and started being very, very awake. See, 10 years ago, Second World launched, and I was there for it. 10 years after that, the world ended, and I was there for that too. In between, I made it to level 76, Legendary Sword Saint. One of maybe a dozen people on the entire continent who could say that out loud without laughing. Here's what nobody tells you about being one of the strongest people alive. It doesn't help. When the gods finished sleeping and stood up and looked at us, every legendary player on that continent got exactly one thing out of it: a good view. The believers got taken away to their gods' domains. The powerful ones fled to other planes. Everyone else just stopped, mid-sentence, mid-step, and became a smear of something drifting across a broken world. And me? Level 76, best gear on the server, 10 years of my life in that character, and the only move I had left was to run, into the game, away from reality, into the thing that ate reality, with a god's attention on the back of my neck the whole way. So when I looked at that countdown at the bottom of my panel, I did not see a launch date. I saw the doomsday clock, restarted, with me at the bottom of it holding a health bar that said 8. 90 days. That was how long I had before every player in the world logged in for the first time. 90 days before millions of them spawned into this world with their infinite respawns and their zero fear and their charming little nickname, the Fourth Calamity, which they earned honestly by looking at any living thing with a health bar over its head and killing it on principle. And here I was, sitting in the starter zone, on the wrong side, wearing a monster template. I didn't get reborn as a hero, I got reborn as the loot. Let me tell you where here was, since I was going to be spending a lot of quality time in it. The land of buried bones. Gray sky, no sun, no plants, no water, no wind that ever went anywhere. Just ruins and bones stretching out to the horizon in every direction, like somebody had emptied a very large cemetery from a very great height. This is where skeletons come from. The death aura here is thick enough that dead bones sit in it long enough and simply decide to get up. That's what I was. Not a chosen one, not a reincarnated prince. I was a pile of leftovers that the ground had gotten bored of. Okay, fine. Since I'm here, let's make the best of it. I stood up. It took a moment to figure out, because walking without any weight in your legs feels less like walking and more like operating a very tall puppet from the inside. My feet clicked on the ground. Click, click, every step announcing me to the entire wasteland. Then I picked a thigh bone up off the floor and went to go kill someone. There was a skeleton about 20 meters off, standing there doing nothing. That's what most of them do out here on the edge. They have a spirit stat of 0.1, which in this world is the number that means no memory, no consciousness, no thoughts. They don't hunt. They don't wander with purpose. They stand in the gray until something living walks past, and then they attack it because that's the only instruction in them, which made it very convenient for me. Step, 2 steps, 3 steps. At half a meter, I brought the thigh bone up over my head and put everything I had into it. Crack. The bone in my hand snapped in half. So did the skeleton's skull. Its frame stood there for a second, like it hadn't gotten the memo, swayed once, and came apart across the ground. You have killed the weak skeleton. You have gained 10 experience points. 10. 9 more of those and I'd be level 2. Not exactly a triumphant montage, but it was a number going up, and after the week I'd had, a number going up was practically a religious experience. And then something strange happened. The pile of bones on the ground was pulling at me. I don't mean I looked at it and thought a thought. I mean the way your hand moves toward a hot mug on a cold day. It wanted me and I wanted it, and I stood there having a genuine crisis about it. Could it be, I said to nobody, that being reborn as a skeleton has given me some kind of strange hobby? I lost the argument in about 4 seconds. I crouched down and put my bare white palm over the pile. Warmth came up out of it. Not a lot. A thin, steady thread of heat, running up my arm and into the middle of me for a solid half minute, and while it ran, I could feel my own bones getting, thicker isn't the word, denser, better. When it stopped, the pile made a small crackling noise and turned into gray ash and blew away. Then the panel updated. You have absorbed the essence from the bones, and your body has become stronger. Your strength has increased by 0.1. Your physical fitness has increased by 0.2. I sat back on my heels and looked at those 2 lines for a long time. Because here's the thing you have to understand about this world, and it's the only piece of game knowledge that actually survived my death. Everything in Second World is attributes. Life magic needs attribute values. Better gear needs attribute values. Advancing your class needs attribute values. Every lost inheritance and legendary technique and world-shaking secret art has an attribute requirement stapled to the front of it like a bouncer. Doesn't matter if you're a player, an NPC, or a monster, the number is the door. And there are exactly 2 ways to get attributes: level up or advance your class. That's it. That's the whole list. Except now there was a 3rd one, and it had my name on it, and it was as simple as walking up to a corpse and touching it. My jaw clicked open and shut, open and shut. If I'd had lungs, I'd have been wheezing. I picked up another leg bone and went to find the next one. Step, 2 steps, 3 steps, crack. Down it went, and I was already crouching before it finished falling. Your strength has increased by 0.1. Your agility has increased by 0.1. The next few hours are not a story. They're a rhythm. Walk, swing, crouch, absorb, walk. Hundreds of them. The land of buried bones is generous like that. It grows its crop and leaves it standing around waiting for someone with an idea. By the time I stopped, I was level 4. My strength had gone from 0.7 to 3.5, my agility to 4, my constitution to 3.7. And my bones had gone from bright white to a dirty grayish color that I decided to call an upgrade. Every skeleton out here now looked like a fragile little thing to me, which was hilarious because 6 hours earlier I'd been the fragile little thing. But the numbers were slowing down. At the start, I was pulling 0.2 out of every corpse. Then it was 0.1. Then it took 2 or 3 of them to make 0.1, and then it was a dozen. I worked out why fast enough, because it's the most obvious rule in the world once you say it out loud. My bones were now better than theirs. There was nothing left in that ash worth taking. You can't get stronger eating things weaker than you. You can only get stronger eating things that are at least half of what you already are. Which meant the outer ring of this graveyard, with its level 1 to level 9 leftovers, had officially become a salad bar. I looked deeper into the gray. Then I picked up a fresh leg bone off a level 7, the biggest thing out here, which tells you everything about out here, and started walking inward. It took most of a day. Nothing out there measures distance for you, so I measured it in kills, and the answer was a lot. On the way, my level went from 4 to 5 and my constitution crawled to 4.2, which made it my highest stat, which meant that my defining characteristic as a person was now difficult to break. The deeper you go, the thicker the death aura gets. The thicker it gets, the better the things it grows. Out on the edge, a level 9 is a rumor. In the inner ring, a level 9 is a Tuesday. And then I crossed the line into the inner ring and I stopped walking, because standing about 30 meters ahead of me was something that made every single one of my hard-earned numbers feel like a joke. Level 9, Skeleton Soldier. It had a sword, it had a shield, it had both of those things made out of its own bone, and it was standing there with its weight actually distributed like something that knew what a fight was. Here's what that meant, and here's why my non-existent stomach dropped. An ordinary skeleton gains 0.5 attributes per level, and the game rolls a die to decide which stat gets it. A skeleton with a class template gains at least 2, fixed, every level, in the stats that matter. That's not a small difference. That's the difference between compound interest and a piggy bank. That thing had been running the good version since level 1. 9 levels of it, 16 plus points of attribute growth stacked on a chassis built for fighting. When the players arrived, that thing would be an elite mob, something a party of 5 would be careful about. I decided, in the professional and dignified manner of a level 5 skeleton with a stick, that I would come back later. I turned around, and it turned around at exactly the same moment, and 2 points of green soul fire in its eye sockets swung across the wasteland and landed on me. Then it charged. I want to be clear about how fast it was. I had 10 years of muscle memory in this world, and I looked at that charge and knew immediately, factually, that I could not outrun it. Not for 30 meters, not for 300. Running just meant dying tired. So, let's fight. I grabbed a broken skull off the ground in my left hand, kept the thigh bone in my right, and ran at it. 10 meters. 5. 3, I threw the skull at its head and swung the bone at its spine at the same time. It did not go well. The skull came apart on its sword like a dropped flower pot. My swing hit the shield and stopped dead. In one exchange, I had learned that it was stronger than me, faster than me, and better armed than me, and that if that bone sword landed even once, it would be me lying in pieces and it walking away. But there was one number on my sheet that it didn't have. My spirit was 1.5. Its spirit was rounding error, which meant that in a world where everything is attributes, I had the one thing that isn't. I'd been a human being. I still was, in the only place it counted. So instead of trading another swing, I stepped inside its guard and kicked its leg out from under it. Crack. The whole thing went down in a heap, because a skeleton with one leg has exactly as much balance as a stepladder with one leg. It started trying to push itself back up, and I got the bone over my head and brought it down on its skull. Bang, bang, bang. The bone broke. I picked up the sharp half, jammed it into the eye socket, and twisted. The soul fire went out. You killed Skeleton Soldier. You have gained 100 experience points. I dropped what was left of the stick and just stood there for a second. That fight had lasted maybe 8 seconds, and I had come within one clean hit of ending permanently. This isn't a game where I respawn. This is a real world with a real me in it, and I get 1. Then I crouched down and put my hand on the pile, because business is business. The heat that came out of that thing wasn't a thread, it was a rope, and it ran for 2 solid minutes. Your strength has increased by 0.5. Your agility has increased by 0.3. Your physical fitness has increased by 0.4. Your spirit has increased by 0.1. That last one stopped me. Spirit. The stat that decides whether a skeleton is a person or a lawn ornament. The stat that low-tier undead simply do not have, which is exactly why they stand in fields waiting for the world to happen to them. Whatever this thing had been, it had been a genius by local standards. And then, underneath all of that, the line that changed my entire plan. You have obtained job change information for basic job template, Skeleton Soldier. I actually laughed. It came out as a rattle, because I hadn't just eaten it, I'd taken its job. The template laid itself out in my head. Health plus 50. Strength, agility, and constitution all times 1. And 1 ability, bone armament. Health plus 50. My health was 96 by the time it finished. 46 of that was mine, and 50 was a gift, which means the template alone had more than doubled me. And the growth, 3 points per level instead of a random half point. 6 times better, forever. The system asked if I'd like to change jobs. I have never agreed to anything faster in 2 lifetimes. Heat poured in from nowhere. Everything shifted at once. When I could think again, I was 10 centimeters taller, every bone in me had thickened, and I no longer looked like something you'd find in a biology classroom. I looked like something you'd back away from. Then I tried the ability, because of course I did. Bone armament. It's the one thing every skeleton soldier can do. Take the hardest bone in your own body and shape it into a weapon. Not summon, not equip. Shape out of yourself. I thought about it, and strands of something came up out of me and set into my hand, and after a few breaths, I was holding a sword. Not just any sword, nearly 2 meters of it, and only half a meter of that was handle. The rest was blade, one long, heavy, pale slab of it, with an ugly, beautiful weight that I recognized instantly, because it was not from this world at all. A modao, a Chinese greatsword out of my own world's history. The kind of thing that shows up in old records described with the sentence, "With a single slash, both men and horses are torn apart." If any player ever saw me holding it, they'd assume it was a developer Easter egg and go on with their day. It came out of me because bone armament doesn't have a fixed design. It builds what its owner wants. And apparently, somewhere under a decade of playing a sword saint, this is what I actually wanted. But here's the part I sat with, turning it over, feeling the edge. This blade is made of my bone. Its hardness and its sharpness are my constitution stat, expressed as an object. Right now, with a constitution in the single digits, it was about as good as a decent steel sword. At 100? At 1,000? At 10,000? I was holding a weapon that would upgrade itself for the rest of my existence, and I would never have to loot a single thing to do it. I called it Bone Modao, and I went hunting. The inner ring is a different country, strong skeletons everywhere, skeleton soldiers scattered through them, and me walking into all of it with 2 meters of self-sharpening bone and a body that had stopped being a chew toy. The Modao came out, and things stopped existing. A level 10 skeleton takes one swing and becomes gravel. Only the soldiers could put up anything at all, and after I'd cleared enough of the ordinary ones to feel the numbers move, I stopped bothering with them entirely and went looking for soldiers exclusively. They were the only prey left that was worth the walk. And then I found one, level 13, with a two-handed greatsword, and it saw me at the same moment, and neither of us wasted a second on anything but running at each other. Our blades met, and I learned something delightful. His sword took a notch. Mine took a white scuff mark. That's a status report right there, written in bone. Same ability, same material, different owners. And the material is the owner. His weapon was softer than mine, which meant he was softer than me, which meant this fight was already decided, and one of us didn't know it. My jaw twitched, which is as close to a grin as I get now. Then I hit him 3 more times as fast as I could move. Clang, clang, clang. His greatsword picked up a notch each time until the edge of it looked like a saw blade, and he kept blocking, because blocking was the instruction he had. On the 4th swing, I moved the Modao 2 inches off the line he was expecting, went past the sword entirely, and took his arm off at the shoulder. The 5th took his head. And here's where the whole story actually turns, because he didn't die. He couldn't. A skeleton isn't a body with organs to fail. He was in 3 pieces on the ground, head, torso, arm, and all 3 of them were still moving, all 3 of them trying to crawl back toward each other and reassemble. Give him a few minutes alone and he'd be standing again, mildly inconvenienced. I could shatter the skull and end it, or I could put him back together and he'd get up as good as new. I picked up the head instead and stood there thinking. Because the question had just occurred to me, and it was such a simple question that I couldn't believe it had taken me this long. Erosion works on the ones I kill. What does it do to the ones I don't? I activated it, and for the first time, nothing came in. Something went out. I could feel it, some energy I had no name for, leaving my palm and going into that skull. And I stood in the middle of a wasteland holding a jawbone that was still snapping at me, feeding it something out of myself, and having absolutely no idea what I was doing. The snapping slowed, then it stopped. Then, about a minute in, it went completely still. You have gained control of Skeleton Soldier. You have enslaved Skeleton Soldier. You can rename the Skeleton Soldier. I read those 3 lines about 6 times. Then I put the skull down on the torso and set the arm next to it, and I watched a corpse assemble itself, pick up its own severed forearm, socket it back on, and then stand there, waiting, for me. Skeleton Soldier, I said, take a few steps forward. Click, click. It walked forward, stopped, and waited for the next instruction. And then I did the thing that made it real. I focused, and my vision left my own eye sockets and moved into his, and I was standing 3 meters away looking at myself, a tall gray skeleton with a 2-meter blade staring back with 2 points of soul fire in its head. Full control when I concentrate, standing orders when I don't, vision on demand. I named him Unit Alpha, and I want to be honest with you about what happened to me in that moment, because it wasn't triumph, it was arithmetic. I'd spent a whole day building myself up one corpse at a time, and I just realized I never had to fight alone again. Now, before you say it, yes, I checked the exploits. I'm not new. Any player who finds a mechanic this good and doesn't immediately try to break it deserves what happens next. So I ran the tests, and I ran them cold. Test 1. I had Unit Alpha take the head off a level 9 and bring it to me. I enslaved that one too, 30 seconds, faster than the first because I was stronger now. Then I threw it on the ground and stomped on it. Nothing. No experience, no attributes, no penalty. Killing my own doesn't hurt me and doesn't pay me. Test 2. I put the remains of my own dead slave under my hand and activated erosion. Nothing. Once it's mine, it's spent. A used up thing, worth 0 on the way back out. Test 3. I sent Unit Alpha to kill a strong skeleton on his own and watch the panel. Your servant Unit Alpha has killed strong skeleton. You have gained 22 experience points. There it is. So here's the whole rulebook, and it's a good one, and it has a real cost baked into it. I get experience when my minions kill. I do not get attributes. Erosion won't touch a corpse my slave made, only the ones I make myself, which means the more I let them fight, the faster I level, and the slower my raw body grows, which means I can't just build an army and retire. I have to keep going in personally, forever, or I turn into a general with a paper spine. Fine by me. I like going in personally. I stood there in the gray with one dead soldier standing behind me like a very patient coat rack, and I thought about the number at the bottom of my panel, 89 days and change. The old plan, grow carefully, hunt quietly, hide until I'm strong, was a plan for someone with time. The new plan was 3 words, and I said all 3 of them in my head, with an amount of enthusiasm that a level 5 skeleton probably had not earned yet. Skeleton Legion. Undead Scourge. Let's go. 3 days. That's how long it took, and the mechanism is so stupidly simple that it's almost unfair to describe. Once you have 1 skeleton soldier, catching the second one is easier. Once you have 2, the third is trivial. And once you have 12, you don't fight at all. You point, and 12 of them swarm a target, cripple it in about 4 seconds, and one of them walks the head over to you like a dog bringing back a stick. Then you touch it, and now you have 13. It's a virtuous cycle. It's the best kind of cycle. It's the kind where every unit of effort makes the next unit cheaper, and by day 3, I had stopped counting effort at all. By the end of it, I was walking through the inner ring at the head of 16 of them. 12 pale figures spread out in a rough line behind me, with bone swords and bone shields and bone axes, every weapon the same unpleasant off-white, and me in front with the modao pointed at the ground. Level 11. Health 230, Strength 13, Agility 15, Constitution 17. My minions averaged level 15, and I was more than double all of them. Which brings me to the part where I stopped and actually looked at where I was living. The land of buried bones has 3 rings. The outer ring, where the mindless ones stand around getting fat on death aura until something eats them. The inner ring, where the ones with a class template hunt the outer ring on purpose. And the center, the biggest part of it, bigger than the other 2 put together several times over, where everything with a class template fights everything else with a class template forever, for experience and for job templates, all the way up to lords who never stop climbing. Outer feeds inner feeds center feeds whatever sits on top. A perfect closed loop, a farm that plants and harvests itself. In a player's head, this place is a leveling zone, a nice, big, convenient starter field, thousands of easy mobs, enough content to carry you through the early game. Standing in it as one of the crops, I can tell you what it actually is. It's a killing floor, and nobody on it has ever had a choice. You're either the free-range prey that gets nourished by the death aura until somebody comes to collect you, or you climb, and keep climbing until you're the one doing the collecting. There's no third door. I didn't want to die. I didn't want to be the lamb. So I took 16 dead men into the center. The center of the land of buried bones is not a place. It's a weather system. Half an hour in, I found my first skeleton soldier of the region. Level 17, stronger than anything I owned. Old me would have handled that personally, carefully, at range, with a plan. New me had a thought that I'm not proud of and that worked perfectly. Why go to all that effort to come out unharmed? 16 of them went in at once. It took an arm off one of mine and snapped a couple of ribs on another, and then it was down and headless, and Unit Alpha was walking the skull back across the dirt to me. 1 minute. 17. Half an hour later, another. 18. An hour after that, another. 2 hours after that, the 5th. By the end of the first day in the center, I had 30. And that's where I stopped collecting, because 30 is the number where the toy stops being a toy and becomes a machine. I split them into 10 teams of 3. 3 is the magic number. 3 skeleton soldiers can take down anything they'll realistically bump into out here, which means every team is self-sufficient, which means I can cover 10 times the ground at once. Then I sent them out in a fan and stood still. My panel started updating every few minutes, then every minute, then constantly. You know that feeling when you finally set up a farm build correctly and the numbers just start going by themselves? It's better than that. It's better because these numbers were killing things. 1 hour, 2, 5, 10, level 11 to level 16 in a single day. Strength 23, agility 21, constitution 25, spirit 4.5. Those are the numbers of a level 30 skeleton soldier, and I was 16. Which, by the way, is completely backwards from how this world is supposed to work. Normally, the smart play is to suppress your level. Stay low, advance your class early, and take the bigger multipliers on every level after, because there's no back pay when you advance. Every level you burned at the lower tier is gone. Doesn't apply to me. I level first, take the hit, and then refund every single lost point by eating something. If I could, I'd rush straight to 100 and go collect the class after. A level 100 skeleton soldier wouldn't beat a level 70 legendary sword saint. It would go through the land of buried bones like a truck through a hedge. Anyway, fantasy, back to work. I was in the middle of absorbing a level 18 when the message came in. Your servant Unit Delta 5 is dead. Huh. Your servant Unit Delta 7 is dead. That got my attention because those two were on the same team, and I had given every team one very specific standing order. Do not go deeper. Ever. Whatever's in there is not for you. 2 of them, both level 17, both dead inside 2 seconds. I jumped into Unit Delta 6's head. Vision swapped. I was suddenly somewhere else, looking up, and what I was looking at was a dozen of my skeletons standing around one enormous skeleton, taller than me, thicker than me, holding a 2-handed greatsword. The greatsword was already coming down. Vision snapped back into my own skull. Your servant Unit Delta 6 is dead. An advanced skeleton. Had to be. Nothing under that tier one-shots a level 17 with a class template, and it had done 3 of them in less time than it takes to say the sentence. I called every remaining minion home and went to look at the bodies. 3 piles, 1 clean cut through each. No struggle marks, no second wounds. Everyone killed in a single swing. I could do that too. What I didn't know was the ceiling on the thing that had done it. So I tracked it. My skeletons couldn't, they're nearly mindless, and a thing that walks away might as well have evaporated. But I've got eyes and a working brain, and there was a very large, heavy creature dragging a very large, heavy sword across soft ground with a dozen escorts. Half an hour. And then I found it, and what it was doing put a cold line straight down the middle of me. It was hunting. Same as before. 1 swing, 1 skeleton soldier in pieces. And this one hadn't belonged to me. It was just a soldier, out here, in the center, doing what soldiers do, and to that thing, it was a vegetable. And that's when I finally understood the shape of the place I was living in. The mindless ones in the outer ring are food. The soldiers in the inner ring eat them and become food for the ones out here. The ones out here get eaten by whatever's deeper. The whole race is a field, and it gets harvested from the top down, and the only way off the menu is to be standing on top of it. I actually laughed at myself, silently, standing there in the gray. Because look at me. I'm the dead. I'm a member of a race that only knows cold-blooded killing, and I have been walking around this graveyard thinking like a person, feeling faintly bad for the mindless ones, treating this like a place with rules and mercy in it. That is not a small mistake. That is the kind of mistake that gets a man made into a sword. Lucky for me, I found out early. 30-something skeletons make a lot of noise. When I found it, it found me, and it did not hesitate for a second, because to that thing, I looked like an unusually large and nutritious vegetable. It came in. The greatsword went out sideways. Boom! The lead skeleton soldier of my charge stopped existing. The 2 behind him got caught in the wash and were cut in half at the waist. 3 of mine, in 1 swing, and 2 of them weren't even dead, just permanently uninterested in the rest of the afternoon. And then it ignored all of them and came straight at me, which was very flattering and also fine because I was already moving. I let 2 of mine step into its path, slid around the side, and put everything into a swing at its leg. The sound wasn't a clang, it was a chop, like an axe into a log. Bone dust everywhere and a gouge a third of the way through a leg bone as thick as my chest. It turned around and swung at my head. I got the Modao up. The clang went out across the wasteland. My feet sank into the dirt and my blade came away with a small nick in it, and I stood there and did the only thing that actually mattered. I read it. Strength. It's got me by about 5 points. Speed. I've got it, slightly. Weapon hardness. It's better than me, but not by much, because look at the size of that nick versus the size of that gouge. Conclusion. One-on-one, I could keep this up all day. With 30 of them, I wanted that thing's job. Now, here's the part where a game gives you a fair fight and you decline it. I sent 5 of my soldiers to tangle up its dozen escorts. Then I told the other 22 to attack it. No, not attack. I told the other 22 to drop their weapons. All of them, at once, threw down their swords and axes and jumped on it. Boom. The great sword swept and tore the front 2 apart. And then the ones on its flanks and its back landed and stayed landed. Slender white finger bones jammed into every joint and crevice of its frame. Small, light bodies plastered all over a big, heavy one. Here's the thing about a two-handed greatsword. It is a terrifying weapon while it is moving. The instant it stops moving, it is worth less than a stick on the ground. 1 skeleton hanging off you, you shake off. 5, you shrug off. But at 10, at 15, that thing was a strong man tied with rope, and it could not get the sword up. And I was already behind it, looking at a head that 22 of my minions had very deliberately left uncovered. 3 swings, everything I had. Chop, chop, chop. The head came off and went bouncing. Fight over. Without a head, it can only crawl around looking for the head. Without a body, the head can only lie there and click. I stood over it, thinking about the choice. Kill it, experience, a big pile of attributes, and its class template. Take it, an advanced skeleton of my own. And once you have one, the second one is easier. Once you have 2, the third is nothing. I picked up the skull, and I chose the second one, and then the system did the best thing it has ever done for me. You have gained control of the skeleton warrior. You have enslaved the skeleton warrior. You can rename the skeleton warrior. You have obtained the job change information for advanced job template, skeleton warrior. The last line, enslaving it gives me the template too. There was no choice. There had never been a choice. There was just a menu where every item was the whole menu. Skeleton warrior. Health plus 200, strength times 4, agility times 1.5, constitution times 3, spirit times 0.1. Skill, intimidate, a passive that lets it command skeleton soldiers equal to its spirit stat times 10. And I turned it down, I know. I turned down a free tier upgrade while standing in a graveyard at level 16. Let me explain, because this is the decision the whole rest of my life sits on. Monsters don't learn skills. Players train, players get taught, players find scrolls. A monster gets exactly 1 shot at a skill, and that shot happens at the moment of a class change. 1 class, 1 skill, and then that door closes behind you forever. And Skeleton Warrior's skill is a worse version of a thing I already have. Intimidate commands minions, capped by spirit, capped by rank. Erosion commands minions with no cap at all, as long as I've got the patience and the strength. So taking that class means spending my 1 shot on a duplicate. No. I'd rather stay a soldier and wait. Let's wait a little longer, I told nobody. With Skeleton Warrior on the list, it won't be long before I've got a second template. And a third. Behind me, the thing I'd just taken finished reassembling itself, shoved a crowd of skeleton soldiers out of its way, and came and stood next to me with its greatsword. Not behind me. Next to me. Like it was announcing something. I decided I liked it. Now let me tell you about the 7 days that came after, because those 7 days are where I stopped being a skeleton with a good idea and became a problem. The advanced skeletons out here have patterns. They stake out territory deeper in and fight each other constantly, and they only ever leave to go down into soldier country when they've been hurt badly enough that they need to top up. Once you know that, they stop being ambushes and start being appointments. Day 1. 5 skeleton warriors found. 5 taken. Cost, 7 dead soldiers. Day 2. 3 warriors and something new. A skeleton archer. Took all 4. Second advanced template. Day 3. 8 warriors. Cost, 10 soldiers. Day 4. 9 warriors and a skeleton assassin. Day 5, Day 6, And on the seventh day, I came out of it and took stock, and here is what the arithmetic had done to me. Every single skeleton soldier I had ever owned was dead, all of them, ground into the machine, and in their place stood 46 advanced skeletons, 39 warriors, 4 archers, 1 assassin, 2 guards. I'd traded a militia for an army by spending the militia. And at my feet, that day, lay one more head. This one I'd been holding out for. Skeleton swordsman. Same tier as warrior, different road. Health plus 300, a third more. Strength times 5, agility times 3, constitution times 5. And the reason I'd waited 7 days and burned an entire generation of minions to get it? Sky-splitting slash. Active skill. A third of your stamina for a blade of light in a 120-degree arc in front of you, dealing twice your strength plus your agility to everything in it. An actual skill. A real one. The kind you throw. Put that on a 2-meter self-upgrading greatsword being swung by someone with 10 years of muscle memory as a legendary sword saint, and the damage on the tooltip stops being the interesting part. I took it. The change took a while, and when I came out the other side, I was 2 meters tall, my bones had gone dark and thick, and my ribs had started to grow toward each other like they were trying to close into a plate. From a distance, I looked like a man in heavy armor. Level 20. Health 650. Strength 32. Agility 28. Constitution 35. Spirit 6. 20 days ago, I had 8 health and a stick. I took my 46 deeper, because there was one more tier out here and I wanted it, and I had a lovely, simple plan. Find an elite skeleton, gang up on it, take its job, and then use the elite ones to catch more elite ones, and snowball all the way up to the throne of this place. Then I actually got out there and saw what an elite fight looks like, and my lovely, simple plan died standing up. Because if a soldier fight is a duel, and an advanced fight is a brawl, an elite fight is a war. I came over a low hill, and the entire horizon in front of me was white. Several hundred skeletons. A sea of them. Mostly soldiers, a scattering of advanced, and standing in the middle of it, armored, enormous, holding a 2-handed warhammer, a skeleton war general. Elite tier. The only thing out here that can command hundreds. And it wasn't just a mob, it had composition. Dozens of them at the back had bone bows. Standing next to the general were 2 skeleton mages and a skeleton guard with a tower shield. I looked at my 46 and felt something I hadn't felt since I woke up here. Envy. We prioritize quality, I told myself, out loud, in my head, to an audience of nobody. We may be few in number, but we are of high quality. 46 next to several hundred, a bathtub next to a pond. And then the war started, and I stopped feeling anything except very glad I hadn't walked into the middle of it. Because the sea of skeletons wasn't fighting another sea. It was fighting one skeleton. One. A single elite skeleton, alone, against hundreds, and it was the one that attacked first. It charged. 100 meters, 50, 30, faster the whole way, and then it jumped. It left a footprint in the ground you could have planted a tree in, went clean over the front rank of shield carriers, landed inside the formation, and a blade of light came off its greatsword and cut a hole in the world. Sky-splitting slash. 30 skeleton soldiers erased in one motion, broken bone going up like water off a hood. My soul fire flickered. That's my skill. That's an elite skeleton swordsman, the exact upgrade path off the exact class I just took, and it had walked into a war of 1 against 300 and opened by deleting 1/10 of them. I did not intervene. I got low and I watched, because watching a thing fight is the cheapest way there is to learn how to kill it. And what I learned was this. The arrows came first, dozens of bone shafts, and against a body like that, they mostly just left scratches, until they started going for the eye sockets, and suddenly even an elite had to raise its sword to guard its own head. Then the mages cast. 2 ghost blue fireballs, head-sized, moving fast. And its bone plating, which had shrugged off an entire volley of arrows, did absolutely nothing, because thick bone is physical defense, and there is no magic in it anywhere. The fireballs went off against its body and left 2 charred patches with fine cracks spidering out from the middle of them. One volley from 2 mages took 1/10 of its health. That right there is why the general hadn't moved a muscle when a monster charged its army. If that horde had been nothing but soldiers and warriors, this fight ends with the general's head in the dirt. But the general had built a complete army, bodies, arrows, and magic, and against a complete army, one perfect swordsman is just a very expensive problem. I did the inventory in my head while I watched, and it wasn't flattering. Warriors, I had 39 of them. Archers, 4. An assassin, 2 guards. Mages, 0. In 20-some days, I hadn't seen the shadow of one. On its own, a skeleton mage isn't a threat to me, but a skeleton mage standing inside a wall of bodies, throwing spells with nothing on earth able to reach it, that thing multiplies by 10. And if a general has mages, imagine what a skeleton commander has. Imagine what the king has. The advancement road of my race is skeleton, soldier, warrior, war general, commander, king. And it is the orthodox road for a reason. And the reason is standing in front of me with an army. Out on the field, the swordsman took 3 waves of arrows and 2 waves of fireballs and reached the general anyway. It jumped, and in the air it fired its second sky-splitting slash straight down, and the skeleton guard stepped out and ate it with a tower shield. The shield exploded. The guard came apart. The head rolled. The general didn't have a mark on it. And in the window, while the swordsman was recovering from its own skill, everything landed at once. Arrow storm, 2 fireballs, and the general's warhammer, which had finally decided to participate. Down to a 5th. Hunt failed. It burned its last sky-splitting slash to clear a lane, and it ran with a 10th of its health left. And nothing in that entire army was fast enough to catch it. Not the soldiers, not the warriors, not even the general. A few breaths, and it was gone into the gray. The general held position, waited, and then reorganized its horde and left in the other direction. Neither of them ever knew I was there. Click, click. I came out of my hiding spot and looked at where the army had gone, and then at where the swordsman had gone, and I did the math out loud, because the math was beautiful. Chase the general, several hundred bodies, 2 intact mages, 1 very healthy elite. Bad. Chase the wounded one, a 10th of its health, needs a long time to heal, and if I catch it before it does, I get an elite skeleton for almost nothing. And I needed that thing's class template. I went after it. Tracking a wounded thing across open ground is the easiest work in the world. It left a trail like a plow. An hour later, the hills stopped and the ground folded, and my 46 and I walked into a canyon, and the system said 2 things I had never heard before. You have discovered the Valley of the Dead. You have entered the Valley of the Dead. The air changed the moment I crossed the mouth of it. The death aura in the land of buried bones is thick and rough, like breathing sand. In here, it was pure, gentle, concentrated and smooth, and there was some invisible seam at the entrance where one ended and the other began, like the canyon had been cut out of the world and set back in slightly wrong. 2 or 3 kilometers long, 200 or 300 meters wide, figures wandering all through it. And far down at the end, a shape too big and too regular to be a rock, with hundreds more figures crawling on it. I went in quietly, and the figures weren't skeletons. They had flesh, not living flesh, dry, gray, stiff, more like stone than meat, sitting on the frame in slabs. I'd never actually seen one with my own eyes, in either life. Zombies. Now, the good news about zombies is that they are the single slowest thing in the undead catalog. Their constitution is monstrous, their strength is fine, and their agility is a joke. An elite rank zombie might lose a foot race to a basic skeleton soldier. As a race, they are a wall that walks, which meant I could not lose. Worst case, I leave. Best case, I grind this canyon down one at a time for as long as I feel like it. I ran a test. One archer put a bone arrow into a shoulder from 50 meters. The zombie went roar in a low, tired way, looked around at nothing, and started shuffling toward the sound. The zombies near it stirred, and then went back to shuffling around aimlessly, because zombies apparently have the attention span of a lawn sprinkler. When it was a dozen meters from me and 50 from its friends, 2 skeleton warriors stepped out, moved at several times its speed, and took its arms and legs off. I walked up and put my palm on its forehead and activated erosion. And its head exploded. Black sludge everywhere. The smell. And I want to note that I do not have a nose, and I still got the smell. Slavery failed. You killed living corpse. You have gained 3 experience points. You have received job change information for basic career template, living corpse. 3 experience points. 3. The template came through fine, living corpse, health plus 80, constitution times 3, but it's zombie only, so it was worth precisely nothing to me except as a piece of trivia. So I tried again. And again. Different zombie, different rank, different approach. Every single time the head popped. Dozens of attempts. Erosion could eat them for attributes just fine. Erosion could not enslave a single one of them, ever, at all. That's a real problem, by the way. If my one unique talent only works on skeletons, then my entire strategy has a ceiling on it that I can see from here. I filed it and kept moving, because by then we'd cut our way most of the length of the canyon, and I could finally see the thing at the end. An altar. Black stone, over 10 meters high, square, taking up half the floor of the canyon. And it had 9 steps, and standing on every one of those steps, packed shoulder to shoulder, were zombies. More than 500 of them. They were arranged, that's the word, ranked by tier. Living corpses on the low steps, walking corpses from the 6th up, and the higher you looked, the higher the level. Nobody was fighting, nobody was moving. They just stood there in rows like a choir. And the altar was drinking them. I could feel it, death aura being pulled up out of every zombie on those steps and channeled upward through the stone. And when one of them got drained far enough, it simply toppled off the altar, at which point the zombies wandering around the base, who I had assumed were aimless, stopped being aimless and fought each other savagely for the empty spot. They were queuing. They were fighting each other for the privilege of being drained. Some kind of ritual, and the whole valley was feeding it. And I want to be very clear about the one thing I knew for certain looking at it. Skeletons didn't build this. Zombies didn't build this. Neither of those things has enough brain to build a set of stairs, let alone a machine. Somebody made this. I did not walk up those steps. I'm not stupid. I took control of one of my skeleton guards, best defense, longest survival time, and I climbed the altar in a borrowed body while my other 45 went up behind me, killing everything on the lower steps. Step 1. The guard shoved a couple of zombies aside. They fell off and immediately started struggling back toward their places. Every other zombie on the altar didn't so much as twitch, because the moment they step onto it, they stop being present. It's not sleep, it's off. Nothing drained out of the guard. The altar had no interest in skeletons. 2 floors, 3, 5, then the last step, and the top of the altar opened up in front of me, and I stood there in a borrowed skull and looked at something I did not have a word for. A square, 100 square meters of it, every centimeter carved with symbols that all connected into one enormous circle. And the circle was divided into 4 quarters, and at the center of each quarter was a zombie bigger than a walking corpse, bound in place. And in the exact middle of all of it, being fed by an amount of death aura that had no visible end to it, stood something over 2 meters tall that was so obviously wrong that even a borrowed pair of eye sockets wanted to look away. Then a blade of light went through the guard and my vision cut out. The elite skeleton swordsman. It had run here to heal. Of course it had. Fine. I'd seen enough. And more importantly, the guard had walked all the way to the top and nothing on that altar had cared. Whatever the danger was, it wasn't standing on it. I told my minions on the 7th and 8th steps to stop killing walking corpses and go straight up, and I went with them. And when I got up there, I understood why an elite skeleton had picked this spot to bleed out in. The death aura on that altar was so pure, it made the rest of the valley feel like a rumor. In the time it took me to chase it here, that swordsman had gone from 1/10 of its health back up to 1/3, several times faster than the outside world. A few hours later, and I'd have been fighting it at full strength, so I didn't waste a second. I set my army the way you set an army, the 2 highest level warriors and my last guard out front as bodies, the 4 archers back at the rim of the altar, the assassin around the far side into its blind spot, and every remaining warrior loose on aggro duty. That arrangement alone doubled what 46 skeletons could do, which is a thing worth remembering. The same units, arranged, are worth twice the same units, milling. And then I went straight in with the Modao. No flanking, no cleverness. If I couldn't take a wounded elite with this much help, I had no business hunting healthy ones. My swing got blocked. Fine, it could block me. It could not block me in everything else. Arrows pitting its frame. Warriors widening the cracks the fireballs had left. And then the assassin came out of nothing behind it and put 2 short swords into the back of its neck. 1/3 of its health went to 1/4 in one instant. It got furious and raised the greatsword to clear the ants off itself, and that's when my second swing arrived, because the 2-meter blade in my hands is a bigger problem than any ant, so it had to turn and block me instead. Once. Twice. 3 times. 4. On the 5th, its body simply came apart under the impact and folded onto the stone. A minute and change, start to finish, because that is what happens when a wounded thing has to fight one real threat and 45 annoying ones at the same time. I grabbed the head. You have gained control of the elite skeleton swordsman. You have enslaved the elite skeleton swordsman. You have obtained the job change information for elite job template, elite skeleton swordsman. Got it. The whole reason I came. And I did not change class, because I was standing on a 9-step altar with 5 sleeping zombies on it, and I finally had a free minute to actually look at them. Here's what I worked out. The 4 big ones bound at the 4 quarters were elite rank zombies. Should have been terrifying. Weren't. In my senses, they were pathetic. The aura coming off them was barely a few degrees above a walking corpse, nowhere near what an elite should be. Because they were being drained too. The 500 on the steps feed the 4 in the corners. The 4 in the corners get drained in turn. They're not the beneficiaries. They're a filter. Layer 1 is the crowd, Layer 2 is these 4, and everything that comes out the far end of both layers goes to one place. The thing in the middle. Every zombie in this canyon, every one of the thousands of them, exists to be squeezed. And this one thing gets the juice. It was still elite rank, and the aura coming off it was worse than anything elite I had ever stood near. Using the death aura and thousands of zombies of an entire valley, I said slowly, to raise one elite zombie. And then the other half of the sentence arrived. They're not raising it. They're pushing it through. Somebody is using this whole canyon as a ladder to shove one creature out of elite rank and into warrior rank. I did the honest assessment, which is a thing I make myself do. If that thing woke up, it would kill me. Not fight me, kill me. Probably in one motion. And I wanted it so badly I could feel it in my teeth. 4 weakened elites and 1 nearly warrior. That's not experience, that's a career. That's more attribute points than I'd earned in my entire life to date, sitting on a plate, asleep. And the danger was equally obvious, which is that my 46 had just butchered several hundred of the zombies feeding this machine. I could feel the intake dropping. The few dozen walking corpses left on the steps were already sagging under a draw meant for hundreds. Then I saw the big one in the middle move. Just slightly. The way a sleeper moves when the alarm is about to go. No time, so I made the call, and the call was insane, and I want to walk you through it because it's the first genuinely good idea I ever had in this body. I could not fight it. My best swing probably wouldn't hurt it, and it would definitely wake it up. So I needed something that kills without hitting. And I had one. Zombies cannot be enslaved. When I try, their heads explode. Which, if you squint at it from the correct angle, is not a failure at all. It's a delivery system. I ordered my minions to surround the 4 bound elites, not to kill, just to hold. Then I walked up to the thing in the middle, past a black crystal ball floating above its head that I did not touch, and I laid my bare hand on its forehead. Erosion. And because this one took so long, I finally got to feel the whole process for the first time. The unknown energy leaving me, going in, spreading. And I discovered I could steer it, so I did not go for the head. I went for the limbs first, all 4. And I took my time about them, because if this thing woke up midway, I very much wanted its arms to not work. It didn't notice. Then the torso. It stirred. Once. Then the head. And it opened its eyes. The roar that came out of it had physical pressure in it. It thrashed, trying to force the energy back out of itself, and it was too late, because its arms and legs and body were already mine, and it was fighting me with nothing but its head. Then it roared a second time. And this one wasn't rage, it was a call. The 4 elite zombies bound at the 4 corners of that circle, the ones so drained they were about to fall out of their own rank, woke up, tore free of their bindings, and started coming. My warriors met them and held, because 4 half-dead elites against a wall of advanced skeletons is a stalemate, and a stalemate was all I needed. And then one of them gave up on getting through, and spat, a mouthful of dark green venom, straight at me. A skeleton warrior came out of the crowd without being told, met it in the air, and split the stream in half with a bone longsword. Both halves hit him anyway. White smoke went up. In about 3 seconds, one of my skeleton warriors, a thing that could cut a soldier in half, was gone. Not damaged, corroded down to nothing. 1 mouthful. 1 warrior. Then all 4 of them started spitting. And now I had a real problem, because I had a hand welded to a monster's skull and an army dissolving behind me. And every second I spent finishing this was costing me somebody I'd spent a week collecting. 10 seconds, 20, 50, a minute and a half, and I finally forced the energy up into its head and let it go all at once. Bang. Like it had touched something forbidden. The head came apart. Slavery failed. You killed zombie. You have gained 5,000 experience points. You have obtained the job change information for Elite Job Template Zombie. I did not read a single word of it. The instant that head burst, I had the modao in my hands, and I was already moving at the 4. And that's the thing about creatures that got drained down to nothing. They can survive 100 advanced skeletons hitting them all day, and they cannot survive one sharp thing. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Fight over. I stood on that altar and took inventory, and the inventory was ugly. 46 advanced skeletons walked into this canyon. 8 walked out intact. The rest were either dead in the earlier fighting or standing in charred pieces around me because they'd caught venom meant for my back. But I won. And then it was harvest time. I picked up the elite skeleton swordsman's head, the one I'd enslaved and then completely forgotten about, whose body had been dissolved during the fight, and casually stuck it on the shoulders of a warrior whose own skull had been melted off. Spare parts. Circle of life. Then I went and crouched over the first elite zombie. You absorbed the essence from the corpse, and your body has become stronger. Your strength has increased by 3 points. Your constitution has increased by 8 points. Your spirit has increased by 1 point. 12 points. From one corpse. That's an entire level up's worth of growth out of one body. And this was one of the drained ones, a thing so wrung out it had nearly fallen out of its own rank. I did the other 3. 30-something more. And then I walked over to the big one, 2 meters of it, headless, and still radiating something that made me want to check over my shoulder. I put both hands on it, and if the elite zombies had been a stream, this was a river. 10 minutes, 10 solid minutes of heat going into me, every second of it making my frame denser, and when the ashes finally collapsed, the panel had this on it. Your strength has increased by 17 points. Your agility has increased by 3 points. Your physique has increased by 26 points. Your spirit has increased by 5 points. 51 points out of one body. Which tells you exactly how close that thing had been to warrior rank, and exactly what would have happened to me if I'd gotten here 5 hours later. And then there was the crystal ball. It was still there, still floating over a pile of ash, still turning slowly, still tirelessly sucking in the death aura of a valley that no longer had anything left to give it. I reached up and plucked it out of the air, and my panel lost its mind. You have gained 1,000 experience points. You have gained 1,000 experience points. You have gained 1,000 experience points. You have... It went on and on. 28,000 experience points all at once. And underneath it, your strength attribute has increased by 5 points. Your agility attribute has increased by 5 points. Your constitution attribute has increased by 5 points. Your mental attribute has increased by 5 points. All 4, including spirit, including the one stat that the undead can basically never raise. Because everything that had been stored inside that ball, all the purest, most refined death aura that had been squeezed out of an entire canyon of zombies over who knows how long, was the fuel that had been meant to push one creature from elite to warrior. And instead, it went into me. I stood on the top of a black altar full of ash, holding a fist-sized ball of crystal, absolutely glowing, and then the item description opened. Name, Kaelin Crystal Ball. Quality, dark gold. Category, props. Function, absorbs, stores, and automatically purifies the energy stored within. Current energy storage capacity, 10,000 points. And then the last line. Item description. In the Lost Legacy, Kaelin obtained this crystal ball and attempted to use it in conjunction with undead modification to create his own unique undead race, the zombie. I read that name, and I ran. I got out of that canyon so fast my minions had to jog, and then I did something that cost me most of a day and that I would do again. I split off from my army. I sent them back along the way we'd come, and then, from kilometers away, I drove them in loops and meanders across the whole region, up hills, through gullies, doubling back, scrubbing the ground until there wasn't a trail on this earth that could be followed to where I actually was. Only when it was completely erased did I let them come find me, because of a name, Kaelin. Right now, today, that name means nothing. The game hasn't started, nobody alive has heard it, but I've got 10 years of a life that hasn't happened yet sitting in my skull, and in that life, by the mid-game, every single player on the continent knew that name. Kaelin was the Scourge Mage. He shows up as an epic rank necromancer, leads an army of the dead into the human kingdom, and takes dozens of cities. He gets close enough to the capital to see the walls. The first epic tier main quest that players ever receive in this world is Go Stop Kaelin. Humanity technically wins that war, and Kalen disappears on the eve of it, and when he comes back, he is legendary rank. After that, he's in every catastrophe worth having a name, and at one point, he cracks the top 10 of the disaster rankings. That's the man whose crystal ball I was holding. And now every strange thing in that valley made a horrible amount of sense. The zombies were his. He made them. He took the crystal ball and something called undead modification, and he built a race. The altar was his machine for growing one of them into something that mattered, which is also why erosion couldn't touch them, and I felt genuinely relieved to finally know. Those zombies were already bound. They already had a master's contract on them, written by a man who will one day be legendary. When my enslavement met his, one of them had to give, and it was never going to be his, so the heads popped. It wasn't my talent failing. It was my talent losing a fight with somebody a great deal stronger than me. So how strong is Kalen right now, today? He made an entire undead race. You don't do that from the bottom of the ladder. Even if he hasn't hit epic yet, he's at minimum mentor rank, what monsters call warrior, and quite possibly hero rank, which is what we call lord. I was a level 20 skeleton swordsman with 8 minions. So yes, I covered my tracks. But I did not put the crystal ball back, and here's why, because this is the part where my talent showed me its third face. Erosion on a corpse eats it, and I get stronger. Erosion on something crippled takes it, and it's mine forever. Erosion on a rock? Nothing. It's not alive, so there's nothing to enslave, and there's no essence to eat. But there is a mark on it. Every piece of equipment in this world remembers who it belongs to, and erosion went into that ball and wiped out every trace of Kalen that had ever been written into it, and then wrote me in instead. In novel terms, I can force unbind soulbound gear, which meant that whatever Kalen might have left in that ball to find it with, a tracker, a tag, a leash, was gone, erased. He could stand in the ruins of his own valley and feel absolutely nothing. That's the only reason I dared keep it. And keeping it was worth everything, because that ball does two things for a creature like me that nothing else in this world does. 1, it absorbs, stores, and purifies death aura forever by itself. Leave it lying in a corner and come back and it's full, and drinking it is free experience and free attributes. 2, it stores mana. I can pour magic into it during peace and pull it back out mid-fight. A permanent battery for a man who is going to spend the rest of his life running out of things. I did not carry it in a bag. There are no bags. I put my hand through my own ribs and set it inside my chest. And the crystal ball floated there, and thin strands of black mist came out of it and reached out and hooked into my ribs like chains and locked it in place in the middle of my sternum where a heart used to go. From then on, it drank the air by itself, purified it by itself, and fed it down those little chains into me, day and night, forever, whether I was fighting or standing still. I have never, in either life, owned a better item. Then I sat down and looked at the panel properly for the first time since the canyon, and I got the shock of the week. Level 26. Health 1480. Strength 94. Agility 55. Constitution 118. Spirit 18. Days ago, those numbers were 32, 28, 35, and 6. 6 levels gave me the first half. The Valley of the Dead gave me over 100 attribute points on top. My strength had tripled. My constitution had tripled and gone past 100. Even my spirit, the stat undead simply do not raise, had gone from 6 to 18. I was still only an advanced tier class, and in raw numbers I had left the entire elite tier behind. I could have taken that fierce zombie in a straight fight now. And then, underneath everything, sitting at the bottom of the panel like it had always been there, was a line that had absolutely no business existing. Free points, 5. I stared at it. Monsters do not have free points. That's not an opinion, that's the architecture. Players get free attribute points on level up and spend them how they like, and players get skill points and put them into their skills. Monsters get whatever their class template hands them, and that's the end of the conversation. We don't allocate, we receive. I focused on the line, and a little plus sign appeared next to each of my 4 stats and next to sky-splitting slash. Both. It's both. Free attribute points and skill points, in one currency, and I can put them wherever I want. Where did they come from? I went back over everything I'd done and found the only unusual event with the right number attached. 5 free points, 5 elite zombies, That was a guess, and I'd test it later, and I want to skip ahead for 1 second and tell you the rule now because it's the rule that shapes the rest of my life. Free points come from killing things with intelligence, elite rank and up, and the stronger I get, the more it costs. At advanced rank, 1 elite gave me 1 point. Once I hit elite rank myself, it took 2 elites to make 1 point. Later, only warrior rank would pay at all. It is a currency that gets more expensive the better you are, which means it is a currency that only rewards you for punching upward. Whatever built this system wanted me to keep picking fights I shouldn't. But that afternoon, sitting in the gray, I only had 5 of them, and the question was where to spend them. Not attributes. Absolutely not attributes. I have a talent that farms attributes off corpses forever. Spending a rare currency on the one resource I get for free is how poor people stay poor. Skills, then? I only had 1, and pumping sky-splitting slash would let me throw it a couple more times per fight. That's not nothing. But until I knew where these points came from, dropping them into a thing I could improve on my own felt like burning cash. So I did the third thing. I pulled up the 2 elite class templates I now owned, Elite Skeleton Swordsman and Zombie, and I tried to put points into them. And both of them lit up. Not lit up as in glowed politely. Lit up as in they started leaning toward each other. 1 point, they shine. 2 points, they start showing signs of coming apart. 3 points, both templates shatter, and the 2 balls of light left behind start to merge, slowly, grudgingly, like they're trying to remember how. I looked at that, and I looked at my remaining 2 points, and I said a small prayer to nobody in particular and threw them both in. The light went out. Elite Skeleton Swordsman, gone. Zombie, gone. And in their place, a class that has never existed. Heavy Armored Skeleton Swordsman. Elite rank. Health plus 2500, Strength times 20, Agility times 15, Constitution times 30, Spirit times 3. Read that against what I'd been holding. It's the swordsman with better numbers everywhere, plus the zombie's absurd constitution, minus the zombie's one crippling flaw, which is that zombies move like furniture. I had taken the 2 things and thrown away the bad half of each, and then the system offered me a skill and offered me 4 to choose from. Growth rate, corrosive venom, gale combo slash, bone armor. The first 2 were inherited from the parents. The second 2 did not come from anywhere. The rules had made them, on the spot, for a class that did not exist until 4 seconds ago. Bone armor was the obvious pick. I'm literally called the Heavy Armored Skeleton Swordsman. The armor is right there in the name, and defense is the road this class is built for. I took Gale Combo Slash. Half your stamina for 3 blades of light in an instant at 80, 100, and 120% of a normal hit. And here's the reasoning, because it matters more than the skill does. My Constitution was already my best stat by a mile, and this new template multiplies Constitution by 30. My defense was going to be a joke regardless of what I picked. Handing me armor was like handing a drowning man a glass of water. But the bigger thing was this. This class was made by fusion, which means I can never job change the normal way again. No more finding an elite corpse and taking the free upgrade. From here on, the only way up is to go hunt things at warrior rank, take their templates, and fuse again. Which means everything from now on has to be killed by me, personally, upward. That is not a defense build. That is an offense build with no exit. Job change confirmed. Heat poured in from the void, and my body came apart and put itself back together for 10 straight minutes, and when it was done, I was 2 meters tall. My bones had gone thick and dark, and my ribs had grown toward each other until the gaps almost closed into a single plate across my chest. From a distance, without choosing armor at all, I looked like a warrior in full plate. I raised a hand and the Modao came into it, bigger than before, and I swung it once just to hear the noise it made cutting air. Gale Combo Slash. Active skill. 3 light blades in an instant. Next, I said, to a wasteland with nobody in it, I hunt warrior rank skeletons. 2 things you need to know about the deep center of the land of buried bones, both of which I learned the hard way. First, intelligence arrives in stages, and each stage changes what the enemy is. The jump from skeleton to soldier is the first leap. It wakes up self-awareness. That's when a pile of bones stops standing in a field and starts hunting to get stronger. The jump from advanced to elite is the second leap, and it wakes up wisdom. Primitive, crude, barely there, but real. The war general deploying troops by unit type. The elite swordsman charging, calculating, and running when the math went bad. The fierce zombie giving an order and calling for help. If elite has primary intelligence, warrior rank has intermediate. And lord rank, the king of this place, has intelligence no worse than a human's. which means from here on I can't treat these things like monsters. Somewhere up there is a mind, and if I walk into a trap set by that mind, what happens to me isn't a fight, it's a conclusion. Second, below elite, everything out here is a stray. Above elite, everything out here has a boss. Skeleton warriors command soldiers, war generals command warriors, and nearly 70% of every general, warrior, and soldier in this entire graveyard answers to a skeleton commander, warrior rank, and every commander answers directly to the skeleton king. So everything I'd been hunting so far was, in human terms, bandits. Free-range vermin, harvested seasonally, missed by nobody. Everything I was about to hunt was the regular army. I had a choice. Spend weeks combing an enormous wasteland for the lonely 30%, avoiding patrols, staying invisible, being very safe and very slow. Or don't. I had a scourge mage somewhere out there and a countdown at the bottom of my panel and 8 minions to my name. I didn't have weeks. So I walked up to a fully staffed skeleton legion with 9 skeletons behind me. 1 elite war general, 10 advanced warriors, over 500 bodies, mages, guards, archers, the full kit, a better army than the one I'd watched fight the elite swordsman. They saw me and did not wait for anything. In this graveyard, any skeleton not flying the king's colors is livestock, and the general had 500 reasons to think of me as lunch. Hundreds of them came at once, soldiers in front, warriors behind them keeping the shape, archers and mages at the back with the general. Against another elite skeleton, that formation is unbeatable. I sent my 9 in and went past them. Ring slash, no skill, just 94 points of strength and 2 meters of blade in a full circle. Everything inside that arc, soldier, warrior, didn't matter, came apart and went up in the air. Then I jumped through the hole I'd made, 10 plus meters in one leap, into the middle of the sea, straight at the general. Arrows came, I ignored them. A ghost blue fireball came, I stepped around it. My 9 were still making contact with the front rank when I landed in front of the skeleton war general and put the modao through its skull before it finished raising its hammer. You killed Skeleton War General. You have gained 1,000 experience points. You have obtained the job change information for Elite Job Template, Skeleton War General. And no free points, which was interesting. Either my guess was wrong or the price had gone up. I set that aside and got to work, and here's where you learn what a real harvest looks like. I did not kill the rest. I went through that army, taking the head off the 2 skeleton mages and the skeleton guard standing beside the general, not killing them, just removing their ability to participate. Then I did the same to the 12+ skeleton archers. Cripple, don't kill. Because those are the units I don't have. Meanwhile, the entire legion had come apart, because a legion with a dead general is 500 skeletons with no instructions. Some of the soldiers latched on to whichever warrior was closest. The rest just stopped being an army and became a crowd. And my skeleton warriors, running on their own instincts, walked into the middle of that crowd and started claiming the leaderless soldiers for themselves, which is a thing warriors do naturally, and which meant my 9 minions became close to 100 without me lifting a finger. Then I went around the field and enslaved every advanced skeleton in it. Minutes each by then. 10 minutes from the first swing to the last. 100-odd dead. 300-odd now mine. And I did not stop for 1 second, because I just remembered something. Elites have wisdom. Wisdom means memory. That war general's memory had the patrol routes of every other legion in the region sitting in it. 2 days, 8 skeleton war generals, 8 legions eaten, one after another, off a map I'd taken out of the first one's head. My army went past 1,000, and that was after being extremely picky, keeping only the units worth keeping and turning everything else into experience. And the 8 of them together finally gave me 4 free points, which confirmed the rule and also confirmed the price. At elite rank, it now cost me 2 elite kills to make 1 point. Good news. The bad news showed up on day 3 when I went looking for the 9th Legion and could not find one. Not one. Not a patrol, not a straggler, nothing, in a radius of hundreds of kilometers. Somebody had noticed. Every remaining legion under the Skeleton King had been pulled in and stacked under one command, and that command was now out looking for me. Skeleton Commander, warrior rank, which, if you think about it for a second, is not bad news at all. My entire plan was to go hunting for warrior rank skeletons, and one had just decided to come to me. I stopped running and picked a piece of open wasteland and waited for it. And while I waited, I spent my 4 free points, all 4 into Gale combo slash. 1 point took it from level 1 to 2. 4 blades instead of 3, and the stamina cost went down. That was encouraging enough that I dumped the rest in without thinking about it, and at level 5 the description read like this: 7 light blades, 1/6 of your stamina. 40, 60, 80, 100, 120, 140, and 160%. Add all 7 together, and my ultimate now did over 7 times a normal hit, for a third of what it used to cost. Before that, I'd had questions about whether I could kill a warrior rank skeleton. After that, I had a schedule: Strength 134, Agility 85, Constitution 178, Spirit 24. Then they came, and the first thing I saw was white. The entire wasteland, out to the horizon, in every direction I could see. 4,000 or 5,000 skeletons. Soldiers in front, but this time with a skeleton warrior salted in as a squad anchor, roughly 1 for every 20. Behind them, archers, both soldiers holding bone bows and actual skeleton archers who'd advanced into the job. Hundreds of them. And in the middle, dozens of skeleton mages. Around those, elites, bone archers, dread mages, skeleton sentries, more than a dozen war generals scattered through the mass. And at the very center of all of it, ringed by 3 layers of its own units, a tall skeleton wrapped head to foot in rusted armor holding a curved sword. The skeleton commander. My side. Me, 1 elite, under 100 advanced. Everything else was soldiers. Both of us being technically a skeleton legion is the only thing those 2 armies had in common. We stood there looking at each other for a while, several hundred meters apart, and I want to tell you what was going through both heads, because it's funny. I was picking my entry lane. Which direction, which gap, how many jumps to the middle. It was trying to understand how something with my rank had eaten 8 of its legions in 2 days, and then, because it has an intelligence and not a mind, it simply stopped trying. Couldn't figure it out, so quit thinking about it. That's the advantage of being a spirit, I suppose. The curved sword went up. The curved sword came down. 4,000 skeletons started running. Now here is what my 1,000 were for, and it wasn't winning. Their entire job was to not die immediately, hold the enemy's attention, and be a wall. That's it. And the specific 1,000 I'd kept, heavy on guards and sentries, the ones nobody else values because they don't kill anything, could do that all day. My dozen-odd skeleton guards drove the bottom edges of their tower shields into the dirt and crouched. Warriors and soldiers formed up behind them. And I did the one genuinely clever thing available to a commander with no army. I had my handful of archers and mages, the only ones I owned, the ones I'd spent 2 days crippling instead of killing, split into 3 squads. And I gave each squad exactly 1 instruction. Do not shoot at the sea. Shoot at the warriors and the generals. Nothing else. Ever. Because an arrow into a soldier is an arrow wasted, and 3 squads of focused fire can char a skeleton warrior in 1 volley and cripple an elite war general in a few. By the time the 2 armies actually touched, 10+ warriors and 3 war generals were already down. Then the lines hit, and I went to work. Sky-splitting slash! Mine and my elites went off at the same moment, 2 blades of light through the pale sea, clearing a hole in the middle of the field. Then I jumped. Ring slash on landing, everything within 2 meters cut in half at the waist, and jump again. And again. Each jump was over 10 meters. Each jump put me 1 step closer to the middle. 7 jumps in, I was a few meters from the commander. 1 more, and I'd be on it. And the commander was not stupid. It had never underestimated me, it just hadn't thought about me much, because its intelligence was too small to hold contempt. But when I hit the ground on the 7th jump, a soundless pulse went out of it, and every skeleton mage nearby turned around at once. Dozens of them. And several of the ones turning were dread mages, elite tier casters. I can eat a skeleton mage's fireball, I have the constitution of a wall, but a dread mage is a different animal, and dozens of them, all firing at 1 target, is how heavy things die. Charge or don't charge? The thought went through and left, because I'd already decided, and here's what I did instead. I turned and killed a skeleton war general standing near me. 1 swing, no skill, 134 strength. The head came off before it could even react. Then I grabbed its body, and I jumped for the 8th time with a corpse held out in front of me like a door. The first massed volley of ghost blue fireballs hit that corpse and turned it into charcoal in the air, and behind it, in mid-flight, I used both of my skills at once. sky-splitting slash and gale combo slash at the same time into the middle of a packed formation of casters. I did not go for the commander. I went for the mages, because a warrior rank boss standing there swinging a sword is a smaller problem than 30 artillery pieces with a clear line on me. The sky-splitting slash went off first and simply removed more than half of them, and then the 7 blades of gale combo slash arrived, and here's the detail that made me love that skill forever. The 7 blades don't have to hit one target. They'll split across whatever's in reach, and as long as none of them miss, the escalating multiplier keeps climbing. 3 of the 4 dread mages went to pieces in the same instant. The 4th only survived because the first 2 blades in the chain are the weak ones. I landed, took its head with a flick, and turned around. From takeoff to landing was a single moment. In that moment, the entire artillery corps of an army of 4,000 had stopped existing. The commander hadn't even finished turning. And then it roared, and the sound had shape in it, an invisible pulse rolling across the field, because to a warrior rank being that had ruled a piece of this wasteland for who knows how long, having its whole mage corps deleted by an elite rank ant that walked into the middle of its own formation was not a tactical loss. It was a humiliation. And there's exactly one thing that washes that out. It came at me with a bone knife and a shield, and its guards and sentries came with it. I met the knife head on because I wanted to know. Boom. The force came up the blade and shoved me back several steps and left a row of trenches where my feet had been. Stronger than me. Confirmed. Comfortably. Which would matter if attributes were the only thing that decided anything, and they never have been. I put a full power ring slash into the escort, 3 guards to pieces, 2 sentries thrown, and then, facing the commander, I opened up with gale combo slash, 7 blades into its back. The first 3 hit rusted armor and left 3 scratches of varying depth. The 4th punched through the armor. The last 3 cut 3 enormous wounds into the frame underneath, and the deepest of them took out 2 ribs and came within a finger of splitting the spine. That is what a level 5 skill does when the normal attack it's multiplying is mine. If I ever get this thing to level 10, I thought, in the middle of the fight, like a lunatic, this alone will kill a skeleton commander outright. It roared again and swung, and this time it had figured out what I was. It had finally understood how 8 of its legions had gone away in 2 days. Boom. I got the Modao up and it drove me backward again, and I let it, and I threw gale combo slash for the 3rd time, 7 blades again. But this time I steered all 7 of them into the same place. The place I'd already opened. 7 cuts in one line, stacking into each other. The skeleton commander came apart at the waist. Its legs stayed standing, its top half hit the ground, and it still wasn't dead. A warrior rank skeleton cut in half is a warrior rank skeleton with a mobility problem, and given 30 seconds, it would find its own legs and put itself back together. It got 0 seconds. I stepped in as the torso landed and put the Modao through its eye socket and out the back of its skull. The soul fire guttered. Then it went out. You killed Skeleton Commander. You have gained 10,000 experience points. I stood there in the middle of a war I had technically not finished and let go of the grip, and I will admit that I needed a second, because that had been close. Not the commander. The commander was a big, strong thing with a sword. The mage corps is what nearly killed me, and if I'd charged the middle on that 7th jump like a hero, I would be a smear. The war was still going on around me. In every way that counted, the war was over. An army without its commander is just a very large amount of material, so I went and collected it. Half an hour. Elites either killed or taken. Advanced skeletons taken by the dozen. And every remaining soldier, once my warrior and general slots were full, killed, because at some point you stop hoarding and start eating. And then I went back to the middle and knelt down over the commander. You have absorbed the essence from the bones, and your body has become stronger. Your strength has increased by 25 points. Your agility has increased by 18 points. Your constitution has increased by 32 points. Your spirit has increased by 5 points. You have obtained the job change information for warrior job template, skeleton commander. 80 points from 1 corpse. That's what a real warrior rank is worth. And the template, health plus 5,000, strength times 45, agility times 30, constitution times 70, spirit times 5. 3 to 4 times better than my elite class in every column. Better even than the fused custom class I'd built with my own free points. And I didn't take it, obviously. It's not a class anymore. It's an ingredient. Once you've tasted fusion, a top-tier template stops looking like a promotion and starts looking like flour. Which brings me to the only real decision I make anymore, and it's a bad one, and it doesn't get better. Every single time I put my hand on a crippled boss, The system asks me the same question in a different costume. Enslave it, I get a powerful servant, my army gets deeper, and hunting the next one gets easier. Kill it, I get its experience, its attributes, its template, and its free points, and I lose the servant forever. I killed the commander because free points build skills and classes, and no army in the world has ever built me a skill. The count came to 11. 12 elites I'd killed personally in that battle made 6, plus the 5 I already had, plus the commander itself, which paid out 5 all by itself. 11 free points. And I sat down in a field full of my own new soldiers to spend them, and what happened next changed what I was. 2 skills, Sky Splitting Slash for crowds, Gale Combo Slash for one target, and I was about to go hunting warrior rank things, one at a time. So there was no decision, all 11 into Gale Combo Slash, 5 to 6, 6 to 7, 7 to 8, then 2 more, straight to 10. 12 light blades, over 12 times a normal hit. If I met that commander again, one press of that button would take it out of the fight. And then I looked at the description, and the little plus sign was still there. Level 10, maximum level. And the game was still offering to take my money. So I tried one more point. Nothing. Same level, same text. Not enough free points? Another point. Nothing. 3, 4, 5. And on the 5th, after 14 total free points had gone into one skill, Gale Combo Slash disappeared off my panel. And something else was standing where it had been. Death Slash, active skill. An advanced skill of Gale Combo Slash, cannot be upgraded, consumes 1/20th of stamina to instantly unleash 10 light blades infused with the aura of death, performing continuous fatal cuts, dealing a total of 20 times the damage of a normal attack. Half the stamina cost of the level 10 version, 2 fewer blades, and nearly double the damage. But that's not the line that mattered. The line that mattered was advanced skill. Let me explain what that means to a player, because I was one, and this is the part where I stopped breathing in a body that does not breathe. Advanced skills are what players call boss skills. They evolve out of an existing skill. They cost less and hit unimaginably harder than the thing they came from. And here's the important part. Among NPCs, only hero rank can have them. Among monsters, only lord rank, things like the Skeleton King himself. In my entire previous life, through 10 years, through the endgame, through the descent of the gods and the death of the world, fewer than 10 players ever obtained a single one. 10 out of millions. I was a legendary sword saint, and I never even managed to collect reliable information on how you'd get one. As far as anybody could tell, they simply weren't for us. They belonged to bosses and heroes, and that was the shape of the world. That's why bosses are bosses, by the way. Half of it is that their stats and health are absurd. The other half is these. It's why a boss can wipe a party of players its own level, and why soloing one is a joke, and why you show up with a raid and a plan. And I had just made one out of loose change. I sat there with a skull that cannot smile, smiling. Because if I was right, if the pattern held, then it isn't just this skill. Every skill I ever learn for the rest of my existence can be pushed to maximum and then pushed off the edge into a boss skill. And if I get enough of them, the strongest boss in this world's history is going to be born in a graveyard. That's not a mood, that's a plan. And I just found the first step of it, and the currency that buys it comes from killing things above my weight class. I put my last free point into Sky Splitting Slash to bump it to 2, and I calmed down and I went and read the commander's memory properly. Because warrior rank doesn't just have wisdom, it has memory that goes back years. And what was in that memory reorganized my entire map. The Skeleton King has 8 skeleton commanders, exactly 8. They're vassals, the 8 lords who hold the 8 legions and run this wasteland on his behalf. But the 8 seats aren't fixed. Anytime a new commander rises anywhere in the land of buried bones, it may challenge one of the 8. The winner becomes a lord under the king. The loser gets devoured by the king. Because a commander is not permitted to eat warrior rank skeletons, only the king eats those. Nobody knows how long this place has existed. Nobody knows how many warrior rank skeletons the king has swallowed. But from the moment he took this graveyard, the chain has run one direction. The outer ring feeds the inner feeds the center feeds the 8, and the 8 feed him. He's not the ruler of a race. He's the mouth at the top of a food chain that has been eating itself for centuries. And the reason there are only 8 commanders in a wasteland this size is that most talented skeletons who reach warrior rank take one look at that arrangement and hide instead, growing in secret, waiting to be strong enough to challenge the king, or simply never coming out at all. And if his patrols find them first, there's a war, and unless they can fight the king, they get eaten anyway. The rest of his warrior rank skeletons, the ones from the weirder, harder advancement paths that pose no threat to his throne, he collects. And he keeps them all in one place, Death Castle. I read that, and I smiled again, and it was a much worse smile than the first one. So that's how it is, I said. Collecting warrior class templates is going to be easier than I thought. I needed 4 templates, and I knew exactly which 4, because a fusion is only as good as what you feed it. Skeleton Commander for balance, that one I had. Bone Sniper for agility. Dark Mage for spirit. Skeleton Warden for constitution. All 3 of them were sitting in Death Castle, along with a dozen more warrior rank skeletons and 1 lord who would end me if he so much as looked at me directly. Which is why, over the next few days, I ate 4 more of the king's legions. 5 of his 8 vassal commanders were now gone. 1 I kept as a servant, the other 4 went down my throat. And on the day I went looking for the 6th, the last 3 legions had already been pulled home and were sitting in a ring around Death Castle, patrolling and waiting, ready to converge the instant anything of mine showed itself. Which is exactly what I needed, because I'd stopped wanting to fight legions about a week earlier. Here's the plan I built, and I want you to notice how ugly it is. I took the 1 skeleton commander I'd enslaved, and I gave it an army. 4,000 strong, roughly the size of a proper legion, with every unit type it needed. Except I built it wrong. Deliberately, obviously, insultingly wrong. A normal legion puts its guards and sentries around the commander, because the commander is what matters. Mine had almost none around the commander, and enormous numbers of them out on the skin of the formation, as a shell. To any skeleton alive, that is nonsense. The entire purpose of the skeleton race is to build higher things by spending lower things. You do not put your good units in front of your bad ones. You do not protect a soldier with a guard. But I wasn't building an army. I was building a thing that would take a very long time to kill. Then I sent it to attack Death Castle head-on, in the open, like it wanted the throne. And I went and lay down in a mound of dirt a few hundred meters from the walls, with the top half of my skull showing. The 3 legions closed on my decoy in a ring and did not attack, because they were waiting for permission. And permission walked out of the castle. I want to tell you about the first time I saw the Skeleton King, and I want to be honest about it, because I don't get to be honest about much. 2.5 meters, several warrior rank skeletons trailing behind him like a retinue, and every one of them looked like a child next to him. He went past a few hundred meters from me, and I did not see his face, and I did not want to. What I got was the pressure. The aura of a thing that had been standing on top of this graveyard so long that nobody remembered a version of it without him, that had personally devoured hundreds of warrior rank skeletons on his way here, and that was not merely a lord, but a very old and very well-fed one. If I'd stood up and fought him right then, I would not have gotten a swing off. I'd have been dead somewhere in the middle of the first move. I lay in the dirt with half a head showing, and I let him walk past. When he was well away, I climbed out and I felt genuinely cheerful, because a plan working is a wonderful thing. The greatest threat inside Death Castle had just left Death Castle. I want to be clear about the price. That 4,000 strong decoy legion, the one I'd built out of 5 eaten armies and days of work, was written off before it ever marched. Its job was to hold his attention. That's all it was ever for. That's why I kept the guards. Everything I had spent a week and a half building, I spent in one morning to buy myself about 10 minutes. Death Castle is old. Nobody knows how old. Half its walls have fallen in, the stonework is rotten, and it has clearly been standing there since long before anything currently alive in this wasteland was assembled. And it is the absolute core of the land of buried bones, which means the entry level here is different. There are no skeleton soldiers in Death Castle. The lowest thing on patrol is an advanced skeleton. The squad leaders are elites, war generals, bone archers, dread mages. Above them, a dozen plus warrior rank skeletons with the run of the place. That was my shopping list. I got up the broken section of wall behind a patrol's back and stood up and immediately hit the problem with being a skeleton doing stealth. I'm made of bone, and the wall is made of stone, and there is no such thing as a quiet footstep in that combination. So I stopped hiding on principle and picked up speed instead, straight at a squad of 11 archers a dozen meters away. They heard me. The bone archer at the head of them turned around with death aura already gathering on its bow, and I said, out loud, in my head, with real pleasure because I'd built this thing 3 days ago and had been dying to use it, boss skill, void-shattering slash. I'd taken 13 free points and pushed sky-splitting slash to maximum and then over the edge, exactly like the first one, and what came out the other side reads, on paper, like a very small upgrade. 120-degree blade of light in front, double a normal hit, 1/20th of stamina, and then the last sentence, Each time an enemy is killed, the light blade splits, dealing splash damage equal to half the previous damage to enemies within the coverage area. Watch what that does. The dark red blade came off the Modao and crossed the 6 meters and hit the nearest skeleton archer, and an advanced rank skeleton in front of my current strength stat is not a fight, it is a formality. It died. And when it died, the blade split, 10 smaller dark red blades spraying out in every direction. And the original blade kept going and killed the second one, and the third, and the fourth, and every split blade that killed something split again. So the number of blades in the air went up every time the number of enemies went down, and it kept doing that at that speed until every single thing inside the arc was gone. The entire squad lasted less than one breath, which means that in theory, if my opening hit is heavy enough and the enemies are packed close enough, that skill does not have a maximum number of kills. It has a stopping condition, and the stopping condition is nothing left. I did not linger. I crouched behind the inner rail of the wall and moved along it, because my first target was in the arrow tower at the far end, a bone sniper, warrior rank, agility. And then I sat down in a corner at the foot of that tower and did not move for 10 minutes, because I didn't know something important, and getting it wrong would kill me. I didn't know how the Skeleton King holds his warrior rank skeletons. If it's the way a general intimidates warriors, a rank-based dominance, loose, unmonitored, then I could murder every single thing in this castle and he would feel nothing at all. But if he holds them the way I hold mine, with an actual enslavement, then he will know the instant I kill the first one, and he will come, and I will be inside a walled box with a dozen warrior rank skeletons and a lord. I couldn't gamble. So I curled into a corner and lay there like a dead body among a lot of other dead bodies, and I waited for a signal. And 10 minutes later, my panel exploded. Your servant skeleton guard is dead. Your servant skeleton sentry is dead. Your servant skeleton warrior is dead. Your servant skeleton war general is dead. Your servant, dozens of them at once in a single instant. I'd been watching that battlefield through my commander's eyes earlier. 3 legions had my decoy surrounded and were doing nothing at all, waiting for their master. Their master had arrived. I swapped vision one more time and looked, and there he was, enormous, furious, wading into my army with a 2-handed warhammer, and when he brought it down, a shockwave went out, and everything within tens of meters simply became dust. 10 kilometers between him and here, 5 or 6 minutes conservatively. Go. The corner I'd been folded into turned into a leopard. 1 step covered 10 plus meters. The bone sniper and the 2 bone archers with it turned around and found me already in the tower with the Modao coming down. Death slash. 10 jet black blades, and unlike void-shattering slash, they don't spread, they converge, like the bars of a cage closing on one thing. The 2 archers took the first 4. The sniper took the other 6. Bone dust everywhere. 3 skeletons and several pieces on the floor. Crack, crack, crack. I shattered all 3 skulls, then knelt on the sniper's remains. You killed Bone Sniper. You have gained 5,000 experience points. You have absorbed the essence from the bones. Your strength has increased by 3 points. Your agility has increased by 45 points. Your physique has increased by 2 points. You have obtained the class change information for Warrior Class Template, Bone Sniper. 45 agility out of 1 corpse. That's a specialist for you. Nothing anywhere else. Everything in 1 column. Second template. I left the 2 elite corpses on the floor without touching them, which physically hurt, and went down into the castle. I didn't have time to be greedy. That's a sentence I do not enjoy saying. The passages inside were littered with old bones in the corners, piled up in drifts, centuries of things that got killed in the hallways and never cleaned up. 2 patrol squads were crossing an intersection ahead of me, 1 warrior squad under a war general, 1 archer squad under a bone archer, and their routes overlapped at the fork. I stood in the passage and timed them, and at the exact moment they overlapped, I came out. Void-shattering slash. Both squads, 1 cut. Splitting blades filled the intersection, and there was nothing left standing. Then up the side stairs into the castle proper, and immediately everything got easier. Because inside, there are no patrols at all, just skeleton guards and sentries standing in fixed positions like statues, which are the easiest things in the world to walk past. I followed the route out of the dead commander's memory, went around a dozen of them, and came out in a hall 100 meters across with 2 rows of pillars and 1 stone throne at the far end. That's where he sleeps. That's where he summons his warrior rank skeletons when he wants them. 2 doors flanked the throne, one to a bedchamber, one to a library, and in the library, my second target. Inside, a figure at a stone table, very thin, wrapped head to foot in a tattered hooded robe, so that when a draft came through the window and moved the cloth, you could see the white underneath. A warrior rank skeleton that had not only developed intelligence, but had woken up a thread of memory from a life it used to have. Dark mage. And it was doing research. There is nothing in the land of buried bones to research. There are skeletons, and there is death aura, and there is nothing else in any direction forever. Whatever it was doing at that table was not going anywhere, and was never going to go anywhere. It was doing it because that's what it used to do, and because repeating the shape of a life sometimes brings a little more of the life back. It heard my footsteps. It gave up on whatever it was pretending to study, tossed aside a skull on the table that still had soul fire moving inside it, and turned around, expecting, I assume, that its tyrant king wanted it again. What it got was Death Slash. You killed Dark Mage. You have gained 6,500 experience points. You have absorbed the essence from the bones. Your spirit has increased by 25 points. You have obtained the job change information for Warrior Job Template, Dark Mage. 25 spirit and nothing else at all. Not 1 point of strength, agility, or constitution, which is exactly why I came for it. Spirit is the stat my entire race cannot grow. That's the whole reason a caster was on my list, 3 templates. I checked the battlefield through a minion's eyes, and the enormous figure was gone from it. He'd left. Somewhere in the last 3 minutes, he'd left, 10 kilometers. He'd be here in about 2 minutes, and my 4th target was directly below this room. Because I'd planned the route before I ever came in, and Death Castle has 3 levels, and behind the castle, inside a walled space that the main building and the rear wall close off into a private little box, is the entrance to the prison. I climbed onto the library's viewing window, looked down 7 or 8 meters at the huge, unsuspecting shape standing at the prison door, and jumped. Under a gray sky, out of a high window, falling with 2 meters of bone and every bit of gravity I could borrow. Death Slash. 10 black blades plus the fall, straight at the neck, and it blocked. At the last possible instant, it moved backward and got a serrated bone knife the size of a door panel in the way. Every one of the 10 blades hit that knife. 20 times a normal attack from me did not cut through it. It left marks. Skeleton Warden. Warrior rank advancement of the sentry line. Constitution. And here's why it's the toughest thing in this castle, and it is genuinely one of the more disgusting facts about my race. It is not tall. It's under 1 meter 70, shorter than me by a lot. But an ordinary skeleton, including me, at that point, is a shell. It's a frame with air in it. A skeleton warden is not a shell. The inside of that frame is packed solid with bone spurs, grown at every angle, filling the cavity completely. It isn't a skeleton. It's a piece of bone shaped like a skeleton. And that is why it does not carry a tower shield like the guards it evolved from. It doesn't need one. It is the shield. The serrated knife came back at me, and it was slow. That's the trade. All that mass has to go somewhere, and where it went was agility. Against a line of infantry, a warden is a wall nothing gets past. One-on-one, against something fast, a warden is a target that walks. I flicked my wrist, let the knife go by, planted a foot hard enough to leave a hole in the dirt, and came out behind it. Death Slash. Not the body, the neck, because everything in my race has the same weakness, no matter how it's built, and a warden that cannot be cut anywhere else can still be cut there. 10 blades in one line took better than half of its cervical vertebrae. One more, and the template was mine. And that's when I heard running footsteps and felt something enormous coming toward the castle at a speed I had not budgeted for. The warden had roared, the castle had woken up, and the Skeleton King was coming home much faster than I'd calculated. So, retreat or don't. Let me lay out the actual math, because it's not a brave choice, it's an arithmetic one. If I run now, I have 3 of 4 templates, and I have permanently burned my only chance at this. The Skeleton King's intelligence is not much worse than a human's. He will learn from this. Next time, there will be a trap here with my name on it, and there will not be a third time. If I stay, I am in a walled box with 1 exit, a dozen warrior rank skeletons incoming, and a lord who wants to meet me. I stayed. And I want to record something honestly because it surprised me. The feeling of death coming up the corridor at me did not frighten me. It made me excited. That was the first time I'd felt that since I woke up in this cold, quiet, joyless race. Fortune favors the bold, and if I'm going to become the strongest boss in this world's history, then a Lord-rank skeleton at the bottom of a graveyard is not an obstacle. He's a step. The reinforcements arrived first. A tall warrior-rank skeleton with a two-handed greatsword, a dozen elites and advanced behind it, filling the only way out. Behind me, the warden with half a neck. In front of me, the door, closed. And beyond that, in the front yard, something enormous coming at a run. I stomped the ground and went up, not at the warden, at the door. Death slash, void-shattering slash. Both, together. Black blades and dark red light braided into each other, filling tens of meters of corridor. The tall one at the front was warrior rank and did not have the warden's build, and Death Slash took its head off in the first instant. And then the dark red split and split and split, chewing through elites in advance down the length of the hallway and forcing everything behind them to physically back away from a spell that got worse the more of them it killed. I did not stop moving. I snatched the beheaded warrior's skull out of the air, still burning, jumped clean over the warden's return swing, and landed behind it. And I looked past it, down the corridor. And the Skeleton King was there. 100 meters away, at the far end of the passage, with his own warriors and elites packed in front of him, every one of them rushing to help, and every one of them in his way. He could see me perfectly. He could not get to me. So I let my jaw twitch, and while the king of the land of buried bones watched from 100 meters away, I raised the Modao over the skeleton warden's neck for the second time. Death slash. Even a neck stuffed with interlocking bone spurs can only take that twice. The head came off. I caught it, jammed it under my ribs like a parcel, and ran the other way. Which is a problem, because there is no other way. That's the entire point of a walled box. The only exit was the corridor with the king in it, unless you stop thinking like a skeleton. I hit the far wall at a sprint and jumped several meters straight up, and at the top of the arc, as I started to fall, I drove the Modao into the stone. 2 meters of bone with my constitution behind it went into that wall like a nail into cork. I hauled on the hilt and threw myself up a second time and came down standing on top of the wall. Behind me, the Skeleton King finally understood. He smashed his own skeletons out of the way with the warhammer and jumped after me. And he was not fast enough. He was never going to be fast enough. That's the one thing I've had over him since the day I stood up. I stepped off the far side of the wall and was gone into the dark. And behind me, from the top of that ancient wall, one enormous, furious roar rolled out across the wasteland and kept going for a long time. Half a day later, I stopped, hundreds of kilometers out, and took the 2 skulls out from under my ribs. The soul fire in both was still burning, which meant that in the way that matters to my race, both were still alive, and both of them could do exactly one thing about it, which was open and close their jaws at me, trying to bite. I looked at them for a while. Because here's what that raid cost. Every minion I owned was dead. Every single one. When the Skeleton King reached that decoy legion, the warriors and elites went first, and then he gave an order, and the 3 legions took the rest apart and left nothing. You cannot recruit a skeleton away from me. An erosion bond doesn't come loose, so there was nothing to salvage. There was just an absence where an army used to be. Weeks of work gone in one morning. I was officially a lonely man. And I had 4 warrior rank templates, plus a 5th I hadn't planned on, because that tall thing I one-shot in the corridor turned out to be a bone assaulter, pure strength growth, which was better than what I'd penciled in, because I'd been planning to use Skeleton Commander for the strength slot, and Commander is a balanced class, not a strength class. It was the least satisfying ingredient on my list, so the accident in the hallway upgraded my recipe. Strength, Bone Assaulter, Agility, Bone Sniper, Constitution, Skeleton Warden, Spirit, Dark Mage, all 4 corners. Then came the choice, one last time. 2 warrior rank skulls in front of me. Enslave them, and I get 2 warrior rank servants, which, once I found them bodies to wear, would rebuild the top of my army fast. Kill them, and I get the free points. I killed them, because I had just watched the Skeleton King work, and I'd felt what he is, and I want to say this plainly. A dozen warrior rank skeletons would not slow that thing down. Not 10 of them, not 30. In the war that's coming, a warrior rank servant is a rounding error, and free points never go out of style. There is no such thing as too many. Crack, crack. You have obtained the job change information for warrior job template, Skeleton Warden. You have obtained the job change information for warrior job template, Bone Assaulter. I had 12 free points before I went into that castle. The 4 warrior rank kills inside it gave me 20. The elites along the way gave 3, 35. I laid the 4 templates out in front of me and started feeding. I'd learned from last time, don't dribble it in. 5 points, all at once. 4 templates flickered. 5 more. They shone. 5 more. They shattered and started merging into one light. 5 more, and the light went out. And there was a class in front of me that had never existed in this world. Black Knight. Warrior rank. Health plus 15,000. Strength times 125. Agility times 100. Constitution times 120. Spirit times 50. Compared to the heavy armored skeleton swordsman I was wearing, which was already a custom fusion and already better than any normal elite class, this was 6 times the health, 6 times the strength, 7 times the agility, 4 times the constitution, and 17 times the spirit. Compared to a normal elite class, it was 10 times everything. Compared to the 5 actual warrior rank templates I'd collected as ingredients, it was 2 to 3 times better than any of them. And then the system offered me skills, and this time it offered 8, and let me take 2. Last fusion had been 4, pick one. This one was 8, pick 2. Either because I'd fed it more templates, or because the tier went up, I couldn't tell and stopped caring, because either way, more. I took Shadow Shuttle, a movement skill, because movement was the only hole in my kit. And I took Bone Armor over Fortress Body, even though Fortress Body was flatly the better defense, because Fortress Body is what makes a Skeleton Warden, and I had seen the inside of one of those, and I was not going to spend the rest of my existence as a solid brick with a severe speed penalty just to be slightly harder to hit. Job change. Half an hour, and when I came out of it I was still 1 meter 80, and I did not look like a skeleton anymore. Black armor covered me completely. Not metal, bone essence, grown out of my own frame, light and total, with one narrow gap at the eyes. Long-handled blade across my back, death aura off my shoulders, 2 points of soul fire in a black helm. If you didn't know, you'd guess I was a man in armor, a heroic one even. And then something new happened, and I want to end this part here, because it's the best thing that happened to me in that entire graveyard. A ripple came off my soul fire, and I understood that I could make it happen on purpose. Soul fluctuation. My rank and my spirit had both come up far enough that I could push meaning out of myself into the world, and anything with a complete soul would understand it. Anything with strong enough spirit could push it back. I still had no throat, but after everything, after waking up as bones in a field with a health bar that said 8, I could talk again. For 10 days after that, the Skeleton King turtled. He pulled his surviving warriors and elites inside Death Castle and told them not to leave. He parked his last 3 legions in a ring around the walls. Anything of mine that showed its face anywhere near his home would be swarmed, and he would personally arrive to finish it. From his side, that was a completely correct decision. He'd taken a bad loss, but he'd taken worse ones over the centuries, and the land of buried bones grows skeletons the way a field grows grass. Kill the culprit, wait, replant. What he didn't know is that while he was tightening his grip on one castle, I was taking the rest of the world. I'll explain the trick because it's the least heroic and most effective thing I ever did. My problem was experience. I was warrior rank now, wearing a class made of 4 fused templates, and a fused class costs more than double a normal one to level. Meanwhile, every high-tier skeleton left in this wasteland either belonged to the king or was hiding somewhere I couldn't find. All that was left to kill was low and mid-tier, and at my rank, killing those personally gets me almost nothing, because the game penalizes you savagely for punching down. So I stopped killing things. For 7 days, I did nothing but enslave. That's it. Every skeleton I found, all day, every day, hand on the head, take it, move on. Dozens of elites, not a single warrior because there weren't any to find, and thousands of advanced skeletons. Thousands. Then on the 8th day, I stopped doing anything at all, because minions killing skeletons of their own tier don't suffer an experience penalty. I do. They don't. I split thousands of them into dozens of hunting packs and let them out of the box, and told them to eat the land of buried bones from the center outward. Elites first, then advanced, then basic, then out to the edge for the mindless ones that don't even have a class. And I stood still in a wilderness and did nothing while my panel scrolled kill notices without stopping, forever, for 10 days. Day 8, level 30. Day 10, 31. Day 17, 36. 6 levels. And with the Black Knight templates multipliers sitting under them, 6 levels did this. Health 25,000, Strength 968, Agility 783, Constitution 1005, Spirit 366, Constitution over 1,000. Spirit, my crippled, hopeless, undead race spirit stat at 366. Nobody killed me, nobody even knew. The Skeleton King spent 10 days successfully defending a castle while I ate his entire kingdom around it. And somewhere in the middle of all that, I also finished off my movement skill. Shadow Shuttle to level 10, 9 free points, and now it moved me 10 times my spirit stat in an instant. At 366, that's 660 meters from a standing start through anything. Then 5 more points pushed it over the edge into a boss skill, and it became Phase Shift, which is the same range except I get to pick the distance, and which passes through obstacles. Barriers, walls, shields, enchantments. That's the skill that decides the rest of my life, and I didn't know it yet. What I did know was that on the 18th day, a message came in that shouldn't have. Your servant skeleton warrior is dead. Your servant skeleton mage is dead. Your servant skeleton archer is dead. Fine, normal. Packs of dozens hunting all day take losses. Then, your servant skeleton war general is dead. Not fine. A war general is an elite, and it never travels alone. By that point, my packs had spread all the way out into the inner and outer rings, where finding an elite skeleton is about as likely as finding a warrior rank 1 walking past me whistling. Something out there had killed an elite that was standing in the middle of a crowd. I jumped into an advanced skeleton's eyes and looked, and what I saw was a knight. Black armor, black lance, riding a skeleton warhorse through my hunting pack at a full gallop, and every thrust of that lance killed several things at once, because the ones it touched didn't just fall down, they came apart under some kind of dark corrosion. A wild knight. Born out here, in the land of buried bones, with no parent and no order. I let go of the vision and started running immediately, and it took me over an hour to get there, and on the way I did a slightly cruel thing. I redirected another hunting pack into that area on purpose, not to kill the knight, to keep it busy. Wild knights need experience like everyone else, and as long as there are skeletons on the field to hunt, it wouldn't leave. So when I finally got there, I got there to a battlefield with one rider still in the middle of it, killing. The warhorse first. It was tall, taller than the warhorses of the human kingdom, and it was pure bone with no flesh, and black mist came off its hooves as it moved, and honestly, it was more impressive than any living horse I've ever seen. The rider was small. Light black armor, a lance being swung in every direction, wrecking my pack, and clearly warrior rank, and still somehow giving the impression of being little. Through the gaps in the armor you could see the frame underneath, and the frame was slender. A young female knight in life, or a female general, and she was not a skeleton. This is a death knight, and they are not part of my race, and cannot be classified as part of it. There is no skeleton knight anywhere in the skeleton advancement chain, because skeletons are either fallen members of other races or things the death aura grew out of old bones. A death knight can only come from a fall. And the fall has a condition. A knight has to fall, and the mount has to be in complete harmony with the rider, and the mount has to choose to fall with its master. Both. Together. Willingly. If that happens, you get one of the rarest things in the undead world. Elite rank, skeleton knight. Warrior rank, dark knight. Lord rank, death knight. And unlike my race, which stops dead at Lord, unlike the Skeleton King himself, who is the ceiling of everything I am, a death knight that reaches Lord can keep going. Epic. Legendary. And their 4 attributes stack with their mounts. At equal rank, no skeleton alive beats one, not with a full set of minions, not ever. Except me, because I don't count. She saw me and did not run. She turned around and charged. Black mist wound around the horse and the rider and fused them into one thing, and she came out of my hunting pack like the pack wasn't there, and anything that stood in her way, elite, advanced, it did not matter, got hit by the warhorse and thrown backward. Night skill. Charge. Her aura surged and her speed doubled again. I want to note that we both liked what we saw. I wanted her because she was the most valuable thing I'd seen in this wasteland. She wanted me because I was worth a lot of experience. At a dozen meters, she leveled the lance. At 4 or 5, the point came at my eye socket with enough momentum behind it to go through a city wall. And I didn't dodge, and I didn't draw. I stood there. And when the point was a little over a meter from my head, I put my feet down and brought a gauntlet up and caught the lance in my bare hand. There's a sound a knife makes on glass. That's the sound the lance made, sliding against my palm, over and over, while everything a dark knight and a bone warhorse had between them pushed it forward 1 centimeter at a time. It stopped a few centimeters from my eye socket, 2 deep footprints in the dirt behind me. And then 968 points of strength came up out of me, and I took the lance in both hands and yanked. The rider came off the horse, went over in the air, and hit the ground hard enough to raise dust. She lay there stunned, and I'd like to think it wasn't the impact so much as the arithmetic. This thing is my rank, and this thing stopped a full charge with 1 hand. The warhorse came around and charged me to save her, which I thought was very good of it. I had 1 hand pinning the lance, and I reached back with the other and drew the modao and hit the horse with the flat of the blade. It went end over end and lost a lot of pieces before it landed. I did not kill it, and that was deliberate. With my strength and that edge, I could have taken the skull off in 1 swing. I wanted it intact. Then I looked down at the knight. Erosion has 1 requirement, and it is annoying. I need continuous contact with the head. Not a scratch, sustained, uninterrupted contact, long enough for the energy to work. Normally I get that by crippling something first, but a death knight does not surrender. Threaten her with death, and she still doesn't yield. That's the whole species. So I looked at this small, furious armored person pinned under a lance, and I had a genuinely funny idea. I don't need to cripple her. I don't need her incapable of resisting. I just need to hold on. I ripped the lance out of her hands with 1 hand, and with the other I took hold of her head. And lifted. And there, on the edge of a battlefield in a gray wasteland, was a tall, black-armored figure standing with 1 arm out, holding a much smaller, black-armored knight off the ground by the skull, while she kicked and thrashed and clawed at his vambrace with arms that were too short to reach anything else. She scratched white marks into it. That's what she got. White marks. Erosion. Her resistance spiked when the energy first went in. She knew, immediately, what was happening. And then, as more of it went in, the resistance faded, and when the energy finished her body and got into her head, she went still. You have gained control of Dark Knight, Lyra. You have enslaved Dark Knight, Lyra. You have obtained the job change information for warrior job template, Dark Knight. I set her down gently. She picked up her lance and came and stood next to me. Lyra. That name stopped me for a second, and I want to explain why, because it mattered. Every other undead I had ever met in this wasteland was a rank and a job. Skeleton Soldier, Skeleton Warrior, Unit Alpha, Unit Delta 6. The Skeleton King had a title, not a name. Nothing out here has a name. Names come from somewhere. Names are what you have when there was a you. I went back through 10 years of a life that hasn't happened yet, hunting for an Lyra anywhere in it, in any record, on any list of high undead. Nothing. Could it be a hidden storyline that players didn't discover in the previous life? Not enough information. I put it away. Her panel, level 43, health 16,500, strength 582, agility 425, constitution 850, spirit 180. Talent, mount summoning, racial. Skills, charge, steadfast, dark power. Mount, bone warhorse, same rank as a skeleton commander and comfortably above one. And that's before you put her on the horse, which stacks the horse's stats on top of hers, and her talent, which is the thing I actually envied. As long as Lyra lives, the warhorse cannot die. I could shatter every bone in that animal and put out its soul fire, and it would be reborn out of hers, and it grows as she grows, forever. I had been in this world for over a month, and I hadn't so much as seen a mount. I said it out loud, to the wasteland, with feeling. I must get a bone dragon as my mount someday. One more thing about her, and it's the thing that made me decide to keep her close instead of just useful. When I went through her memory, there was nothing there. She had descended from humanity, and she had woken up with none of it. Her earliest memory is opening her eyes as a skeleton knight on a land made of death, and then hunting more, alone, for however long it took to become a dark knight. Nobody taught her anything. Nobody was ever there, and her intelligence is not warrior rank, it's close to lord. So, the only undead in this entire graveyard capable of growing at my speed, who got to warrior rank from nothing, by herself, in the dark. I'll take that. 4 more days of standing still while a wasteland fed me, and level 38 came up, and my 4 stats went 1218, 983, 1215, 466, and I got restless. Lord rank is levels 51 to 60. Whether the Skeleton King was still inside that band or had ground past the cap over the centuries, I didn't know. What I did know was that I now had a life-saving skill that could put 600 meters between us instantly, through walls, which meant the fight had a floor under it. If I couldn't win, I could leave, and there was nothing he could do about that. And Death Castle still had a dozen warrior rank skeletons in it. That's a dozen free points minimum, plus templates, plus experience. So I told Lyra to go hunt somewhere far away, and I went back. He'd made it a trap, and he'd made it a good one, and I could see the whole thing from a kilometer out. 3 legions, 5 to 8,000 strong each, sitting 400 or 500 meters from the walls in 3 directions. Not patrolling, parked. And each of those legions now had multiple warrior rank skeletons in it. Bone snipers, dark mages, bone assaulters, bait, obvious bait. Attack any of them, get held by the warriors for 20 seconds, and the king arrives from just up the road, and it's over. Against a warrior rank skeleton with an ordinary amount of brain, that trap works perfectly. I walked straight up to the biggest one without hiding. When a trap is set for something weaker than you, the bait stops being bait. It becomes a meal that's been laid out on a table. 8,000 skeletons started moving at the commander's order. I took one step. Phase shift. And I was in the middle of them, standing beside their commander, with several thousand meters of ground erased between one blink and the next. Void-shattering slash. I didn't aim at the commander. I aimed at the elite skeletons clustered around it. Because void-shattering slash rewards you for killing, and elites die easy to 1200 strength, and every elite that dies splits the blade, and every split blade that kills an advanced splits again. One cut. The blades spread out through the legion like something spilled, and when they finally ran out of things to kill, every skeleton within hundreds of meters of me was scrap on the ground. Only 2 things were still standing in that circle, the commander and one other warrior. Then one step behind the commander, one swing. 1200 strength through a skull. You killed Skeleton Commander. You have gained 5,000 experience points. Then the Dark Mage beside it, who had just finished condensing a ball of darkness in its hand and never got to throw it. 2 warriors down, Legion crippled, and I had been inside their formation for under 10 seconds. Then I stepped again and appeared in the 2nd Legion. The Skeleton King came out of Death Castle at a dead run the moment he felt the first 2 die. And he arrived in time to watch me kill 2 warriors in the 2nd Legion, throw a void-shattering slash so the dark red would eat everything around them, and then step out of the middle of it into the 3rd. The 1st Legion, he wasn't there for. The 2nd, he couldn't reach in time. The 3rd, he was standing right there, and still could not stop it. 2 flashes of light, 2 more warriors gone, 3rd Legion crippled, triple kill, in front of the king of the land of buried bones, on his own doorstep. 6 warrior rank skeletons in a few minutes. Rage does not begin to cover what came off him. During his reign, he had personally eaten 800, maybe 1,000 warrior rank skeletons. To him, they are ants. Ants he owns, ants he grows, ants he harvests. And an ant had just walked through 3 of his armies, deleting his ants while he watched, because his legs are slower than my legs. Then I stepped one more time, and appeared behind him, because this time I actually wanted to fight him. Death slash. 10 black blades into a back the size of a door, from a standing start, no warning, and 4 semi-transparent bone shields blinked into existence around him and got in the way. Blade after blade hit the same shield. Each one dimmed it. The 10th broke it with a sound like a building falling, and the other 3 simply rotated around and covered the gap. Skill 1, Bone Shield, automatic, passive, 4 of them. He didn't turn around, he just swung the warhammer backward over his shoulder in an arc, more than 2 meters of it whistling through the air at me. Normally, you dodge that. I had a life-saving skill on cooldown-free standby, and I wanted a data point, so I put everything I had into the Modao and met it head-on. Time went slow. Boom. And I lost. Not dramatically, he rocked. That was it, a big body swaying slightly. I went backwards several meters and left a row of trenches and had to spend all of it just to shed the force. And when I looked at my blade, there was a fine crack in it, stronger than me, in strength and in constitution both. But that hammer is a genuinely heavy weapon, and my Modao next to it is a scalpel, and he had all of that mass and momentum behind him, and what he got out of it was pushing me back a few steps, not launching me, not breaking me in half. I am level 38, he is almost certainly 60. 22 levels, and I threw an egg at a rock, and the rock had to think about it. I smiled, which nobody could see, because the strength contest was the part I was supposed to lose. Now let's do skills. Boom. The ground churned and a shockwave came at me like a tide, his second skill, an attack and a mid-range control in one, because anything caught in it gets thrown into the air and helpless, and being helpless in front of that hammer is the end of the conversation. I stepped and appeared behind him and hit him again. Second shield down, third, fourth, and with the last one broken, the Skeleton King was actually standing there in the open in front of me for the first time. He roared and brought the hammer down on the earth, and this time what came out wasn't a shockwave. It was a pale blue light that ran out hundreds of meters in every direction, and the ground opened. White claws came up through the dirt everywhere at once, and then bodies followed them, tearing themselves out of the soil, and in about 4 seconds there were thousands of skeletons standing around him. Not junk either. 4 warrior rank, 40 elites, everything else advanced. Skeleton summon. His boss skill, and the only one he's got, which finally explained why he never cared how big his standing armies were and ate the surplus himself. He is an army. He carries it. Fine. I stepped again, went behind him, and put a full death slash into his exposed back, while every warrior and elite he'd summoned opened up on me. Arrows, shockwave, hellfire, a sphere of darkness. I phased out of the volley, landed inside the summoned legion, and let void-shattering slash do what it does to a crowd. And I noticed something, and it stung. Not one line of experience. The things he summons are still counted as him. They're part of his health bar, essentially. Killing them pays me nothing. Meanwhile, the death slash had landed. He'd twisted enough to save his neck, so all 10 blades went into his back instead, and 20 times a normal hit from me took a quarter of his health off in one motion. 3 more of those, and he's finished. He had a different idea. His 4th skill went off, and I want to describe it properly, because it is the single most obnoxious thing I have ever seen a boss do. An endless death aura came off him and turned into thin chains that wrapped around every skeleton and every fragment of bone in the area, his own summons included. And then all of it flew at him and went in like water into a drain. The wounds on his back closed. The quarter of his health I'd spent a death slash on came back, and the 4 bone shields reappeared. I want it noted, for the record, that I actually said it. Question mark? He ate his own army and healed to full in front of me, and then re-equipped his shields, and the total cost to him was some skeletons he could summon again for free. So this fight had no ending. Attack, break shields, deal damage, and he presses one button and it's the start of the fight again. I could keep this up for an hour, and he could keep it up for a decade. Fine. I stepped one more time, and not at him, into Death Castle, because there were still a dozen warrior rank skeletons in there, and he was out here. One swing on the arrow tower. A bone sniper's head came apart. No pause, straight through the castle. The next one. The next. Outside the walls, the Skeleton King realized what was happening about 4 seconds too late, and came back at a full sprint. And the Skeleton King, who cannot catch me, arrived at Death Castle to find every remaining warrior rank skeleton in it dead. Then I went for the elites and the advanced. I didn't even have to work at it. I just waited for them to bunch up in a corridor or a courtyard, threw one void-shattering slash, and moved on. Step, kill, step, kill. The king thundering around his own home, one room behind me, every single time. I only left when the mana in the crystal ball had run down to enough for 2 more jumps. By then, the Skeleton King had nothing. No warriors, no elites, not one advanced skeleton. He stood alone in an ancient castle full of broken bones and roared, and there was no one left in it to hear him. I walked home, slowly. That's a strange sentence for me. I had enough mana left for exactly 1 more jump. Lyra was a long way off, and for the first time since I opened my eyes in this place, I had nowhere I urgently had to be. So I walked, and I looked at the wasteland I'd been born in, and I felt something suspiciously close to good. It lasted about 10 kilometers. Then I felt something ahead of me that was not weaker than the Skeleton King. My first thought was that he'd found a second wind, and I threw that out immediately, because if he could move like that, he wouldn't have spent the afternoon jogging around his own castle behind me. Something new was standing in my wasteland. I checked my mana, 1 jump, enough to save my life, and I walked toward it. It was a mage. Black robe, hood pulled forward, nothing visible but the tip of a nose and a mouth. Death aura all over him thick enough to look undead. He was not undead. He was alive. A living human being, standing in the middle of the land of buried bones like he'd stopped in for the view. He saw me and he stopped a dozen meters out, and he bowed. Your Majesty, the powerful undead, greetings from Kalen, a believer in death from the outside world. I would like to tell you I was calm. Kalen, standing right there, bowing. And here's the thing I did, and it's the reason I'm still around. I played dumb. Warrior rank skeletons have intermediate intelligence, real but slow and blunt and simple. So I put a soul fluctuation out and I made it stupid on purpose. Why are you stopping me? And he bought it completely. Which is the funniest thing in this entire story. That man is going to be one of the most dangerous beings on this continent, and I fooled him with the conversational equivalent of pretending to be bad at a video game. He'd watched my fight with the king. He was impressed. He made me an offer. The Skeleton King is old and frail. You are a newly born and powerful undead. If your excellency requires, I can assist you in defeating the Skeleton King and making you the new king of this world of death. And the price? Allow me to visit Death Castle to pay homage and seek the true meaning of death. There will be no loss for you whatsoever. Now, translate that. There is something inside Death Castle that this man wants badly enough to hand a graveyard to a monster. I pushed. What price? I'll pay. He explained, reasonably, that the Skeleton King has always treated the castle as forbidden ground and lets nobody near it, and that he'd rather not make an enemy of a lord, and that this is simply the only door available to him. Good answer. Airtight even. Explains why he's not talking to the king, explains the arrangement, keeps the whole thing mutual. If I really were a warrior rank skeleton with a 2-digit IQ, I'd have signed on the spot. I pushed one more time. Not enough. Yes, I'm helping you. No, you're helping me. I need help to become stronger. And he smiled under that hood and produced a black crystal ball out of nowhere. If you can help me fulfill my wish to visit Death Castle, this crystal ball is my gift to you as a token of my gratitude. I looked at it and my soul fire jumped so hard I'm astonished he didn't see it, because it was mine. Not similar, identical, the exact twin of the thing chained inside my ribcage right now. There were two. There were always two. And from a dozen meters away, I could see a thread of black mist coming off the one in his hand and pointing, very faintly, directly at my chest. That's how he found me. They're linked. Two of them together would upgrade to epic quality. Which meant I now wanted 3 things from this arrangement. The king's death, the second ball, and eventually the man holding it. Because I had just learned that the future Scourge mage knows where I live. He wanted 3 things too, and I'd bet my blade one of them was my head. Okay, I told him. 15 days later. Here, I'll wait for you. He agreed instantly. He needed prep time. So did I. That's the entire reason I picked the number. I want to be very clear about what those 15 days were. He walked away thinking he'd made an appointment with a monster. He'd actually made an appointment with a construction schedule. Because to Kalen, to any living thing that understands how the undead work, a high undead is the product of centuries. You do not get stronger in 2 weeks. You get stronger in 100 years. That assumption is the only reason a man that careful was willing to set a date 15 days out. I spent all 15 of them running my hunting packs at full speed. Enslave, split, spread, eat. Day 3, level 39. Day 7, level 40. Day 11, 41. On the night before the appointment, 42. Strength, 1718. Agility, 1383. Constitution, 1745. Spirit, 666. Nearly a third higher than the version of me he'd watched fight. I could have killed the Skeleton King by myself. I went anyway, and I brought a throwaway legion of 3,000 for show, and I sent Lyra to the other side of the world so he'd never see her. Because when a man offers to help you kill something you can already kill, you let him help. You let him spend himself. And because nobody knows what happens after the king dies, and I wanted a hand hidden behind my back when we found out. He arrived on time, and I could feel him take in the new aura and stop. You've gotten stronger again? Or is there some undiscovered adventure in this land of buried bones? Deep, calm, unchanged voice, and a shadow going across the eyes under that hood. Now that we're ready, he said, let's begin. After this day, you will be the new king of this world of death. The Skeleton King came out of his castle the second I let my aura off the leash, and he did not look at Kalen for more than a moment. because he had exactly one thing on his mind, and it was me. I was the ant that had come back 4 times. I was the reason he had gone from ruler of a wasteland to a lone commander in an empty building. He charged. "You help," I said to Kalen and went to meet him. Boom! Shockwave right away. I stepped through it and put Death Slash into his back, and the 4 bone shields came up as always. And then Kalen worked, and I have to give the man his due. He is very good at his job. Curse, shield corrosion. Dark light settled over the king, and the 3 remaining shields visibly thinned. Didn't break, didn't vanish, just got 3 levels worse at their only job. Death Slash number 2 tore through 2 of them in a single motion, which meant the king, who is not stupid, immediately identified the actual problem in this fight, and it was not me. He abandoned me entirely and charged the mage. Tens of meters in a breath, a leap, both hands over his head, and all of that mass coming down. Kalen did not move. He kept channeling. Because he'd read the arrangement correctly. He is the support, and I am the wall, and a wall that ducks is not a wall. I stepped in and got there first and put the Modao up. Boom. The hammer landed on the blade and bent the Modao into an arc that looked 1 heartbeat from snapping, and my legs went into the ground past the knee. I held it. Curse, weakened power. Dark green light wrapped the king as he landed, and something invisible reached into him and took a piece of his strength away. And that was the moment the fight changed, because the one thing he had over me was strength, and Kalen had just taken it. I came off the block and went at him, and now every exchange went the other way. 1 cut and he took a step back. Another, frustration, anger. A being that had ruled this graveyard for centuries, walking backward. He roared and hammered the ground to blow me off him, and I let the shockwave arrive and simply wasn't there, and put another Death Slash into his back. The last shield went. The remaining blades landed on bare bone and took a 5th of him, so he abandoned me a 2nd time and charged my decoy legion, and I actually admired it because it was the right move. There's his heel, standing 3,000 strong. "Stop it!" Kalen shouted, genuinely alarmed. I had my archers and casters throw everything at him, and it did roughly nothing, and he got in among them, and Bone Devour went off, and a big chunk of my throwaway legion turned into chains of mist and poured into him and closed his wounds and rebuilt his shields. And Kalen, in his head, said something I could actually feel the shape of. The undead are indeed the undead, utterly foolish. He'd concluded that his terrifying strange ally was a strong, instinctive beast with no tactical brain at all, and that this partnership was going to fail on my stupidity. Which was, honestly, the nicest thing anyone had said about my acting. He gritted his teeth and burned resources, 2 curses at once. Curse, reduced stamina. Curse, weakens resistance. Stamina cut, fewer skills for the king. Resistance cut, everything I did would hurt more. And I did not disappoint him. I reappeared beside the king and opened up. Death Slash into a target with no shields and shredded resistance did a 1/3 more damage than it should have, and 10 black blades hit in sequence, and his health fell like water off a table, down to a 1/3. He threw Skeleton Summon. Thousands out of the ground again, his 4 warriors, his 40 elites, all of it, the engine that makes this fight unwinnable. And I finally showed him why I'd brought a mage. Phase shift into the middle of the summons, void-shattering slash. Once, twice, 3 times. The dark red spread and split and spread and split and ate an entire summoned army in the time it takes to describe it, and when I was done there was nothing on the ground for him to devour. That was the whole point of Kalen. Not the curses. The curses were nice. The point was that a skeleton king who can heal to full forever is unkillable by any one being, and 2 beings, one of whom deletes crowds and one of whom deletes his stats, break the loop. Out of mana, out of shields, out of army. And he came anyway, step by step, hammer in both hands, leaving craters, and at a few dozen meters he roared and charged one last time, because it is the king of the land of buried bones, and when a king has nothing left, it still spends the last of itself leaving a mark on the thing that took everything. We both threw the skills away. 1 cut, 1 hammer, 1 cut, 1 hammer. My attack speed is faster than his, and Kalen had taken his strength, and so the pattern of the rest of it was very simple. I blocked everything he threw, and everything I threw landed. 1, 2, 5, 10, and on the 10th, the Skeleton King's health hit 0, and 2.5 meters of the oldest thing in this wasteland came down on the dirt and stayed there. You killed Skeleton King. You have gained 100,000 experience points. You have killed the Lord of the Land of Buried Bones. I read exactly none of it. I put the Modao away, bent down, took hold of that enormous corpse, and started dragging it toward Kalen. And when I got close enough, I sent him a soul fluctuation, slow and clumsy and thick as a plank. I fulfill my promise. My power cannot be released, meaning I'm empty. All my skill uses are gone. I had 5 death slashes and 6 phase shifts left. Kalen's face did something under the hood that I'd call smug if I could have seen it, and his voice stayed exactly the same. Rest assured, Your Majesty, the Skeleton King is dead. The rest are no threat. If we encounter any more enemies, leave them to me. And the two of us walked into Death Castle together, and I dragged a corpse the whole way, and he never once asked why. Death Castle was not empty. New things had crawled out of the corners in 2 weeks, and every time one came at us, I stood back and let Kalen handle it, which taught me something useful. His offensive magic is unremarkable. It's his curses that are frightening. That man's attack spells would not have troubled the Skeleton King for 10 seconds. Everything he has because of what he weakens. He didn't stop to explore. He walked straight through the castle to the back, to the walled box where I'd taken the warden's head, blew the prison door open with a bone spear, and went down. 3 floors down, and the death aura got purer with every step, and at the bottom there was a rusted iron door with something behind it that was pouring out. Your Majesty, the new king, please help me open this door. I didn't refuse. By then I wanted it open as badly as he did. The Modao came down and the door came apart, and the room behind it was not a prison. Rusted tables, rusted chairs, hooks and shackles and chains and knives on the walls, all of it centuries old. Black stains on the floor and up the walls in patterns you don't need to be a genius to read. Nobody was ever imprisoned in this castle. The 3 floors above us weren't cells, they were storage for the living before they came down here. And in the middle of all that, in 100 square meters of it, a small black altar. Almost identical to the one in the Valley of the Dead, except Kalen's altar had zombies standing on it. This one was stacked with skulls, hundreds of them, and 2 meters above it hung a hole. Not a gap in the air, a hole, pitch black, out of which an endless amount of death aura was pouring, running through the altar's runes, spilling out through the eye sockets of every skull on it like mist through a grate, and going out into the world. Altar of death, Kalen said, and his voice broke, the first time that man's calm ever cracked. Everything described in that notebook, it really is true. Notebook. I filed that word away like a knife under a mattress. I asked him what it was, in my simple, slow monster voice. And he was so far gone in it that he answered, and then kept answering, and then kept talking after that. The hole is a rift to the death plane. The altar has 2 jobs. Soften the aura coming through so it's survivable for whatever built the thing, and hold the rift open, because space heals, and a tear like that shrinks and closes over a few years unless something maintains it. Which meant the entire land of buried bones, every skeleton in it, including me, including the king, including this whole grinding centuries-old food chain, exists because somebody, a very long time ago, punched a hole through to a plane of death and built a machine to keep it open. And then he handed me the second crystal ball. The altar of death is incredibly precious. Since you have slain the Skeleton King, it rightfully belongs to you. However, I have a small request. Allow me to conduct some research here. I will leave in 3 days, and everything here will belong to the new king. His voice was excited and pleading and completely sincere. I took the ball, and more than 10 runes came out of it at once and turned into chains and wrapped me from head to foot. Seal, imprison, weaken, restrain. The ball itself, brimming with magic, sat in my hand, acting as the power source for a dozen arrays holding me exactly where I stood. I could not move. I could not cast. The only thing still working was my head. He never turned against me. He never had to. He used the thing I wanted as the trap. And then he turned his back on me and went to the altar, and started talking to himself. Altar of death. The rift leading to the death plane. With normal corruption, at my rank, I can only be transformed into a lich. With undead modification, I have an 80% chance of changing from a necromancer to a lich and gaining a long life. But that's not enough. The lich is too fragile. Only archlich. Only archlich can allow me to continue growing even after I've been transformed into an undead. Living corpse, walking corpse, zombies, skeleton knight, skeletons. These undead have no secrets from me. I've obtained the Altar of Death, and with the aura contained within Skeleton King and this strange undead, I'm at least 60% confident I can break through the rank limitations and become an Archlich in epic rank. A 60% chance of success isn't enough. Let's try it out with this body first. I want you to appreciate what he just said, because he said all of it out loud with his back to me, comfortable, with a monster he'd sealed standing behind him. That's not stupidity. That's what certainty does to careful men. A living thing does more for a researcher than a dead one, so I wasn't going to be killed. I was going to be experimented on until his confidence went from 60 to something he liked better. He did not see the sealed skeleton behind him close his hand around the crystal ball. Here's what he got wrong, and it's such a small thing. Those runes sealed my body. They sealed my skills. They did not seal my talent. Erosion is not a skill. It has never been on my skill bar. It's not something I cast. It's something I am. I ran it into the ball in my own hand. A few breaths, and every rune inside that crystal was eaten, and all 10+ sealing arrays wrapped around me quietly stopped meaning anything. And then I did the part I'm proud of. I left Kalen's own mark on the ball. Untouched. Intact. Because if his mark vanished, he might feel it. So I gave the man exactly what he expected to feel, which was nothing. Then I absorbed the second ball into my body next to the first, and I drew the modao very slowly, and I walked up behind a necromancer who was busy laying soul crystals out in front of an altar. 2 cuts. Both of his arms came off at once. He screamed. He is a necromancer, and necromancers are human, and humans scream. And before he could do anything about it, which he could not, because with no arms he could neither channel through his staff nor pull anything out of his storage space, and I had taken both arms specifically for those 2 reasons, my hand closed on his head. Erosion. And here's where it stopped being an execution and became the single most profitable minute of my life. I wasn't trying to kill him. I was trying to enslave him. A curse specialist of that caliber, permanently on my side, would have been worth more than anything else in that room. But when the energy got past his body and into his brain, I started seeing things. Fragments of memory. And not just memory, I watched him learn. I saw the moments where he acquired his skills, from the inside. And I stood there in a slaughterhouse holding a screaming man's skull, absolutely delighted, because the one thing a monster can never get is skills. Attributes I can farm off corpses, experience I can farm off a wasteland. Skills come once, at a class change, and then the door shuts. And here was a door standing open. The images kept coming. I watched him find a notebook. I watched him learn necromancer from it, and something called undead modification. I watched him change class. I watched him learn curse after curse. I watched him take one missing person after another to increase his death magic, and I watched him kill an entire village of people and turn them into the zombie race, and build the dark altar in the Valley of the Dead. Meanwhile, Kalen was going insane, because he could feel it. A cold thing was in his body, and he'd lost control of it, and that was survivable, but then he felt something worse, which was a stranger walking through his memories. He is a necromancer. Souls are his entire discipline, and what he knew, professionally, was that not even a legendary rank necromancer can crack a soul open and read it like this, and whatever was doing it to him was going deeper, and he could feel where it was headed, toward the last thing he had left. Rage, terror, despair. All of it went across that face one after another, and then he set his teeth, and something hard came into his eyes, and he blew his own head off. Bang. Slavery failed. You have killed Kalen's avatar. You have gained 90,000 experience points. You have acquired the skill Bone Prison. You have acquired the skill shard Undead Modification, Living Corpse. Undead Modification, Walking Corpse. Undead Modification, Zombie. You have acquired the full skill Undead Modification. I stood there with a headless, emaciated body at my feet and read the second line about 8 times. Avatar. That wasn't Kalen. That was a copy, which explained everything about my previous life at a stroke, because in the Grand Chronicle, the Scourge Mage does things that a necromancer simply cannot do. He commands undead armies at a scale no epic rank caster commands. He achieves things that high undead of his own tier can't. Unless necromancer was never the real thing. Unless Kalen's true body is an archlich, and Kalen the necromancer is the face he shows the world. And when an NPC deliberately hides their identity, the system doesn't tell players. Either you dig it out yourself or you do what I just did. Far away, in the human world, a middle-aged mage with a gloomy face coughed blood and hit the floor. When he woke up, the memories of that afternoon were gone with the body, and all he knew was that his avatar had gone to the land of buried bones, killed the Skeleton King alongside a strange undead, and then stopped. "The soul crystal must not be lost," he said. "I am determined to obtain the altar of death. No matter what happens, no one can stop my plan to advance to epic." And then, "Someone, prepare the carriage. I need to see the Grand Duke of Ruhr." "Yes, Your Excellency Thane." I didn't hear any of that. What I did was collect. The two crystal balls came out and I set them next to each other, and I didn't have to do a thing. Black mist reached out of one and wrapped the other, and I nudged them together, and they merged. Soul crystal, epic quality, storage capacity 100,000, 10 times what one had. And the item description, which I want to read to you in full because whoever writes these has a sense of humor. This is a crystal ball that can store any kind of energy. Perhaps you can store your soul inside and thus gain immortality? Yes, thank you. I'm holding a lich's phylactery. From my past life, probably. Wonderful. Into my chest it goes. Then I went through the soul crystals Kalen had laid out, ordinary things, except that each one holds a soul and its fire, and to me, a soul is a job template. You have obtained the job change information for Elite Job Template, Skeleton Knight, Warrior Class Template, Flame Ghost, Mentor Job Template, Fortress Guardian, Mentor Job Template, Frost Archer, Lord Job Template, Death Knight, Lord Class Template, Lich. Most of it was junk to me, 2 of them were not. Death Knight, Lich, Lord Rank Templates. And with the Skeleton King's own, which was still lying in a heap outside, that made 3. 3 Lord Rank Class Templates sitting in my head at level 42. I went out and put my hands on the King's corpse. "You have absorbed the essence from the bones. Your strength has increased by 252 points. Your agility has increased by 12 points. Your constitution has increased by 145 points. Your spirit has increased by 34 points. You have obtained the job change information for Lord Job Template, Skeleton King. 443 points out of 1 body. And then I went back down into the slaughterhouse and picked up the notebook. It was on a stone plinth in the rubble where where his corner of the room had been. Black, exquisite, wrapped in thin mist. Every instinct I had wanted to open it. I did not open it. I put my palm on the cover and ran erosion into it instead, and I want you to understand why, because this is the single most important decision in my second life, and it took me about 4 seconds to make. Kalen opened his notebook. Kalen read his notebook. Kalen did exactly what the notebook suggested, and Kalen tore his own soul in half. So I ate it first. It took half an hour, slower than enslaving something 2 full ranks above me, which told me nothing about the danger and everything about the value, because the harder a thing is to strip, the more there is on it. You have acquired the skill Undead Modification. You have unlocked the Undead Modification skill tree. You have obtained the Legendary Class Template, Lich King Class Change Information. Legendary, Lord Rank Lich, Epic Rank Arch Lich, Legendary Rank Lich King. The complete inheritance of the Lich race, start to finish, in 1 book. Which meant that standing there, at level 42, I could have changed class into an Archlich on the spot and jumped straight off my capped, bottom-feeding race onto one with essentially no ceiling. I declined. Because a Lich King is the peak of the Lich Road, and my road doesn't have a peak, it has a recipe. If I fuse 4 legendary templates the way I fused 4 warrior ones, whatever comes out the other side won't be the best class in the world. It'll be a class that didn't exist until I made it. Then I flipped through the pages and the notebook told me how Kalen died. It's all there, the technique for making an avatar, the thing he could not resist, the thing that made him unique. And step 1 of that technique is this: tear your own soul apart. Most of it stays in the original. The torn off pieces go into the copy and get refined until they hold together, which is a genuinely clever way of imitating a thing only demigods and gods can really do, and it costs you the one thing you can never buy back. A soul in pieces is a soul that does not break through. Ever. Kalen couldn't resist. He made his avatar, and he capped himself at the peak of hero rank on the spot, permanently, and by the time he realized, it was much too late. And the notebook, helpfully, offers a solution: become a lich. Because a lich's phylactery holds a fragment of its soul, and anything that can tear a soul apart on purpose can put one back together. So his only road out of the trap was to walk deeper into the thing that made the trap. One wrong step, and every step after it a mistake. And then, sitting in a slaughterhouse with a book in my hands, a thought arrived that I did not enjoy at all. Was the scourge mage of my previous life actually Kalen? The necromancer that players saw, the one who kept starting undead scourges, sure, fine, that's Kalen. But the thing behind the necromancer, the arch-lich, the legendary, the one who kept coming back stronger every time humanity thought it had won, was that still Kalen? Or had that stopped being Kalen a long time ago, and become whoever wrote this book? I actually went cold, which is a neat trick for a man with no blood in him, and then I felt something I don't feel often, which is luck, because I was careful. I didn't open it. And because erosion had already been through it and scraped out whatever was in there waiting, I had 38 free points and 3 Lord rank templates and a hole in the world pouring free strength into a room. Lord rank fusion costs more. 5 points did nothing at all. 5 more got a glow. 10 got a merge. 10 more finished it. 30 free points, and the light went out. Dark Warrior King. Lord rank. Health plus 50,000. Mana plus 10,000, the first time a template of mine ever gave me mana because I'd finally fed the machine 2 casters in a row. Strength times 650, Agility times 450, Constitution times 550, Spirit times 150, roughly 5 times my warrior rank class in every column. 6 skills offered, pick 2. I took Summon Skeleton, the king's own, so I'd never have to travel with an army again. And Death Aura, the Death Knight core skill, because aura skills in this world are unique to their race and class, and there is no other way to ever get one. Miss it, and it's gone forever. Job change confirmed. And when the heat finished going through me, I noticed something and stood very still. The inside of me wasn't hollow. Every skeleton is a shell, a frame with air where a body used to be, and I'd stopped noticing that the way you stop noticing your own breathing. Except now there was weight in me, substance, something between the bones. I opened my mouth without meaning to, and a deep, hoarse voice came out and moved through an empty prison, out loud, with a throat, because somewhere in the fusion of a lich, a death knight, and a zombie, I'd grown flesh back, dead flesh. Nothing living about it, nothing warm, nothing that would ever bleed. But it was there, and it held me up, and after a very long time in a body made of gaps, I could feel my own edges again. It's taking too long, I said, and heard myself say it. I've forgotten what it feels like to have a real body. The rest of it came fast. You have entered Lord rank. Your storage space has been activated. Which is the polite way of saying, congratulations, you are now what players call a boss, and everything you carry is loot you drop when you die. Enjoy. Then, you have killed Skeleton King and entered Lord rank. You may choose to become the new Lord of the Land of Buried Bones. I took it. Not out of pride, out of practicality. Because if I decline, the system will grow a new lord in here one way or another and arrange for me to be somewhere else. And because the altar was in this room, and the players were arriving soon, and I had reasons to want this address. You have become the Lord of the Land of Buried Bones. You gain the passive effect, Lord's Prestige. You have earned the exclusive title, Skeleton King. There it is. The title, by the way, is only half useful. It forces every skeleton that opposes me through 4 attribute checks and strips 10% per failure, which was a wonderful gift for the version of me that had a health bar of 8 and is now roughly like giving a tank a stern warning. Everything I fight, I one-shot. Weakening a thing you delete is a courtesy. Then I sat down on the floor with the soul crystal on the altar and drank the rift for a month. Lyra brought the legions home and took a third of the flow. A dozen warrior rank skeletons I'd collected took the rest. I took half. A month later, level 50, health 119,000, mana 32,000, strength 7,350, agility 5,250, constitution 6,900, spirit 2,200. Lyra went from 43 to 56 and from warrior rank to lord, a true death knight now. Every warrior skeleton in the room came up a tier, and then the altar stopped being enough. Not because it got weaker, because I got too big for it. Each level now needed 10 days, then 20. The pond had run out of pond. So I got up, put the Mo Dao under the edge of a 2-meter black altar that had made an entire country of the dead, and levered the whole thing out of the floor. Then I threw it in my pocket. Without it, the rift will shrink over the next few years and close, and the land of buried bones will slowly stop being able to make skeletons and quietly die. That's a real thing that will happen to a real place because I wanted the furniture. I thought about that for approximately as long as it took to stand up. Then I looked at the bottom of my panel, where a number had been counting down since the first minute of my second life. 2 days, 16 hours, 49 minutes. 2 days, and I did not want to miss meeting them. We came out of the land of buried bones 5 hours before launch. Tens of thousands of skeletons walking out of a world with no sun into a wilderness with one. The undead fear holy light. Sunlight is fine. It's an old confusion, and the villagers have never had cause to correct it. Ahead of us was a village. Baiguo Village, 100 Fruit Village. A little over 150 people, famous locally for fruit, sitting close enough to a world made of death that you'd think somebody would have said something about it in the last 100 years. Nobody had. For over a century, the people who lived there had never once seen a skeleton come out of that gray place. Sunlight protects us, they said. The holy light protects us. And every year, some fearless boy from the village would walk a little way into the dark, smash 1 or 2 skeletons on the edge, and come back and be loud about it in the square for a month. Weak, they said. Skeletons are weak. The only reason they didn't go treasure hunting in there was that the air makes you sick if you stay too long. I stopped a few hundred meters out and looked at them working. The village had a square. It had a resurrection stone at the edge of the square. A settlement of 150 people does not build a square that size for 150 people. This was a starting village. A farmer in the field looked up, and the green wilderness he'd been looking at all his life had turned white to the horizon. He screamed and fell down. He didn't run. He couldn't. The other farmers dropped their tools and ran for the fence. I walked past the one on the ground. He might as well not have been there. And I want to be honest about the next part, because it's the moment I stopped being a man who had been turned into a monster. Behind me, the sea of skeletons could not ignore him. Killing anything alive within their senses is the one instruction in them. The bone knife went in, and the screaming stopped. And they kept going for a while after it stopped, until every trace of life was gone out of him. And then they moved on. The village threw up a fence in minutes. Dozens of young men behind it with sickles and sticks and pitchforks and hammers, tools, not weapons. They couldn't run. My skeletons don't tire and don't stop, and would catch them in an hour, and even if they got away, there were old people and children behind them. So they stood there and looked at us coming. I stopped 20 meters from the fence and looked at their faces. Because I knew exactly what I was looking at. Players talk about NPCs. They talk about them the way you talk about furniture, things that reset, things that respawn, things whose deaths don't count. I spent 10 years talking about them that way. These were people, living, breathing, frightened people who had families in the houses behind them. And one of them was a boy who couldn't have been 20 and was holding a hay fork like he'd seen someone hold a spear once. If I did this, there was no version of me afterward that got to walk it back. And then I laughed at myself, without any sound, and the whole thing went quiet in my head. I am a skeleton. I am the Skeleton King. I came out of a land of the dead, and I stand, by definition, opposite everything alive. And even if I forget all that, I was a player once, and in that life, the game world and the real world were enemies too. It just took the gods waking up for anybody to admit it. I'm obsessed, I said. Since I am already a monster, I will naturally view this world from the perspective of a monster. And the weight came off, and I waved my hand. The fence lasted about 4 seconds. Here's the thing they didn't know, and it's the sentence that killed them. Skeletons are weak is true, and it is only true about the level 1 things standing around at the edge of the wasteland. The weakest skeleton qualified to be in my legion is a skeleton soldier, which, in human terms, is the equivalent of a class holder, a trained, awakened professional. Every single one of them. Hundreds of those went over the fence into a village of farmers. Dozens of young men couldn't hold for a minute. The village chief was an old trainee soldier in leather armor with a rusted greatsword, and he was raising it when a bone arrow went through his skull. A few minutes start to finish. Then the pale ones went into the houses and brought people out. When it was over, one man was still alive, the blacksmith, badly hurt, lying in the dirt in a village where everyone he had ever known was in pieces around him. The skeletons made a path, and I walked up it. There was no fear left on his face. There was nothing on it but madness. and he got up, broken, bleeding, and he got up, and he came at me with his hammer, and he swung it. Demon! You demon! I let it hit me. I didn't feel it. Then I took his head in my hand and ran erosion. And learned two things. The first was a rule. Erosion cannot enslave the living. It never could. His body withered under my hand, and then it burst, and a newborn skeleton with scraps of him still on it crawled out, picked up the hammer off the ground, and stood beside me, waiting for orders. That's all it does to a living thing. Not enslave, convert. And the convert always comes out one rank below what it used to be. The second thing I got was his memory, which is how I learned the name of the village, and the name of the city 100 kilometers east, and the name of the country, the Ruhr Principality. 30 minutes left. I stood in a dead village and watched the timer. And then something happened that I did not expect at all, which is that I got nervous. I don't breathe, I don't blink, and I stood there staring at that resurrection stone with the exact physical sensation of a man holding his breath. 30 seconds. Nothing. 20. Nothing. 10. And when it hit 0, there was no thunder. Time didn't stop. The sky didn't change. Of course it didn't. Why would it? To this world, players arriving is a small increase in population. To the players, it's logging in. I was the only thing standing in that village that thought it was an event, because I'm the only creature in this world who used to be on the other side of it. A blurry shadow formed beside the stone. It got sharper. And then it started talking, mid-sentence, already going, "Holy crap, they're in! A groundbreaking game! I want to be the first to leave the village. I want to be the first to change jobs. I want to..." And then he saw the field of bones. "Holy crap! My birth race is undead?" I have to tell you, watching his face do what it did next is one of the best things that has ever happened to me. No, buddy, you do not get to be an undead. Players die and respawn. That's the whole deal. There is no menu option here. I killed him with one cut while he was still working out where he was. Then, before any of the other shadows finished forming, I turned around and put the Modao through the resurrection stone. 7,000 strength, and an epic-grade blade turned a monument into gravel, and every shape that had been about to become a person blurred out and vanished. Resurrection stones can be destroyed. They do not self-repair. Somebody very powerful has to come and rebuild one, which means the starting village was, from that moment, deleted from the game. And standing there in the wreckage, the last knot in me finally came undone. Because from the first minute I woke up as a pile of bones, the thing I have actually been afraid of was never the high undead. It was never the Skeleton King. It wasn't even the gods that ate my last world. It was them, the fourth calamity. Because players and monsters are natural enemies, and because anything with a visible health bar, any rank, any status, any strength, eventually loses to a species that never stops coming back. But the game had just started, and I was already strong enough to kill an epic hero. When the gap is small, you worry about being swarmed. When the gap is this big, worrying about it is a joke. They stopped being my predators that afternoon and became something much better, something that respawns forever and gives experience every single time. Somewhere in a high-end apartment in the real world, a man named Chen Haoran sat up in his game pod and stared at a red line of text saying his character was dead. 40 seconds into a 10-year game. Killed in the safe zone of a starting village he'd meant to be the first man out of. He wrote a 1,000-word post on the official forums. He titled it, "Shocking Bug, Newbie Village or Undead Village." He described every single thing that had happened to him, accurately, in detail. Nobody believed a word of it. 10 years of development. 1,000 scientists from 30 countries. Obviously, the kid was lying, or he'd tripped over an Easter egg and blown it. He was, incidentally, the first player ever to enter this world. Remember him. He comes back. 2 hours later, I was outside Blackwood City with tens of thousands of skeletons, and nobody in it knew, because every caravan and every adventurer we passed on the road had gone into the Legion instead of into the city. The system warned me at 2 kilometers. I ignored it. At 1,500 meters, the wall finally saw the horizon turn white and start moving like a tide. And every player inside that city got 3 chimes. Heroic story mission, the Battle of Blackwood. Objective, kill or repel Skeleton King. Reward, a battlefield contribution system, gold tier max. And the reaction of 1,000 players who had been in this world for 2 hours was exactly what you'd expect. A hero tier quest? Hero rank is levels 50 to 60. Nobody's level 2. Is this a bug? Is this an Easter egg? Is the designer of this trash game on something? Then they all ran to the wall, not to fight, they couldn't fight, to watch. Because they'd inspected the NPCs on the wall and found a hero rank city lord and 2 mentor rank commanders, and concluded that this was obviously a scripted cinematic with a big budget, and they got comfortable and started arguing about which skeleton looked cutest. They did not notice the thing they should have noticed, which was that every one of those high-ranking NPCs was standing there, terrified. Arrows did nothing. Arrows go through us. There's a lot of air in a skeleton, and only the skull matters. Dozens of mages did more, and it was still nothing. A fireball takes a few, an ice spike freezes one, and there were tens of thousands of us. Then their mentor-rank white-robed mage put together an explosive flame the size of a water tank and threw it at me from hundreds of meters. I cut it in half in the air. It went off early. The heat washed over my bone armor, and it didn't scratch me. That's the moment the mage went pale, because he just watched his heaviest single spell get treated like a thrown ball, and he started channeling the only thing left, which was Meteor Shower, a high-level spell that a hero rank caster shouldn't be able to cast at all. He was doing it with props, and by pushing himself past the line, because one Meteor Shower would wipe tens of thousands of skeletons, and Blackwood City would live. "Lord, I need time!" And the Lord of Blackwood City, the only hero rank in the city, took a deep breath, grabbed a sword and shield, and jumped off a wall several meters high to go buy it for him. 2 buffs, Battle Stance, a pale yellow glow, and then Shield Bash, which crosses tens of meters instantly and hits like a train. I did not use a skill, I swung the modal, and the Lord of Blackwood City, mid-Shield Bash, went backward faster than he had come, and hit his own city wall, and went into it, and stayed in it, with cracks running out from his body across the stone in every direction. Lyra put her lance through the guard captain in the same breath and pinned him to the ground. 1 breath. Both of them. Up on the wall, a player finally cast an inspection spell on me. Identity, Skeleton King. Rank, Lord rank. Everything else, question marks. And every player up there stopped talking at the same time, because Lord rank is the same tier as the hero rank NPC who had just been folded into a wall, and one of those 2 facts had to be wrong. The mage was still channeling. The sky was already going red. I stepped, appeared beside him, and put the blade through him. The channel died. The meteors evaporated. And the last thing the white-robed mage saw was my skeletons piling their own bodies up against the base of the wall so the ones behind could climb over them and into his city. I didn't kill him. I knocked him out and dragged him. And later I ran erosion on him and learned 2 things. 1, I get no skills from a living caster. I can watch a human learn a spell in perfect detail, and I cannot take it. Only what an undead body can still use comes across, and a human mage's body is not an undead body. 2, I got everything else. The Ruhr Principality, Blackwood City, the name of a tower in a capital. Then his body burst, and an elite rank dread mage crawled out of it and went to join the massacre, which confirmed the rule. Converting a living thing always drops it 1 rank. A mentor becomes an elite, a hero becomes a warrior. An hour. That's how long Blackwood City lasted. And while it was happening, I did some arithmetic that changed my plans for the next year. 100,000 people. Even if each one is only worth 10 experience, and most are worth more, that's 500,000 experience points out of 1 small city. I just spent a month sitting on a rift to the death plane to gain 8 levels, and that rift was the best thing in the entire land of buried bones. A few cities would do the same job in a week. Now you understand why monsters attack cities. It isn't malice, or at least it isn't only malice. It's that for a monster, sieging a city is the single fastest way to get stronger that exists by an enormous margin. And it's also why the monsters that actually do it are always epic and legendary rank, because a siege draws heroes, and a big enough siege draws the kind of hero that ends you. Do it too early and you're not leveling. You're volunteering. I broke their resurrection monument on the way out. The first one, I said, and looked east, because I hadn't forgotten why I came out here. I never got Kalen's real identity out of that avatar. What I got was an image of a tower, and the memories of the white-robed mage and the city lord had told me where that tower was. The Mage Tower in Ruhr Royal City, the capital of the Ruhr Principality. Meanwhile, in the real world, a few thousand players died in Blackwood City and went straight to the forums, and this time they had pictures and video. Because the game pods record. One person complaining is nothing. 10 is nothing. A few thousand people posting synchronized footage of an undead army taking a city on day 1 gets noticed. And the game company said nothing and offered no compensation and never explained. Because the company that publishes Second World can put players into it, and that is the entire extent of their power. They cannot change one single thing inside. It isn't a game, it's a real world. They just sell tickets. 3 days, 2 more cities. And then Giant Rock City, which is the gateway to the capital, and where the Ruhr Principality finally decided to stop retreating. I got the warning at 5,000 meters this time, because the bigger the city, the wider it watches. At 2 kilometers I could see the wall, and the wall was full. Defensive classes in front, warriors behind them, archers and casters behind those. 4,000 or 5,000 class holders on the face I was looking at, and close to 20,000 across all 4 walls. That wasn't what mattered. What mattered was 7 figures standing together, and every one of them was hero rank. 3 warriors, a knight, 2 mages, an archer. That is nearly half of every hero rank class holder the Ruhr Principality possesses, standing on one wall. And in the middle of the 7, being protected by them, was a middle-aged knight in light armor with a lance and a quiver on his back and a very hard face. They weren't guarding him because of his rank. In the Ruhr Principality, even the Grand Duke treats hero rank guardians with respect. They were guarding him because he was the strongest thing there. Epic hero. There are no epic heroes in the Ruhr Principality, which meant somebody had gone shopping, and I knew who they'd bought, because there is exactly one epic hero close enough and enthusiastic enough about killing monsters to come running. The Spear of Destruction. Griffin Knight of the Kingdom of Rhine. 1 epic hero and 7 hero rank class holders. I actually relaxed. Because here's a fact about this world that nobody living likes to say out loud. At equal rank, a monster beats a class holder. Not narrowly. Our evolution is brutal in a way theirs isn't. Everything I am, I took off a corpse, and the numbers reflect it. It usually takes several class holders working together to trouble one monster of the same tier. So, 1 epic hero. I was already killing epic rank things for practice. Inside the city, tens of thousands of players had come out onto the wall, and every one of them had their pod's recorder running. They couldn't fight. 3 days in, nobody was past level 10. They weren't there to earn contribution points. They were there because an epic tier battle had shown up in the first week of a game, and they wanted to own the footage. Every one of them thought they were about to watch an epic hero put down a boss. Griffin Knight took out a bronze whistle and blew it, and a griffin came down out of the sky. Lion's body, lion's claws, eagle's head, eagle's wings, over 3 meters of it. He got on and they went up. 3 hero warriors and the hero knight came out of the gate to deal with Lyra. The hero archer went hunting for my warriors. The 2 hero mages started on crowd control. And 100 meters up, Griffin Knight took a short spear out of the quiver on his back, bent himself into a shape like a drawn bow, and threw it. I dodged it, and then it exploded like a missile, crimson flame across tens of meters. It didn't touch me. I was clear of the center, and my bone armor ate the wash, but every skeleton in that radius was charcoal. That's the Wings of Liberty. Epic-grade equipment. It condenses 10 explosive spears a day out of the free elements of the world, and if he runs out, he can feed it his own mana and make more, and with a full tank, he can throw 20 of them in an afternoon. Each one carries the punch of a spell from an epic hero, and that pouch, not the man, is why they call him the Spear of Destruction. He threw a second one. I moved. Another crater. A third. A fourth. He was, from the wall's point of view, a bomber. And from the wall's point of view, I was a black dot running around under him, getting progressively filthier as ash and dirt piled onto my armor. The players got comfortable. It's epic hero. Even the Skeleton King can't take a hit from an epic hero. Looks like the cutscene's wrapping up. When do we get to be epic hero? Epic is levels 60 to 70, genius. At this leveling speed, not in years. Yeah, the game's fun, but the leveling is way too slow. 7 throws, 7 craters. My armor was a mess, and my health bar had not moved a single point. I want to be clear that I was not dodging because I had to. I was dodging because it was the 7th throw, and I still hadn't seen anything except throwing, and I wanted to know what an epic hero's real kit looked like before I committed. Turns out, that was it. This epic hero is a bit weak, I said, and I was genuinely disappointed. The way you're disappointed when a famous restaurant turns out to be fine. So on the 8th throw, I didn't dodge. I stepped, and I disappeared before the spear even landed, and when I came back, I was above him. Phase shift moves me 10 times my spirit stat in any direction I choose, through anything, any direction, including up. Nobody had ever seen that because nobody had ever needed to think about it. An epic hero who fights from the air is invincible against a monster boss on the ground. That's the whole reason the Grand Duke of Ruhr emptied his treasury for this man. Hundreds of meters, please. He sensed me and turned his upper body out of the way of the cut, which was very good reflexes and did him no good at all, because I wasn't aiming at him. 2 meters of bone came down through one of the griffin's wings and kept going, through the feathers and the panel and the bone underneath. The animal came apart in the air and dropped, and Griffin Knight shoved the corpse off himself and fell. I stepped again and landed on the ground first. He never saw me. He was busy trying to arrange himself so that hitting the ground from 100 meters wouldn't cripple him, which was optimistic. At a dozen meters above the dirt, I swung a second time. Boss skill, Death Slash. 10 black blades crossed in the air, and the epic hero that an entire city had put its hopes on came apart before he finished falling. The players saw it before the NPCs did, because they were the ones with their scopes locked on, filming. Holy crap, what did I just see? Am I hallucinating? One of them rubbed his eyes and looked again, and there was still a black figure standing there, and a griffin's corpse on the ground, and blood mist that hadn't finished settling. Epic hero has been killed? Because 30 seconds earlier, Griffin Knight was untouchable in the sky, and Skeleton King was running around in the dirt, dodging. And then Skeleton King teleported twice, and it was over, almost instantly, no resistance, nothing. For a bunch of people who were 3 days old in this world, that reversal was very hard to file. For the guards on the wall, who were not 3 days old, who knew exactly what an epic hero is worth and how many years it takes to make one, it was worse. You killed Griffin Knight. You have gained 250,000 experience points. I walked past the Griffin, elite rank, not worth the crouch, and picked up the one piece of him that survived, the spear pouch. Erosion took Griffin Knight's marks off it in a few seconds and wrote mine in, and then it was mine, and I slung it on my back. Wings of Liberty. 10 explosive spears a day, free, forever, or more for 1,000 mana each. It was the first ranged attack I'd ever owned. And then I threw one of his own spears at his own wall. The Wind Mage saw it coming and knew immediately that it was aimed at him, because it was, and he screamed for the only person nearby who could interrupt it. "Torvin, give me a hand!" And the Ice Mage standing next to him, a hero rank caster at the peak of his tier, the strongest of the 6 left alive, did not help him. He tore a scroll and vanished, and I stopped moving. Torvin. Kalen. Because a name is a sound, and sounds get shortened, and I had spent an hour inside an avatar's memories and had walked past that man on that wall thinking he looked vaguely familiar, without ever knowing why. The Scourge Mage of my previous life had been standing on the city wall the entire time, not hiding in a tower, not out in some ruin, standing on a wall as one of the defenders of the Ruhr Principality, in the uniform of the good guys, helping them kill me. Phase shift. I appeared in front of the Wind Mage with an explosive spear still in my hand, and I did not throw it. I let it go off in my fist. My gauntlet and half my arm went to cracks and char, and I did not care, and I put my other fist through the Wind Mage's chest. The channel broke. The backlash hit him. He rolled his eyes back and went down. Then I stepped into the middle of the last 3 hero rank class holders and put a ring slash through all of them at the waist. Final count on 7 heroes. 1 killed by Lyra, 3 by me, 1 unconscious under my boot, 2 escaped. And Giant Rock City, with 20,000 class holders on its walls and 10,000 players inside it, had nothing left that could stop anything. I waved, and tens of thousands of skeletons went over the wall. Then I ran erosion on the Wind Mage, Kalen, full name Kalen Thane, a peak hero rank Ice Mage. Several years ago, he appeared in the Ruhr Principality, took the Grand Duke's offer, and became a guardian of the royal city. The Grand Duke was so eager to keep him that he built the man his own mage tower, and Kalen earned it. Any problem that didn't exceed the hero rank ceiling, he solved, quietly and completely. The other 2 guardians both believed he'd break through into epic rank any day now. He was never seen without the hood, not even by the Grand Duke. He never left the tower unless summoned, and the tower was a forbidden zone inside a forbidden zone. No apprentices, no alchemy assistants, nobody, ever. Mysterious and powerful. That's how a hero rank colleague described him, and it's why, when that man had a spear coming at his chest, the first name out of his mouth was the one man on the wall who could stop it. Which is how I got the address. I handed Giant Rock City to Lyra, and I went east. 200 kilometers. I covered it in under an hour, alone, because Lyra moves at the speed of an army, and I do not. Kalen got there first, and he had already done the arithmetic on himself. He couldn't stay. Deserting a wall in the middle of a siege ends with a Grand Duke sending men into your tower. Anyone who went into that tower would find a necromancer's workshop, and a hero rank guardian who is secretly a necromancer does not get a trial. He couldn't run either. Where does a peak hero rank ice mage run to on a continent where the Empire keeps records? So he took the other road. There were 2 roads to Archlich. The first was to keep grinding as a lich for 100 years and hope. The second was written on a page of the notebook, and it was faster. He went up to the roof of his own mage tower, put the notebook in the middle of a circle he'd clearly prepared a long time ago, and let the black mist out. I felt it from 20 kilometers away. There is a thing that happens to your instincts when a death aura hits you at that range. Death Castle, the Skeleton King's fortress, the strongest thing in the entire land of buried bones, put out roughly that much, and I was standing in open farmland outside a human capital. There were no warning zones, no patrols on the road, no guards at the gate. The gate was open. I walked through the wall. Ruhr Royal City had 1 million people in it. It had none now. They were all still there. They were shambling, down every street, in every doorway, on the steps of the temple, in the market with the stalls still up, 1 million corpses that had gotten back up in the last 20 minutes and didn't know what to do about it. The garrison was on the wall in full armor, staggering, and every single one of them got out of my way. Undead do not read rank the way people do. They just feel the thing above them, and they move. At the center was the Mage Tower, and the Mage Tower was wrapped in a circle so large it had swallowed the district it stood in, and out of that circle ran black chains, thick as roads at the base, splitting and splitting into threads finer than hair, and every thread ended sunk into a body. 1 million of them. The whole city was being drunk, and all of it was being poured into one point, and that point was already past the level of anything I'd taken out of that dungeon. Skeleton King, you're too late. He was standing on the roof. I have sacrificed a city, successfully transformed into an archlich, and entered epic rank. There was no face under the hood anymore. There was black mist, and in it 2 points of light. And then he explained me to myself the way he had in the ruin, with that same maddening confidence. All of my growth, he said, came from the altar of death. He'd worked it out. He'd been sloppy, he'd let a hatchling walk off with a treasure, and if he had taken that altar for himself, he might already be a Lich King of legendary rank. So he'd correct it now. Kill me, take it back. I want you to understand what he was standing on top of. He hadn't beaten anyone. He hadn't fought anyone. He'd murdered 1 million civilians in a circle and gotten a promotion out of it, and now he was going to lecture me about who deserved the altar. I went up with Death Slash, and Kalen froze himself. Frost imprisonment cast inward, 3 meters of solid ice around his own body and half the tower with it. 10 black blades hit that and left scars in it, and that was all. Then he took the city. That's the part people don't understand about an archlich standing in his own tower. The tower amplifies his control tenfold. And he had 1 million fresh undead in the streets below him. 1 million bodies stopped shambling at once and came at me from every direction, like the sea deciding to have an opinion. It didn't work, and it's worth knowing why, because it's the same reason I built what I built. Converting a living thing costs it a rank. A mentor becomes an elite. So a capital city with the finest garrison in the principality had produced exactly 2 warrior rank undead and fewer than 50 elites, and everything else was trash. And I am the Skeleton King. The title runs a check on every skeleton that comes near me. Strength, agility, constitution, spirit, 4 checks, and anything that fails all 4 arrives at 40% weaker than it left. 1 void-shattering slash erased thousands of them, which is when I realized the horde was never the attack. The horde was the clock. He came out of his ice with a frost golem already rising beside him, a lord power construct built out of the air in a city where the air had frozen. And then he started stacking barriers. Layer after layer of frost, one inside the next, 10 of them, wrapping himself and the top of the tower into a shell. He'd been paying attention. Phase shift needs somewhere to arrive. So he stopped there being anywhere. I did the math out loud in my head, which is a habit I recommend. Void-shattering slash costs a 20th of my stamina, call it 20 casts. Take away what I need in reserve for him and it's 5. 5 slashes into a million undead is a spoonful out of a lake. So I spent free points instead. Bone Prison went to level 9 and turned into something else. Hand of Imprisonment. Summons a giant hand of bone from the ground. While the target is imprisoned, spatial fluctuations are disrupted. No spatial skills, no spatial items. Continuous mana grants partial control. My 5th boss skill, and I got it 4 seconds too late, because Kalen finished first. The temperature didn't drop, it collapsed. The air itself froze and started falling out of the sky in crystals, and then an ice blue wave came off the top of that tower and went out across the entire capital. Polar chill. A city-scale ice spell, one single step below the forbidden spell Freeze for 1,000 miles, a thing no hero-rank mage can cast, a thing most epic mages can't afford, and he could only pay for it because becoming an archlich had multiplied his mana pool and the tower was feeding him the rest. It took his own golems, it took his own summons, it took the million undead he had just made out of a million people, and it took me, under several feet of ice, in the middle of a frozen street. Kalen let out a breath he technically didn't need. Skeleton King was dead. Now, recover the crystal ball, recover the altar, find a mountain nobody visits, become a Lich King. He had it all planned out, and it was, honestly, a good plan. Click, click, click. My health had gone under a third. My armor was a spiderweb, but Polar Chill has a duration, and my constitution has a number, and the number was bigger. That was close, I said, and I meant it. And then I put my hand on the ground. 1,000 mana opens the hand. More mana makes it bigger. I have never had a good relationship with the word enough. Tens of meters of tiny bones tore up out of the frozen street, and the hand that came out of the ground didn't reach for Kalen. It grabbed the tower. I burned 10,000 mana in one go, and it closed. The upper half of the mage tower, the roof, the circle, the barriers, the arch-lich standing inside them, came off the lower half like a cork and went dozens of meters through the air. And an arch-lich away from his tower is a mage with a normal mana pool and a very bad afternoon. 10 barriers dropped to a few. Death Slash shattered those. The next cut took his head off. Which doesn't kill a lich, because a lich isn't in his head, but it does hold him still. So I picked the head up and I ran erosion on it. And this time, I got everything. The original body. Every spell, from the first day someone taught him to make ice, in order, in detail, from the inside. He felt it happening. Of course he did. He was a lich. Nobody in this world understands souls better than a thing that has already moved out of its own body once. He felt his soul sliding out from under him, and he knew exactly where it was going, and it wasn't death. It was an archlich, permanently owned by the Skeleton King. No secrets, no refusals. Kept as long as he was useful, and dissolved the moment he wasn't. So he destroyed his own soul instead. Slavery failed. You killed Archlich Kalen Thane. You have gained 600,000 experience points. And then the drop. 7 skills, all at once. Ice Spikes, Ice Lance, Frost Blast, Frost Barrier, Frost Armor, Frost Nova, Polar Chill. Everything 100 years of a human ice mage's life had produced, minus only what needs a living body, handed over in the time it takes to read the list. Plus the epic career template, Archlich, plus 1,000 spirit off the corpse. I had walked into that city as a swordsman. I walked out of it as a caster who happened to be carrying a 2-meter blade. The notebook was in the rubble, on a plinth, open, undamaged. I did not touch the pages. I ran erosion on it first, and erosion took 30 minutes, slower than enslaving something 2 full ranks above me, which told me nothing about what it was and everything about what it was worth. You have acquired the skill Undead Modification. You have unlocked the Undead Modification skill tree. You have obtained legendary class template, Lich King, Lich, Archlich, Lich King, Lord, Epic, Legendary. The complete inheritance of an entire undead lineage in my hands in one afternoon. I could have changed class right there. Skeleton is a capped race. Lich King is not. Half the bosses in this world would have committed atrocities for that latter. I turned it down. I've never yet met a template I trusted more than one I made myself. And then I read the rest of the notebook and found the part that Kalen never did, the avatar technique. The one he used to walk around the continent as a hooded scourge mage while his real body stood on a city wall in the Ruhr Principality collecting a salary. It works by tearing your own soul in half. That's why he'd been stuck at peak hero rank for years, in a body that should have broken through. That's why a man with a legendary inheritance in his desk drawer couldn't advance a single step. He'd crippled himself on page 40 and never knew, and the notebook's only suggested remedy for the damage was, conveniently, become a lich. One wrong step. Then every step after it wrong. And standing in a dead capital, holding a book that had walked a talented human mage into a hole, and then sold him the ladder, I had a thought I could not put down. In my past life, the scourge mage was called Kalen. But was the thing behind the necromancer still Kalen? Or had it been replaced, very quietly, a long time ago, by whoever wrote the notebook? I got cold in a way that had nothing to do with the spell. I never opened it. I ate it first. You destroyed Ruhr Royal City. Your reputation is spreading through this world. You have gained one legendary point. The disaster ranking is now open to you. Your legend level is insufficient. You cannot enter at this time. I stood in the wreckage and objected. Kalen sacrificed the city. Kalen turned 1 million people into corpses to buy a rank. Kalen cast the spell that froze the streets I was standing on. I killed him. Why is it my name on the receipt? And the answer is the single most useful thing I have ever learned, so I'm going to say it slowly. Nobody's name was on it at first. Then the players who died in that city resurrected and told everyone that the Skeleton King froze Ruhr Royal City because that's what it looked like to them. And the survivors from the road repeated it, and the neighboring cities repeated it, and within a day, everyone on the continent who had heard of the event believed the same version of it, so the system recorded it as true. The system god that players talk about, the invisible referee, the guy with the ban hammer, the developer in the sky who fixes things, does not exist. There are rules. The rules execute themselves. They can only execute within themselves. Nothing behind them is watching, and nothing behind them can reach in and correct a result it doesn't like. Which means general perception can change what is factually true in this world. Handled properly, that is worth more than any skill I have ever eaten. I even tested the edges of it. There was a player on the wall who had spent the entire massacre filming me from about 30 centimeters away, delighted, narrating to an audience, "I'm going to be famous," and I picked him up by the head and ran erosion on him. His body came apart on schedule. Flesh, tissue, bone, the way anything comes apart. His soul hit a wall. Not a wall I couldn't climb, a wall that would take several dozen days of unbroken contact at my current rank, which is another way of saying it is possible. Which is another way of saying that a player's soul, the one thing in this world the rules are supposed to keep sealed, is inside the reach of a talent that isn't a skill. Erosion outranks the game. I crushed the head and filed that away for later. As for the disaster ranking, I looked into it, and then I decided I wanted my name off it as fast as possible. 100 slots. Not for this continent. For every continent this world has. Last place is a peak epic boss. Past 10th, they are all Saint Realm, and every one of them has destroyed a country or a small world to get there. In my previous life, at the height of the undead scourge, Kalen the Necromancer brushed 10th for a little while. It isn't a leaderboard, it's a wanted poster with a global distribution deal, and I had just gotten on it for something I didn't do. There was one address left in Kalen's memories, and it was the only one I actually cared about. The canyon where he found the notebook. It took me a month to get there, which tells you something about the size of this continent. And at the end of the month, there was a crack in a cliff face, and behind the crack was a wilderness ancient tomb. The passage in was lined with mummies, not defenders, sacrifices, tucked into niches in the rock in rows, dried down to leather, arranged with enough care that somebody had cared, and enough of them that whoever it was had stopped caring pretty early. Then the ghosts came. Hundreds of them. Elite rank ghosts in the outer halls, warrior rank wraiths deeper in, and they were, technically, the perfect counter to everything I had been my entire life. Ghosts take 0 damage from pure physical attacks. My Modao would have gone through every one of them like a hand through smoke. 6 months ago, that tomb would have killed me, and I'd have deserved it. Instead, I stood in the entrance hall and cast Frost Nova, then another one, then another one. 30,000 mana, 100+ ghosts, and the only time I drew the blade was to break the doors. I want to be honest about how that felt. It felt like cheating. I had spent my whole existence solving problems by hitting them harder than they hit me, and now a category of enemy that was flatly immune to me had become a mana cost. 2 spirits of pain came up out of stone coffins in the core chamber, Lord rank, screaming, and the scream does something to a soul that armor doesn't stop. I put the hand of imprisonment around both of them and cast Frostblast 10 times into the fist, 250 spirit each, and the tomb went quiet. In the corner of that chamber, half buried and completely intact, was a teleportation array. Abandoned, not broken. Somebody had come here from somewhere and never gone back. I fed it every charged crystal I had and stepped on, and I came out in the middle of a war. Reflexes first. There was something with a dagger crouched in the shadow next to the array. An assassin, hero rank, waiting for whatever came through, and its head came off before I finished registering the color of its cloak. Then I looked up. I was standing in a ruined city several times the size of Ruhr Royal City, and it held over 1 million undead, and above it the sky was a black dome from horizon to horizon. And into that dome, from the west, came the light. Let me lay this out, because it was the single largest battle I have ever seen, and it took me a while to sort it. Coming in, a legendary sword saint, carving a road through an undead sea by himself, a man-shaped hole moving through corpses. Behind him, 3,000 knights in an order that made the 7 heroes of Giant Rock City look like a village watch. A legendary hero knight and 2 epic heroes at the tip, dozens of hero rank knights behind them, and every ordinary soldier in the formation elite rank, all of it wrapped in one continuous sheet of holy light. Behind them, fewer than 100 figures in white. 1 epic priest, 10+ hero priests, the rest elite. That was the priest corps, and every one of those robes represented decades of an empire's investment. And above all of it, hanging in the air with white hair and a staff in one hand and an open book in the other, was a second son. Gareth, peak legendary, holy light mage. He wasn't casting, he was turning pages, because the thing in his other hand was the Book of Radiance, which is not equipment. It is a sacred artifact, a national treasure of the Caesar Empire, one of 3 they own. 100 pages. Every page is a top-tier holy spell, ready-made, needing only mana and a thumb. The last 10 pages are forbidden spells, and then the dark curtains slam down over the city, a black dome sealing everything inside with everything else, and I got to see what the defense looked like. Thousands of ghosts, and above them a woman floating a meter off the ground in a gown, who was not screaming and did not need to. Epic. Banshee. A 5-meter abomination stitched out of more corpses than I wanted to count, one arm ending in a bone hook and the other dragging a meteor hammer on a chain, with hundreds of smaller ones behind it. Epic. And a few hundred black knights on black horses, riding in a formation so tight it looked like one object, where the rank and file were Lord rank death knights, every single one, and the man at the front was an epic dread knight. Their death aura stacks as they charge. Their fear aura strips physical resistance off whatever is in front of them. Even that elite holy order didn't pretend it matched them. And at the center of all of it, holding the black dome up, was a lich in a robe who was not shouting a battle cry. He was trying to talk. Gareth, we have never stepped out of these mountains. This place is just our habitat. You shouldn't have come. A legendary lich king, standing over 1 million undead, asking a human politely to go home. The existence of the undead is sin, Gareth said. Wherever the holy light reaches, that is the territory of the Empire. My first thought was that the lich was an idiot. My second thought was that I knew his name. Vorlag, undead sage, lich of wisdom, protector of the dead. I'd read that name in the grand chronicle of my past life exactly once, in a single line, and the line said that the necromancer Kalen killed Vorlag, inherited his power, and built the undead empire on the ruins of his city. This city. This lich. I was standing in the foundations of the thing that was going to destroy the world I came from, and it hadn't happened yet. And the man it was going to be built out of was down there asking the invading army if maybe they could not. Now, Gareth had exactly one blind spot, and it was the same blind spot every commander with something precious has. The priest corps was at the rear, behind a radiant barrier Gareth had raised himself, described by everyone involved as virtually foolproof. He would have traded half his knight order before he traded those 100 robes, and he had arranged the battlefield to make that trade impossible. Virtually foolproof. I didn't break the barrier, I phase shifted through it. Holy light packed that densely, around something like me, behaves the way water behaves when you pour it into hot oil. It detonated. Blue smoke came off my armor in sheets, and the bone underneath charred and split, and I did not slow down, because I had about 4 seconds before anyone up there understood what had just happened inside their safest place. The epic priest was closest. 1 cut, head to foot. 350,000 experience. The dozen hero priests were still turning around when Death Slash went out. Presumptuous! That was Gareth, and it is the only time I ever heard that man raise his voice, and he was already flipping to a page. Too late, and for a reason that was entirely his own doing. The priest corps stood shoulder to shoulder. They had to. That's how the buffs stack. That's how 100 priests hold up 3,000 knights, packed into the smallest possible footprint behind the strongest possible wall. Void-shattering slash splits as it travels. It fills the space, and they had built me a space with a lid on it. The entire priest corps of the Caesar Empire was gone before the holy spell from above finished forming. Then I phase-shifted again, and at 28,000 spirit that is a very long way, and I came out deep inside the ruins. Want to hunt me down? By all means. There's a legendary Lich King between us. I found out later what my 4 seconds cost the man in the sky. Gareth turned to the last 13 pages of the Book of Radiance and burned half his mana just to activate one, Holy Verdict, a quasi-forbidden spell, an angel phantom drawing a bow of light across the whole city, and while he was doing it, he was already writing the report in his head. Objective possibly achieved. Priest Corps annihilated. Decades of Imperial investment gone in under 10 seconds to a single, unidentified boss. Whether the trade was worth it, he wrote, is not mine to judge. Only His Majesty can decide that. That's the thing about being the guy who does the impossible thing at the rear of a battle. Nobody sees you do it. Everyone spends the next 10 years arguing about the hole you left. The angel finished drawing the bow. Vorlog dragged in every scrap of death aura the city had left and started stacking dark barriers, dozens of them, one behind another. He already knew it wasn't going to be enough. He did the thing people do when they've run out of options. He shouted a name. Ragnos, I agree to your terms. And something answered him from the heart of the city. The first thing that came up out of the ruins was the sound, which was not a roar so much as the noise a mountain would make if it resented you. The second thing was the wind, because the wings were in tatters, and the tatters still moved enough air to knock knights off their feet 300 meters away. Tens of meters of it. Mostly rotted. Ribs like the frame of a ship, with strips of gray meat still hanging on them. A skull built wrong on purpose. And in the sockets, 2 points of blue. I want to be precise here, because I thought I knew what I was looking at, and I was wrong. That is not a bone dragon. A bone dragon is what you get when a legendary dragon dies badly and comes back as an epic. It's a demotion. It's a sad story. This thing had done that, and then it had climbed back up. Ghost Dragon, a dragon that fell from legendary to epic and advanced back to legendary as something worse than it started. And its aura went out across that battlefield and made both the Lich King and the Holy Light Mage feel small. It also had terms, and it stated them before it did a single useful thing, hanging in the air over its own ally's city. Vorlag, you've lost. I can protect the city of the undead. I can even counterattack the human world. But from this day forward, I am the master of the city of the undead. And Vorlag, with an arrow of divine judgment already loosed at his head, said yes. So Ragnos went to work. His first act as the new master of the city of the undead was to sweep low across his own defensive lines and devour the soul fire of 100,000 of his own side in a single pass. 100,000. Then he came back around, and with his mouth still full, he explained. They hadn't developed consciousness yet. They were basically vegetables. He wouldn't need to eat again for ages now, which was efficient, and frankly, all of them would have died anyway if he hadn't shown up. So wasn't one snack a reasonable finder's fee? That is exactly why Vorlag had never called him. The Holy Verdict arrow came down through those dozens of dark barriers and ate every one of them, and was still 2/3 intact when it cleared the last. Ragnos flew into it. Death breath is death, darkness, and frost coming out of a legendary throat, and it dissolves holy light for as long as you can pay for it. He paid until he was empty, with a fifth of the arrow left, screamed at Vorlag in a tone I would describe as extremely unprofessional, and then took the remaining fifth on his own body because there was nothing else to do with it. He came out of the smoke, angry. And a peak legendary holy light mage, the man with the sacred artifact, the man who had just erased dark barriers like chalk, got swatted out of the sky like something a cat found. Gareth recovered in midair, which was impressive, planted himself between the dragon and 3,000 knights, put both hands flat on the open book, and lied to a ghost dragon's face. Vorlag knows what these pages are. Come at me and I take all of you with me. He had neither the permission to cast a forbidden spell nor the mana left to cast one. He had a book and a posture. Vorlag, who genuinely did know what was on the last 10 pages, confirmed it out loud, because Vorlag does not lie, and everyone there knew that too. And Ragnos, who had just eaten a quasi-forbidden spell to the face and enjoyed it, and who was absolutely not going to stand there and eat 10 real ones, pulled up. Gareth withdrew in good order, promised the Empire wouldn't return to these mountains, warned them off Imperial soil, tore a scroll and was gone, with what was left of an army that had come to exterminate a city and was leaving without its priests. And I sat on a broken roof and thought about the fact that I had just watched a war, the grand chronicle of my past life, recorded as one sentence of background. Then I thought about something that bothered me a lot more. I had never heard of Ragnos, not in the chronicle, not on the disaster rankings, which is a list you cannot avoid being on if you are a legendary ghost dragon with a temper. Not once, in a whole previous life, spent obsessively reading about the end of the world. So either that dragon left the continent at some point, or, between now and the day Kaelin rose, something killed it. I went and introduced myself, because the alternative was hiding in a ruin from two legendary beings who lived there. Skeleton race, Li Wei, greetings to both of you. Vorlag was warm about it, which surprised me until I remembered that my 4 seconds in the priest corps had probably saved a third of his death knights. Ragnos's greeting was to lower a skull the size of a house until it filled my entire field of view. Hey kid, what breed are you? How come I have never seen a skeleton like you before? Fair question. I was a thing fused out of skeleton, zombie, lich, and death knight, and between the two of them, they had 1,000 years of experience, and neither of them had a word for it. Vorlag said, quite pleasantly, that if he weren't a man of principle, he would very much like to take me apart and find out how I worked. I chose to receive that as a compliment. The city had almost no rules. Don't start a war with another undead race. That was it. Vorlag was the protector, not the ruler. He'd rather be in his tower with his notes than out here deciding things, and left to himself, he'd never leave the building. My honest read on Vorlag, formed in the first 10 minutes and never revised, he is not really a Lich King at all. He is a human scholar who put on the title of Lich King because it came with a few extra centuries of research time. I did not say that out loud because I was in his city and because I was already making a shopping list. An epic grade fusion needs 4 epic templates. I had Archlich, I needed Banshee, I needed Abomination, the 5-meter one, which Vorlag built with his own hands, and I needed Dread Knight. All 3 were inside a city protected by a legendary Lich King who had just been extremely nice to me. I started with the Dread Knight, because for that one, I didn't need to do anything at all. I had Lyra, but before any of it, I went to look at the pillar. At the center of the city was an altar whose base filled an entire square and whose top was 100 meters up. Out of the top of it came a beam of black light tens of meters thick that went up and spread out into an inverted bowl over the whole city. That's the dark curtain. That's what makes the sky black. That's where the death plane leaks through into this world, and the beam holding it up is the purest, most concentrated, most violent column of death and darkness on the continent. Ragnos sleeps in it. That's how he heals. That's how he grows. Vorlag had run a rune bridge from his tower to tap about 1/10 of it, at a distance, carefully. Nobody else goes near it. Step into that beam without a body built to survive it, and you are not killed, you are assimilated. There is simply less of you, and then none. Ragnos, I was told, does not stop anyone who wants to try. He finds it entertaining. I put my hand in. My armor is legendary grade, bone polished, smooth as steel, and in about 4 breaths, the surface of it went rough as a brick. Then I ran the numbers on the rate of that erosion against my constitution. Days. I had days. So I walked in. All the way in. I found out afterward that this was the single most shocking thing anyone in that city had ever seen me do, and it wasn't close. Vorlag won't go past the edge. Not one of the 3 epic bosses will go near it. Ragnos only sleeps in the shallow end, and he's a legendary ghost dragon. Inside, the panel never stops scrolling. Plus 15 strength, plus 10 agility, plus 12 constitution, plus 13 spirit, plus 12 strength, On and on and on, faster than I could read. Any one of those is nothing, a grain of sand. A month of grains of sand is a different creature. And while I stood in it, I reached one arm out of the beam and put my hand on Lyra's forehead and fed her the raw aura after running it through the soul crystal, because she could not step in here and I could. 3 days the first time, before it drove me out. My armor was a web of cracks and one solid hit would have finished it. 5 days, the second time. Surface damage only. 10 days, the third time, and I came out barely marked. Ragnos did that arithmetic in his head, and I watched him not enjoy the result. At that rate of improvement, in a month or two, a small skeleton was going to have a body that outlasted most legendary beings alive. And I didn't come out of the beam the third time because I couldn't take it. I came out because Lyra had stopped growing. The soul crystal has a ceiling. 100,000 points of aura, and it will not pass another drop, and she had drunk it dry. She was level 58. Every one of her 4 attributes had nearly doubled, which meant she was now, by a comfortable margin, stronger than the epic Dread Knight who led the Death Knight Legion. I looked at her, and she looked back at me, and neither of us said anything, because we both already knew what the next sentence was. The Death Knight Legion camps in a canyon behind the city, and they are never idle. Hundreds of warhorses stand in rows like statues, not moving, not grazing, not existing in any way an animal normally does. And in the open ground between them, the knights fight each other, all day, every day. Down to the edge of destruction, patch up, do it again. There's a reason, and the reason is the saddest fact I learned in that city. The moment a Dread Knight exists in a legion, every Death Knight under him voluntarily stops leveling and donates every scrap of experience upward to make him stronger. So they can't grow, not 1 point, not ever, by choice. What they can do is get better. Decades of dueling nothing but each other has ground their technique down to something past instinct, which is why a Lord-rank Death Knight kills a hero-rank Human Knight of identical stats every single time, and why the Empire's elite order wouldn't claim to match them. Lyra rode out into that canyon alone. She leveled her lance at the Dread Knight, then she reversed it, tip up, and sheathed it. Then she bowed. That's the challenge. I didn't know it. She did. And she'd never been told, which is one of the things about Lyra I've stopped trying to explain. The terms are not negotiable, and they are brutal. If she wins, she takes the Legion and everything in it. If she loses, she joins the Legion and gives up everything she has. And if she refuses to join, if she chooses to stay with me instead, then both of us are hunted by every Death Knight on this continent until one side stops existing. Hundreds of Death Knights stopped fighting and came to line the canyon walls, not as an audience, as witnesses, supervisors, and, if it came to that, enforcers. Round 1, they charged. Her lance missed. His didn't, and it went in, and it did nothing but mark her armor, because her stats were far above his. His technique was centuries above hers. Round 2, she didn't attack at all. She squared up, took the charge, and let a lance loaded with a Dread Knight's death aura punch clean through her armor and out the other side of her. And in that instant, with a weapon through her body, she reached out and grabbed the shaft. I taught her that, not on purpose. The first time I ever met her, she came at me from behind on a bone horse with a lance, and I caught it bare-handed and pulled her off her saddle and lifted her up by the skull, and she has apparently been thinking about it ever since. She couldn't rip him off one-handed the way I did. Different problem, different solution. She had the stats and the mount and the full charge, so she didn't lift him, she took them both down. On the ground, the gap between them narrowed because mounted is where a Death Knight's entire art lives, and that is exactly why she went there. She pulled the lance out of herself, threw it away, threw his away too, drew her sword, and then she just walked forward. He was better than her in every way a person can be better with a sword. He put a storm of it into her, and every strike scratched paint. She hit him maybe 1 time in 4, and every time she landed, something opened. She backed him into the canyon wall and put everything she had into one downward cut. It cracked the rock, it buried itself in the cliff, and it sent his sword 30 meters through the air. He wasn't hurt. That's the part I want you to sit with. Physically, he was fine. But he had been dragged off his horse while mounted and disarmed on foot, and by the tradition of his own legion, that is a failure with no appeal and no rematch. He rode over. He got down. He went to one knee. And every Death Knight on that canyon rim did the same thing at the same time. Hundreds of them, without a word. Then the ritual started, and I hadn't known this part was coming either. Every death aura in that canyon came loose and flowed into her. Then the old leader gave up his own, his death aura, and his fear aura, everything a Dread Knight is, and his level fell. 63, 62, 61, 60. Epic Dread Knight down to peak Lord Death Knight, in front of the legion he'd led for decades, by choice, because that is what the tradition says happens next. And Lyra went 58, 59, 60, 61, 62. Lord to epic. His fear aura went out like a candle. Hers unfolded across the whole canyon. You have received job change information for epic job template Dread Knight. I could have done this the other way. I want to be honest about that because I did consider it. Kill the Dread Knight, take the template off the corpse, then farm 400 Lord rank Death Knights for free points at 1 point each, and walk away with a fortune. I didn't, and not out of sentiment. There can only be one Death Knight Legion on a continent, ever. It isn't an organization, it's a slot in the world. Destroy this one, and there is no second one. And a Death Knight Legion at 1,000 members is the only road that exists to a legendary Scourge Knight. I wasn't going to burn Lyra's ceiling for 400 points. I let the old leader live too. He'd be one of her 10 Dread Knights eventually, waste not. The rank changed how she looks. Black armor edged in dark gold, weapons at epic quality, and her mount promoted itself into a bone warhorse taller than the one she'd ridden in on. I stood there in the canyon, at level 58, on foot, and looked up at my subordinate on her enormous new horse. I have never in my life been so openly, pettily jealous of anything. And there's one more thing I noticed that day, and I noticed it the way you notice something you've been not noticing for a while. In the gap between her helmet and her gorget, there's a neck, pale, bloodless, no pulse in it, but skin. And the eyes behind the mask had been getting livelier for weeks, and I had been carefully not looking at them. This is a young woman, a knight. At least, she was, once, before something ended, and I found what was left of it in a fortress full of bones, and put a lance shaft through my own hand catching hers. She never says anything about it. I never ask. What she does is walk exactly half a step behind me, everywhere, forever, and never once fall behind. 2 epic templates left on the list, and both of them belonged to people living under the protection of a legendary Lich King who had been nothing but decent to me. I didn't want to fight Vorlag. Partly because a prepared Lich King in his own city is a genuinely terrible fight. Mostly because when the Holy Light came for him, he stood in front of his own undead instead of behind them, and that had incidentally saved my afterlife. So I went around him. I went to his protector. Lord Ragnos, I said, may I be blunt? My talent can raise the rank of other beings. The skull came down. The blue lights got very close. When I reach legendary rank, I said, I believe I could break you past the legendary ceiling, into the Saint Realm. Now, everything about that sentence was a lie except the first 4 words. But here's the thing about Ragnos that I had already worked out and he had never noticed about himself. This dragon has been hiding in a ruin in a mountain range for decades, possibly centuries, because Dragon Island wants him dead, and Dragon Island does not forget. He is a legendary being at the top of a continent, and he has spent his whole existence in a hole. Saint Realm means nobody hunts you, ever again. He demanded a demonstration approximately as fast as his mouth could form the words, so I put a hand on his skull and ran erosion, except I didn't just run erosion. I wrapped it around a fistful of death aura drawn straight from the pillar and purified through the soul crystal, and I fed that into one patch of bone the size of a dinner plate. What Ragnos felt was a power purer than anything he had refined in his entire life going into his own skull. Then that patch of bone stopped answering him for about a dozen seconds, which frightened him badly. Then he got it back, and it was harder than it had been. The actual improvement was roughly 1 part in 1,000. And it wasn't from erosion at all. It was the death aura, which is a thing he could have gotten himself by sleeping in the beam for an afternoon. But it was the part he could feel, wrapped inside a thing he could not explain. That's the whole trick. The most outrageous lie in the pile is the one a being at the top of the food chain believes, because nobody has ever needed to lie to him before. He reclassified me instantly and told me so, cheerfully, out loud. Help him reach the Saint Realm, and I and the little knight would be his servants forever. I said that sounded very fair. My own arithmetic, which I also did not say out loud. If I ever actually reach legendary rank, this dragon stops being my problem and starts being my inventory. Both of us smiling, both of us lying. It was the healthiest relationship I'd had since I died, and his tone toward me changed by about 1,000% inside one breath. Little skeleton, oh no, how should I address you? You may call me Li Wei. The ghost quarter came first. 5,000 ghosts, and 4 Lord-rank spirits of pain drifting alongside us the whole way in, which was framed as an honor guard and was obviously an escort. Banshee received us in a mansion, floating a meter off the floor, in a gown that would have been at home in an imperial court. And she was, of every undead I met in that city, the least like a corpse. Less a ghost than a noblewoman who had simply declined to stop. She got about halfway through asking why we'd come. Then I phase-shifted behind her and sealed the building in a dozen frost barriers. She screamed, the desperate wail, which isn't sound, it's pain and despair applied directly to a soul, and it slows a soul down the way water slows a runner. Outside, thousands of ghosts threw themselves at the ice. It didn't matter. I'm an Archlich's inheritance in a dark warrior king's body. Frost blast, frost nova, 4 spirits of pain in a few breaths, and then her. 310,000 experience, 1,000 spirit off the remains. Epic career template, Banshee. We walked out through the ghosts, who followed us to the boundary of their district, and then stopped, because ghost clans do not pursue past their own territory, which is a rule I was extremely glad about at the time. The abomination was even less dignified, and it wasn't my doing. I mentioned the 5-meter abomination. Ragnos flew to Vorlag's own courtyard, plucked the thing out of it in front of the tower like a man taking a pastry off a tray, dropped it on the altar plaza, and pinned it flat with dragonmite so it couldn't stand up. 1 death slash, all 10 blades into 1 point on the skull, and it stopped. 180,000 experience. Epic career template, abomination. I did not run erosion on the corpse, not with a ghost dragon watching me do it. Vorlag arrived roughly 2 minutes later, and the entire city of the undead lit up. Every rune he had carved into that ruin over the course of centuries, under the streets, inside the walls, along the aqueducts nobody had used in 1,000 years, came on at once, and the whole array was sitting in his palm. I need an explanation. Straight up, in the open sky, Vorlag loses to Ragnos, and both of them know it. A prepared Lich King standing inside his own life's work is an entirely different creature, and even the dragon wasn't going to test that one. I want to note something here, because it's the measure of the man. When the Holy Light came, Vorlag could have annihilated that entire army by sacrificing a chunk of the undead sea to power the array. He simply refused to, and Ragnos lied to him like a child caught in a pantry, and I have rarely enjoyed anything more. Li Wei's evolution requires information from those two, he said. And you, Vorlag, take pride in never interfering with the evolution of an undead. You permit the Death Knights to duel each other to pieces. You permit the skeleton race to eat its own. You permit the ghosts to drain negative energy out of anything that wanders in. So on what grounds do you forbid this? The Legion still has a leader. The ghosts will grow a new Banshee in time. You can build another abomination in a season. You built that one. And in exchange, the city gains a skeleton king unlike anything that has ever existed. Isn't growth what you wanted? Isn't diversity the whole point? And it landed because it was true. That rule is genuinely his. The moment he starts overriding an undead's evolutionary instinct, he stops being a protector of the dead and becomes a tyrant who owns them. And he has spent centuries refusing to become that. The array dimmed. The lights went out, street by street. There's a saying about how a gentleman can be deceived by his own principles. That is precisely why I planned this against this Lich King, and would never have dared plan it against any other. While a ghost dragon was busy talking a Lich King out of killing us, I walked into the middle of the pillar. Not the edge, where I'd been living, the center. Ragnos' own spot, which he had lent me with a magnanimous gesture, the way you lend someone your chair when you've decided they work for you. 2 things about the center. 1, even Ragnos can't hold 10 days in it. 2, neither Vorlag nor the dragon can perceive a single thing that happens inside. 4 epic templates. Archlich, Banshee, Abomination, Dread Knight. 68 free points, and I want you to understand what that pile represents. A Lord rank kill pays 1 point. An epic rank kill pays 10. That number was months of my life. 10, 10, 10, 10. 40 points, gone, and 4 templates collapsed into 1 light. Then the light started drinking, not from me, from the pillar. It pulled on the column of death and darkness that holds up the dark curtain over an entire city, and it pulled for half an hour, and outside, everyone in that ruin watched the black beam visibly dim. Then it finished. Death Monarch. Epic. Health, plus 500,000. Mana, plus 250,000. Strength multiplied by 5,000. Agility by 3.5. Constitution by 4,500. Spirit by 3,000. The Dark Warrior King template that had carried me through everything up to this point gave 1/10 of that health, and 1/25 of that mana. My epic template was now stronger than the legendary templates most legendary monsters are running. The only things in the same conversation were a legendary dragon and a legendary ghost dragon, and I was standing inside the beam that one of those slept in. 8 skills offered. Pick 2. The first was Fear Aura, which is obvious and which I took without thinking, because half of a battle is what the enemy does before you reach them. The second one I picked over 4 different options that would have made me hit harder, and I'd make the same call again. Mark of Death. Leaves a mark of dark energy within the target's body, extremely difficult to detect, gradually influencing the target to transform toward the dark faction. The mark's owner may communicate with the target and may observe the world from the target's perspective. Every other skill on that list was a way to kill something in front of me. This one was a hand reaching out of the world of the dead into the world of the living. I could feel, the way you can feel a room is bigger than the part of it you're standing in, that the text was describing about 1/10 of what the skill actually was. And then something happened that I did not expect and have never entirely gotten over. The pillar stopped hurting. That aura had been shredding me for weeks, grinding my armor rough, cracking the bone, driving me out in 3 days and then 5 and then 10. It was the most violent place on the continent, and it had been treating me exactly the way it treats everything. And in the space of one breath, it went gentle, like standing in a river that decided to be a bath, as though I had stopped being a believer in death and darkness and become the thing they answer to. Runes crawled up out of the beam and over my armor and sank into it and vanished. And the helmet, which had been a skull with a jaw and 2 blue lights in it since the first minute of this life, opened and gave me back half my face. My old face, the one from before, from the life where I had a pulse. Resolute, bloodless as paper, 2 small blue flames sitting where my pupils used to be. Ignore the aura rolling off me, and I looked like a heavily armored human being. I stood in a pillar of death in a ruined city with my own face on, and I did not say anything to anyone about it for a long time. Then I sat back down in the beam for another month and stayed there until it could not improve me by a single point. Level 58, health 920,000. Mana 530,000. Strength 46,000. Agility 34. Constitution 42. Spirit 28. The bone modal and the bone armor both went legendary while I sat there. The blade came out the other side carrying death and darkness damage in the material itself. Every ordinary swing I took from then on was an enchanted one. When I walked out of the pillar, Ragnos looked at me and felt threatened. That dragon is afraid of exactly 2 things in this world: Dragon Island and the last 10 pages of the Book of Radiance. And Vorlag didn't feel threatened. Vorlag felt a crisis. Because he'd been doing the honest math, the way scholars do, and the honest math said that outside this city he might not beat me with every trump card he owned, and inside this city, which used to be the one certainty in his existence, he no longer knew. From that day, the city of the undead did not belong to Vorlag and Ragnos. It belonged to whoever I decided it belonged to. Vorlag, to his enormous credit, went straight at it instead of around. He asked whether my advancement required killing legendary undead, or whether information would do. There were exactly 2 legendary undead in that city, and he was one of them, and he was asking me, politely, in his own tower, whether he was the next ingredient. I told him information would do. The relief came off him like heat. And then, to pay me for it, he dredged up something from several hundred years ago that he had clearly never told anyone. He used to own 2 notebooks. One held the complete inheritance of the ghost lineage. The other held the complete inheritance of the lich lineage. I took the black notebook out and set it on his table, and for once, I wasn't the most shocked person in the room. That's it! I hid this in an extremely remote ancient tomb hundreds of years ago. And then, because he'd already said that much, he told me the rest of it, which was the part he was ashamed of. He never found those notebooks. A secretive organization hired him to study them. He was a human mage then, brilliant, respectable, employed. And deciphering the lich inheritance was more temptation than he could hold, so he changed class, stole both notebooks, and disappeared out of the human world entirely. He hid the lich notes on the far side of the continent, not for safety, for distance. There was a mysterious power inside that book, and he could not stop himself from opening it night after night, and the only cure he could find was to put it somewhere he couldn't walk to. The pull didn't fade until he reached legendary rank. The organization hunted him for decades. Its name was the Dark Cult. And then the part I've thought about every day since. He once overheard 2 high-ranking Dark Cult members talking. And there aren't 2 notebooks. There are 4. Lich notes, ghost notes, skeleton notes, death notes. Matching, exactly, the 4 oldest and most orthodox undead races in existence. Nobody knows who wrote them. Nobody knows how old they are. These 4 inheritance notebooks contain a shocking secret, Vorlag said, but anyone who gets involved with them seems to have no good ending. The ghost notes, he told me, he handed to a ghost leader in a ghost forest as payment for shelter during the decades he spent being hunted. The Empire exterminated that forest about 40 years ago, so the ghost notes are almost certainly sitting in an imperial vault right now, with a label on them. One last thing, and I asked it as politely as I know how, because I decided I liked him. What was your name, before? He was quiet for a moment. Theron Valdis. I kept my face absolutely still, which was easier back when I didn't have one, because I had seen that name once before, in my past life, in the system text of an item at a top player auction, a legendary armor set one single step below a sacred artifact, and in the maker's line, that name. Vorlag isn't a Lich King who happens to know some crafting. Vorlag is one of the great blacksmiths and grandmaster alchemists of human history who got bored and went to live in a ruin with 1,000,000 corpses so he could keep working without interruption, which meant that the epic-grade soul crystal in my chest could probably be pushed to legendary. By him. Lord Ragnos, do you want to attack the Empire? There is a specific silence that happens when you say something out loud that everyone present has been carefully not thinking about. The Caesar Empire is the absolute overlord of the continent of Anduin. More than a dozen publicly known legendary heroes, more epic heroes than anyone has bothered to count, and 3 sacred artifacts, one of which had recently been used, at partial power, by one man to make a legendary ghost dragon back down. Against that, a research-obsessed Lich King whose combat power falls off a cliff the moment he leaves his own city, a ghost dragon with a bounty on him from Dragon Island, and 1 epic rank skeleton. Both of them flinched at the same image, and it was the same image, 10 forbidden spells coming down out of the sky at once. So I demonstrated. I wrapped Ragnos in my own aura, and I stepped. We came out tens of kilometers from the city. Then I stepped again and we were back, and the whole round trip took less time than it takes to be surprised about it. At 28,000 spirit, phase shift moves me 280 kilometers, through walls, through mountains, through barriers, carrying passengers. They could fire all 10 forbidden spells at the same instant, and we would already be somewhere else. Vorlag, standing in the middle of his own fortress city, with centuries of runes under his feet, could not detect how it had been done. He told me so, and then he privately worked out something he was too polite to say, which was that if I ever decided to kill him, I would not need to borrow a dragon for it. He declined the war anyway, courteously. He didn't want an empire. He wanted his notes and his tower, and to be left alone in it. And he said the city stays open to us if we come back beaten. I didn't press him. Not one word. I told him the city of the undead was his, and had been his, and would go on being his. That's exactly why I got the notebook story, and the name, and everything else. People give things to the person who doesn't take them. Ragnos, meanwhile, had stopped resembling a proud tyrant of the undead and started resembling a very large dog that has been indoors for 3 days. He circled the tower. He landed. He asked when we were leaving. He took off again. He asked when we were leaving. Which brought us to the mount conversation, and I want to walk through this one properly because it took me an entire afternoon and I earned every meter. Fact 1, I said. Everyone in this expedition has a mount except me. Lyra has a bone warhorse. 400 Death Knights have warhorses. I have feet. I am, structurally, the slowest thing in my own army. He agreed that this was sad. Fact 2, if something goes wrong and I need to phase shift you out, I have to be touching you. If I'm on the ground and you're in the sky, then what happens is I escape and you're finished. He didn't like that one. Fact 3, delivered gently. This isn't a mount and a rider. This is a stronger companion assisting a weaker one. It's practically charity on your part. He offered me a claw. I could ride the claw. Wrong posture, I said. Can't get my arms around you fast enough from down there. The whole point is speed. And then he drew the line, with enormous dignity, from a height of 40 meters. Being a mount is out of the question. To be ridden on the head of a lowly skeleton would be too shameful to live with. The head, I said. Of course not the head. Nobody said anything about the head. I let that sit. Merely, for the sake of the plan, standing on your extremely strong back. Long pause. Question mark? That's how I ended up on the spine of a legendary ghost dragon, and about 90 seconds into the first flight, I discovered that a dragon doing aerobatics will shake a passenger off his back like water off a dog. So I stamped 2 footholds into the rotting flesh on either side of the spine and stood in them. He objected. I explained that they'd heal. And I'll tell you the plan out loud, the same way I eventually told him, because it's funnier when the target knows. Back, then spine, then neck, then head. One step at a time, each one a small negotiation. Each one slightly less outrageous than the last, because he's already agreed to the one before it. That way I never have to enslave him at all. The invasion party, in full, me, a ghost dragon, Lyra, a few hundred death knights. That's it. That's the whole army. The million low-tier undead move at the speed of a shuffle and would take a year to reach the border. The abominations are slower. The ghosts had no banshee, on account of me. 402 of us, going to take an empire. 2 days and 1,000-odd kilometers later, we hit the Caesar Empire's border at Fortress City. 10-meter walls, tens of thousands of class holders, and more than 10,000 players inside, all level 20 and up, because reaching a border fortress from the starting cities takes money and time, and only the serious ones had bothered. Every player in that city got a system message. Epic story mission, Fortress City Defense. And the reaction was nothing like Blackwood City, because the world had changed under them in the meantime. Dying now costs a level. Dying now can drop your equipment. For a player who has been in this world for months, one death is somewhere between 10 days and 2 months of their actual life on fire. So they complained bitterly, in enormous volume, on every channel available. And then every single one of them turned out on the wall anyway, because the only thing worse than dying in the defense is the city falling. The commander of Fortress City was an epic hero mage, and he looked into a scrying image and saw a rotting dragon on the horizon with a full Death Knight legion under it, and he made the correct decision immediately. Send the signal to the Empire, then fight to the death, not hold for reinforcements. There would be no reinforcements in time, and he knew it. Fight to the death because every hour Fortress City survives is an hour the Empire gets to prepare, and the only thing this city has left to sell is time. Every hero on that wall understood it, and none of them argued. You do not outrun a Death Knight Legion. You do not outrun a dragon. Retreat is a slower version of the same afternoon. Then an archer with very good eyes said something and pointed. There was a black dot on the dragon's back. A figure, in heavy armor, standing, riding it. And I watched, through a scrying image I wasn't supposed to be able to see, an epic hero's face go from resolve to something much worse, because a legendary ghost dragon is a natural disaster, and a natural disaster with a rider on it is a war. Ragnos went into a dive to smash the wall himself. I jumped off in mid-air because I wanted the free points. I pulled one of Griffin Knight's spears on the way down and threw it with 46,000 strength behind it, and the section of wall it hit stopped having hero rank class holders on it. All of them but one, the epic mage, whose shield held, which was genuinely good work. I landed from a few hundred meters onto one knee and put a crater in the flagstones. One cut ended him. And going down, with everything already lost, he asked me the question. Why? I've thought about my answer a lot since, and I've never found a better one. There's no reason why. They're just living beings and the dead. There aren't that many whys. Then something new happened, and it happened because a squad of low-rank soldiers did something brave. They charged me. 8 or 9 of them, guards, nothing above elite, coming at the thing that had just killed their commander because it was the last useful thing they could think of to do. I didn't draw the blade. I took the erosion energy, which had been a touch, a grip, a hand on a skull for my entire existence, and I folded it into the death and darkness aura that now rolled off me on its own, and I let it out. Black smoke went across the square. Their sword blades rusted through in the time it takes to swing them. Their armor went gray and pitted. Their flesh went, and then their bodies came apart, and then they stood back up as skeletons and walked off to find someone to kill. Erosion doesn't need touch anymore. Erosion doesn't need one target at a time anymore. By the time I reached the city center, I had converted over 10,000 people that way, walking at a normal pace with a kilometer of rolling black smoke around me, and the system finally caught up and gave the thing a name. You have mastered a new skill, skeleton resuscitation. The survivors who saw me coming down the main avenue described it afterward, and every account agrees. And I'll admit the description is accurate. A demon god crawling up out of hell, at walking speed, in no hurry at all. In the central square, I tried erosion on players again, and this time I was 10 times stronger than the last time I'd tried it. Tentacles of black smoke went out and found 32 of them. Their most effective countermeasure, collectively, was to turn their cameras on. Their bodies withered in minutes, that part was never in doubt. The soul barrier held for 15 minutes. And then it broke, and their souls went instantly, like a held breath let out. I did not get control of a single one of them. What I got instead came out of the sky in a voice I had never heard the system use. Rules incorrect. Recalculating. You have obtained the right to establish the undead faction. As founder, you are its sole leader. You may invite descenders, and you may expel them. You have activated the skill transfer system. You may transfer one of your skills to descenders. You have activated the task editing system. You may pay a price to have descenders perform tasks for you. You have invited 32 descenders. Template error. Relevant occupational templates are missing. Descenders failed to join. You have activated the career template editing system. I stood in the middle of a burning square and read that 4 times. A faction of monsters that players can join has never existed. Not in this world, not in any game anyone has ever built, not in a rumor. There is the world of the living, and there is everything that hunts it, and the line between them is the entire premise. And the license to open that door was now sitting in my inventory, entry by my permission only. What was missing was a class ladder. Players can't join a faction with no classes to be proof, and building classes is exactly what undead modification does. The skill I ate off a notebook and had not touched since. I checked the price of pushing undead modification from level 1 to level 2. 10 free points. 10. For one tier of one class. I had spent 10 on an entire epic template. We lost money, I said, out loud, standing in a conquered city, to nobody. A full ladder, every rank, every branch, a whole faction's worth, would run into the hundreds. And I was going to pay it because of what sits on the other side. An unlimited supply of immortal subordinates who cannot be permanently killed, who can be assigned tasks, who go into places I can't go, in numbers no army can match. And, stated plainly, because I've never seen the point of pretending, an exceptionally robust crop of chives. I had eaten dozens of skills off dozens of corpses, ice magic, death magic, swordsmanship, things no human teacher on this continent would sell at any price. Players will pay experience points for those. Selling skills to a few million players in exchange for a permanent, growing river of experience is a substantially safer and simpler business model than launching an undead scourge and slaughtering the entire main material world. I know, I checked. I lived through the other one. As for the 32, they rode the whole thing from end to end in about 17 minutes. Terror first, then a kind of hysterical curiosity when they realized the smoke was doing something the game had no name for. Then, Skeleton King Li Wei invites you to join the undead faction. And then, euphoria. Real euphoria. The sound of people who have just realized they've stumbled into a hidden storyline that not one of the millions of other players has touched. A monster faction. Not being the 10,000th human swordsman in a starting city, being the first of something. You have joined the undead faction. You have exited the undead faction for special reasons. Your body is being eroded. Your health has reached 0. You are dead. Their bodies came apart where they stood. One of them made it to the forums that night and wrote the whole thing up, the recalculation, the invitation, the faction, all of it. And the post was buried inside an hour under 1,000 threads about the siege, and the handful of people who read it laughed at it. Nobody has ever believed a single one of these people. I've started to find it comforting. One other first, at Fortress City. I collected the loot. 100,000 undead stripped that city down to the floorboards and piled equipment and coin into a small mountain in the square, and I put all of it away. I had never bothered before. Gold is meaningless to a thing that doesn't eat, and armor is meaningless to a thing that grows its own. But now I had employees coming, and employees expect to be paid. Storage space scales with rank, incidentally. At Lord rank, I had a cube 10 meters on a side. At Epic, it's 100. When people ask me what the real difference between the ranks is, I never say power. I say logistics. The invasion after that ran on a rhythm, and the rhythm existed because of my single, genuine weakness, which is not strength. It's that there is one of me. An empire has to be eaten city by city, and I cannot be in 3 places at once, and splitting my forces into 3 groups without me in them is an invitation for somebody to cut the head off one of them. So, Lyra and the Legion marched a straight line at the capital, slow, visible, unstoppable, exactly the kind of thing an empire has to respond to. And Ragnos and I flew, and I stepped, and between us we hit everything inside a 1,000-kilometer radius of that line and came back to it. Day 1, 2 extra cities, 20-plus hero rank class holders. Day 3, the Legion 8-1, I 8-4. Day 7, the undead legion marching at the Caesar capital had gone from 100,000 to nearly 1,000,000, and I had personally destroyed more than 10 cities. The Empire's first counterattack was 3 legendary heroes and more than 10 epic heroes, and it died before it reached the Legion. Their second answer was much smarter, and it cost them more than the first one. They started evacuating cities, not the garrisons, the cities. Teleportation arrays running day and night, tens of millions of people moved out of my path, an expense that would bankrupt any nation on that continent except the one that had been the hegemon for a century, and it worked. I flew into towns with nobody in them. My free points stopped coming in. You cannot farm an empty room, so I had to go for the capital, and both sides knew exactly what that meant. And there was a very quiet week where nothing at all happened, except that I picked Durando first. Durando is the Empire's commercial heart, its second city, and roughly 12% of imperial tax revenue in one place. You cannot evacuate it. Not the warehouses, not the exchanges, not the guild vaults, not 100 years of accumulated everything, which meant the Empire had to fight for it. That's why I chose it. The man they sent was Alaric, chief archmage of the Caesar Empire, peak legendary elemental mage, one of the 3 pillars of the nation. A commoner who was nobody until he was 50 and who is, to this day, the man every poor child in that empire is told about. And Valerius IX handed him supreme authority over the entire campaign, with one condition attached, which was not a condition at all. Make any decision you judge correct, and if it goes wrong, the emperor takes the blame in public. Even a shrewd old man who had spent 40 years watching politics found himself unable to be cynical about a ruler like that. 80 kilometers out, riding the dragon's spine, I felt a whisper of magic go across me. An illusion array. A barrier. We had just walked out of the world and into a separate space that had been built around us, and the scenery on the other side was a very good copy of the scenery on this one. I kept going. I kept going for 80 kilometers, on purpose, at a walking pace, until every last one of my 1,000,000 undead was inside with me. And then I let it drop. The plane we were standing on was ringed for 40 or 50 kilometers by 1,000,000 class holders in formation. In front of them, dozens of epic heroes. In front of them, hundreds of hero rank class holders. And in the air above all of it, 18 legendary heroes. The Caesar Empire is publicly known to possess 16. I want to explain why they brought half of everything they owned to one field, because it is the most flattering thing that has ever happened to me, and it nearly killed me. Imperial intelligence had reconstructed my entire existence. Every city, every date, the dungeon, the Ruhr Principality, the city of the undead, Fortress City. And their conclusion was not that I was strong. Their conclusion was that undead are the slowest maturing race in the world, that a lich takes a century to become an archlich, that Vorlag spent hundreds of years reaching legendary, and that I had gone from lord to epic in a matter of months. Extrapolate that line. If I reach legendary rank, there is nothing on the continent of Anduin that stops me. So the target of that army was not the dragon, and not the Death Knight Legion, and not the 1,000,000 undead. The target was one skeleton. And the Emperor had authorized the use of all 10 forbidden spells in the Book of Radiance. Alaric took the book out, and I watched every legendary hero on that field exhale at the same time. He turned to the 3rd page from the back and cast a forbidden spell. An angel phantom unfolded over the battlefield, and holy light came down, not as a beam, not as a strike, but as saturation. Every cubic meter of that sealed 40-kilometer space filled with it, the way a room fills with smoke, and stayed full. My low and mid-tier undead started collapsing into ash on the spot, and I was, I admit, baffled. He'd spent a forbidden spell on a support effect, to kill trash. My own armor was going rough and smoking gently, and I ran the numbers and worked out that at that rate of erosion, standing in it all day would cost me maybe 1/10 of my strength. I did not understand what it was for. I face-shifted straight at him, and I landed 50 meters short. Because phase shift passes through barriers, it passes through walls, shields, arrays, anything made of energy, and it does not pass through solid objects. Alaric had frozen the space within 20-odd meters of himself, not the air, the space. It had become a physical thing, and my skill hit it and stopped, and I arrived where the frozen space started, exactly as designed. Frozen space is also a perfect defense, and its only weakness is that nothing inside it can move either, which is not a weakness for a man whose entire job that day was to stand still and channel. Fine. His 2 legendary bodyguards were not standing in it. I hit the charging one with Death Slash, a heavy-blooded berserker, all forward, no brakes, and the other one, a fortress guardian too slow to get in front of him, used something I'd never seen, Guardian Oath, which swaps his position with an ally's. He took the whole thing in his friend's place, with Unbreakable Wall up. Death Slash at 20 times a normal hit punched through the barrier and through him and out the other side. I put the corpse in my inventory before it finished falling, which I would like to note was a very good decision that paid enormous dividends later. The berserker, saved by a man who died doing it, stacked every buff he had and came at me screaming. One sword sent him into the air. One step, one cut, and his head came off. 2 legendary heroes, millions of experience, 20 free points. Alaric did not react at all. I'd rather lose a legendary hero, he said from inside his frozen space, still channeling. Are you also going to unleash a forbidden spell and blast us all to our deaths here? I'd like to see how long you can endure this, I told him. I have replayed that exchange a great many times. Out on the plane, Lyra couldn't fly, so she did the other thing. She took the Death Knight Legion straight into 1,000,000 class holders, and the hundreds of stacked death auras her leadership merges radiated out around her and started actively dispelling the holy aura the forbidden spell had filled the field with. And Ragnos, who had panicked at the first flash of holy light and then worked out it was only a support spell, went hunting. A legendary ghost dragon is several times faster than a legendary hero. He knocked them out of the sky with claws and wings and tail, one after another, and deliberately did not finish any of them. Because at his level, experience does nothing for him, and I needed it. And the sooner I reached legendary, the sooner he got what he thought I'd promised him. I took 5 more legendary heroes in the next few minutes. Then I heard a sound like a pane of glass the size of a hill breaking. Alaric had shattered his own frozen space. Which meant that at the cost of 7 dead legendary heroes, the old man was finally ready. Holy flame. It is not fire. It is holy light concentrated past the point where it can stay quiet, burning, and it burns souls at the same rate as bodies. Once it catches you, it does not stop. Either its holy light runs out, or you are gone, body and soul, and there is no third outcome. A peak legendary ghost dragon cannot survive it, and its one and only weakness is fuel. Holy flame burns out when it runs out of light to burn, which is why the first forbidden spell had filled 40 square kilometers of sealed space with an inexhaustible reservoir of holy light before the second one was ever cast. A support forbidden spell and an offensive forbidden spell, in that order, are worth vastly more than 2 offensive ones. He had spent his first card to make his second card unkillable, and I had stood in it for 10 minutes, calling it a waste. Li Wei, run! That's holy flame! Any later and the dragon will die! That's Ragnos. That's a legendary being who has been hiding from Dragon Island for a century, screaming a warning at a skeleton instead of leaving. I have never mentioned it to him. I turned to gather them and step out, and Alaric said 2 more words. Sacred Imprisonment. A third forbidden spell, single target, half an hour of absolute lockdown. And half an hour was about 29 minutes more than the holy flame needed. Every road out closed in the same breath by a man who had known from the beginning that his entire plan was worthless unless the last piece landed after I'd committed. My demonic energy erupted and bought me a sliver of time, and the sliver was enough for exactly 1 more skill. Not phase shift. A jump only moves me. I'd still be imprisoned, still findable, still burning, and it leaves Ragnos and Lyra and the Legion standing in a forbidden spell. Ragnos is my mount. I picked him. Lyra is my knight, and she has walked half a step behind me since the day she tried to kill me. So I called all of them to me instead, and I played the card I had built months earlier for a day exactly like this one. 140 free points spent, 10 at a time, pushing Polar Chill past Quasi-Forbidden and out the other side into something the system had to invent a category for. Ice Age. The first thing it did was save them. Frost went out from me and wrapped Ragnos and Lyra and every Death Knight in the Legion in ice, not to trap them, to shield them, from the holy flame, and from what was coming next, which was worse. Then the real thing went off. A ring of deathly blue crossed the plane faster than anything that size has any business moving, and behind the ring came the frost, and behind the frost came the part I still don't have a good word for, where the air itself gave up. Holy flame burned the death aura in my glacier. Ice Age ate the holy light in his flame. Two forbidden spells arguing on one field, and mine had a bigger number. Legendary heroes froze in the middle of turning around. They came out of the sky like dropped crockery and broke on the ice. Epic heroes went. Hundreds of hero class holders went. 1,000,000 soldiers standing in perfect formation inside a sealed space went, and the sealed space is the part that finished it, because the illusion barrier Alaric had built to make sure I could not escape had exactly one other property. Nothing else could get out either. He had built me a cage, and then I filled it. Alaric understood last, and understood completely, and I know that because I read his face. This was not polar chill. This was not freeze for 1,000 miles, the ice-forbidden spell, which is the strongest thing his discipline has ever produced. This was past both, and he had never heard of it, and it had been in my pocket the entire time he was congratulating himself. And he wasn't only afraid of dying, he was doing the ledger. 18 legendary heroes, dozens of epic heroes, hundreds of hero class holders, 1,000,000 soldiers. Half the foundation of the Caesar Empire, all in one place, because putting it all in one place was the plan. And the Book of Radiance, one of the Empire's 3 sacred artifacts, a national treasure, a thing that took 3 of the greatest alchemists in history to make, about to become loot. He triggered the emergency teleport inscribed into his robes. He needed one breath. He didn't get it. Ice Age tore the 40-kilometer illusion barrier apart, and the spatial shock of a space that size collapsing interrupted his teleport, and the frost took his face while he was still mid-word. The Archmage fell, and the Book of Radiance landed on the ice beside him, still glowing faintly, holding 97 spells that nobody alive could cast. Without the mage, even a national treasure is just a piece of equipment. Ice Age did not stop when the battle did. It stopped when my mana did, which took about 10 seconds. In those 10 seconds, it took the barrier, the army, Durando City, 2 neighboring cities, and 300 kilometers of the Caesar Empire. I came out of the tallest iceberg a while later, cracks first, then the whole thing blowing apart, and stood on a glacier where a commercial capital used to be. That was close, I said. Fortunately, I was cautious enough to prepare a trump card. Total losses, the Undead Legion. The Holy Flame got them. That's it. That's the list. The gains took me a day to count. Level 63. Free points from 12 to 587, because a legendary hero pays about 10, and there had been 18. Every legendary and epic corpse on that field, into storage. A lich would commit any crime you can name for one of those, and I had a stack. I already knew what Vorlag's face was going to do. Every piece of equipment on 1,000,000 Imperial soldiers, which is the best standard issue gear on the continent, stockpiled because I had a faction now, and a faction needs quest rewards. And then the part that made me laugh out loud on an empty glacier. The 1,000,000 class holders were frozen. Not destroyed, preserved perfectly in the position they died in. I rolled the demonic energy out through the ice, and 1,000,000 skeletons tore their way out of the bodies of the Caesar Empire's finest army and stood up in ranks on the ice. I hadn't lost a legion. I'd traded a legion of farmers and merchants for a legion of soldiers, 10 times stronger, and the Empire had paid for the equipment. That's the thing about the dead that the living never internalize in time. Unless you destroy them completely, they multiply. Every battle you fight against them makes the next one worse. That is the whole shape of an undead scourge, and this was the first day it looked like one. Ragnos broke out of his own iceberg, roared, blew a hill of ice apart out of sheer feeling, and then came and looked at me differently. He had felt death arrive. He had watched sacred imprisonment land and known, with a century of experience behind the judgment, that there was no way out of that. And then a small skeleton made one. Curiosity, then contempt, then respect, then greed, then something like equality, and now something new, which I would describe as awe with a little fear underneath it. Lyra woke up in her ice, said nothing at all, and reformed the legion beside me. Not relief, not a question, as though a near-death experience had been entirely within her expectations, and as though, if we hadn't broken out, she would simply have gone out quietly next to me and considered that a satisfactory arrangement. I've thought about that more than I've thought about the free points. Under the ice, something was still glowing. The Book of Radiance had never teleported home. I summoned it into my hand, and the artifact went berserk. Holy light came off it hard enough that my legendary grade gauntlet went rough and dry and charred in under 3 seconds, which is not a thing that had happened to my equipment since the day I made it. Ragnos retreated a full kilometer and watched from there with his wings half up, which I understood. I sent Lyra and the Legion away too. Then I ran erosion on a sacred artifact of light. The reaction was worse than anything I have put my hand on before or since. The light erupted 10 times over, cracked the gauntlet open, went past the metal into the arm, and started on the bone. So I sped up. Because I had already worked out the one thing that mattered. Equipment is only equipment. With no legendary mage holding it, that book could bleed the light it had stored, and it could not fire a single one of the spells written in it. It was a bomb with no trigger. So it was a question of whether it ran out before I did. Halfway through, the light went weak. Dark patterns crawled across a cover that had been pure white and dark gold. Silk went to steel, angel feathers went to runes, pure white to pitch black. The Book of Radiance stopped existing. And in my hand was the Book of the Dead, a sacred artifact of necromancy that belongs to exactly one person in this world. Here's what survived the conversion and what didn't. All 90 holy spells and the 7 remaining forbidden spells, erased. Which cost me nothing, because a thing like me could never have cast a single one of them, and every one of them hurt to be near. Did the artifact's nature. 100 pages, each one a rune space that will hold a spell, ready to fire at a thumb, with no channel time. And every scrap of energy the Caesar Empire had poured into it across 3 centuries at a cost their own historians called unrepeatable. They filled the tank. I took the car. I inscribed Summon Skeleton and Hand of Imprisonment, and then phase shift 5 separate times, because firing a skill off the book is faster than casting it, and I had just spent an afternoon learning what a single fraction of a second is worth when something like Sacred Imprisonment is closing over you. The limits are real. It only holds caster skills, things driven by mana and expressible as runes. Death Slash runs on my own stamina and my own attributes, and there is no way to write it down, and when the 100 pages are spent I have to refill it myself, which is an enormous job. It will accept any pure energy in the world, except holy light. Then I did the thing that everyone, on both sides, misread completely. I did not rush the capital. I took 10 days to cover 1,000 kilometers. I let the Caesar Empire gather every soldier, every hero, every noble's private army, and every adventurer it could reach. Partly because 100,000 scattered enemies is a chore, and 100,000 enemies in one city is an afternoon, and partly because I needed those 10 days to inscribe Ice Age onto the last page. I want to tell you about the man on the other end of those 10 days, because he is the only person in this story who ever made me stop and think. Valerius IX, 50 years old, in his prime, on a throne of gold and mithril and gemstone. And epic rank himself. Only epic. There were 3 peak legendaries standing in that hall, and while he was thinking, none of them breathed, and it was not fear. I've since read enough Imperial memories to be sure of the difference. The Blade of the Empire, a Gale Sword Saint, Imperial Marshal, 2/3 of the army answers to him. The King of Knights, a holy knight who commands the 3 knightly orders, including the elite order that came to the city of the undead. Gareth was never that army's owner, he was its artillery. And Gareth himself, Wings of Radiance, cardinal over every holy light church on the continent, because the emperor of the Caesar Empire is also its pope. 4 pillars of a nation, one of them freshly dead on a glacier. Halfway across the world, at the exact moment I finished converting the artifact, the emperor's eyes opened. Silas, within 1 hour. I need everything on the Battle of Durando. Silas is a voice from empty air beside the throne, head of the Imperial Intelligence Department, legendary shadow hunter, and the 3 pillars of the Empire have served alongside him for decades and never once seen him. Then Valerius IX said it out loud, to a hall of the most powerful men alive, without any expression at all. The Book of Radiance is lost. And 3 peak legendary heroes started shaking. They could do the arithmetic faster than anyone. Alaric could escape 10 legendary mages if he wanted to. Alaric, above all men, understood what that book meant. Therefore Alaric had been killed before he could run. Therefore the 18 were gone. Therefore the million were gone. Therefore, the remaining half of the empire could not hold either. There was no hope in that room. I've read it from 4 different heads, and they all agree. And then a man who was 2 whole ranks weaker than everyone he was talking to stood up and burned it out of them. Lord Alaric is dead, and we have other legendaries. The Book of Radiance is lost, and we hold 2 more sacred artifacts. 1 million class holders have died, and we have many more soldiers. This is the world of the living. This is the territory of the Empire. When soldiers come, generals block them. I'm not panicking. Why are you all panicking? Then he gave orders that no emperor in that dynasty's history had dared give. Strip every garrison in the Empire except the northern border and Skyrift Valley. Conscript every noble house's private army immediately and treat refusal as treason. And open the Imperial Armory, without limit, to any adventurer who walks in the gate. Anyone who comes to the capital to help the Empire fight off the undead, I, the Emperor, will not let them down. And when the hall emptied, he sat back down alone and got very tired very fast. I really hope we can get through this. Otherwise, this is not only the end of the Empire, it's the beginning of the end of the continent. There was one card he never played. The dark, thin elder, his own teacher, leader of an organization called the Hermits, the only man in the world who walks into the Emperor's bedroom without being announced. Nobody knows how many legendaries the Hermits have. Imperial intelligence privately suspects more than Imperial intelligence. Valerius IX had kept them in reserve his entire reign as the seed from which an empire could be regrown. He declined to spend them. If we can fight back, the empire is enough. If we cannot, the Hermits won't change the outcome. Instead, he asked his teacher for a favor. If the capital falls, take Aurelian and go and raise him, because the boy can at least hold on to what's left. The old man agreed. And then the old man asked about one more name, and for the first time in 50 years, the emperor's calm broke. And Her Highness Seraphina? Valerius IX closed his eyes. If it really comes to that, let Seraphina leave this world with me. And then the sentence I did not understand for another 11 days. Because of that damned notebook. Erosion. She can't leave the temple at all. The 10 days did their work on both sides. Imperial assassins reached Durando and found a frozen world with no bodies in it. Or rather, they found the bodies, and the bodies had no bones inside them, and the flesh was still fresh. 1 million soldiers turned undead in a single day, and not one survivor to describe how. Every assassin who came within 10 kilometers of the marching legion was found and killed. Silas lost a dozen, including a legendary shadow assassin, and then stopped sending them, which is the correct decision and cannot have been a pleasant one. The nobles handed over their private armies without a word of argument, because a noble without an empire is a man in a nice coat, and there was nobody else left to stop me. Adventurers came. Unaffiliated human heroes came, from places that owed the Caesar Empire nothing, and they came because they could see the shape of it. If the continental hegemon cannot stop this thing, nothing on Anduin can, and this is not a monster siege out of a history book. This is the prototype of a true undead scourge. The human kingdoms mostly did not come. The loss of the Book of Radiance was a state secret, so from the outside it looked like Caesar would win anyway, and a Caesar empire bleeding from both ears is the first opportunity anyone has had in 100 years. Several kingdoms explicitly forbade their own heroes and vassals from marching, and the non-human races watched and would have been quietly delighted by any number of human casualties, because humanity drove every one of them to the edges of the continent, and human slavers hunted all of them for sport. In a certain sense, I was avenging them. I have never brought this up with any of them, and I'd rather not. Then, as I closed on the capital, every player on the continent got 3 chimes. Legendary story quest, Glory of the Empire. Not a city quest, not a kingdom quest. Every player on Anduin, at once. Go to Caesar Imperial Capital. Join the Imperial faction. Defeat or kill Skeleton King Li Wei. And in the battlefield contribution rewards, for the first time in the history of the game, class inheritances up to legendary quality. That last line is what moved the big guilds off the fence, and I want to be fair to them. It was the correct call. A hero rank template is worth a few unique items. An epic template is worth more than 10 epic items. A legendary template cannot be priced because cashing one in doesn't get you an item, it gets you a future legendary hero wearing your guild's tag with a seat at the top table of the human faction and influence over a nation. Hundreds of thousands of players teleported to the capital. The rest of them knew the other half of the equation anyway. If the Empire loses, the whole server goes to hell mode, monsters everywhere above their level, deaths stacking, levels and gear draining away, everyone getting permanently weaker. For once in this entire story, the players and I wanted exactly opposite things, and both of us were right about the stakes. I ignored the warning at 100 kilometers. I was riding the dragon's skull by then, incidentally. Back, then spine, then neck, then head, over about 4 months, each step negotiated separately, each one only slightly more outrageous than the one he'd already agreed to. We remain, officially, partners. Below me, Lyra and the Death Knight Legion. Behind us, 1 million undead made out of an Imperial army, spread across the plain like a pale ocean with a tide. And ahead of us, Caesar Imperial Capital, 5 million residents. The largest city on the continent, sealed inside an enormous shield. Not an illusion barrier this time, the second sacred artifact of the Caesar Empire, the elemental barrier. The reason the capital has never fallen in 3 centuries of continental warfare, and the actual reason a middling human kingdom became a hegemon in the first place. You want to destroy the Caesar Empire? Then first destroy the elemental barrier. Inside, on the castle grandstand, an epic rank emperor put on a military uniform and stood where every soldier on the wall could see him. Raise the flag, beat the drums, tell the soldiers that I am always with them, and war drums, amplified through rune arrays, went out over 5 million empty houses. The commander of the defense was not one of the 3 peak legendaries. It was a hero rank knight named Kieran Vance, and 32 legendary heroes took his orders without one word of objection, and by the end of that day, I understood why better than they did. He put his palm flat on the inside of the elemental barrier, and the shield stopped being a dome of static glass and became flowing water, and every element inside that city, the earth under it, and the wind through it, and the fire in its hearths, and the water in its wells, woke up and started listening to him. The muster, as I counted it from the dragon's skull, 1 million class holders on 4 walls, thousands of hero rank, hundreds of epic heroes, 32 legendary heroes, 18 physical ones paired off around a high central platform, 12 casters standing on top of it in pairs, each pair anchoring one point of an enormous hexagram array laid across the city, and 2 more standing over the emperor, and hundreds of thousands of players. The 5 million civilians were already gone, evacuated. No emperor in that dynasty has ever emptied the capital while the barrier was still up, because emptying it says out loud that the barrier might not hold. Ragnos went in first and hit the shield with death breath, which is a thing no legendary hero on that continent would stand in front of. The shield rippled. That was all it did. I couldn't break it either. I'd already known that. So I did the thing they had built the whole defense around. And I want to be clear that I knew I was doing it. I left the dragon and the legion outside, because bringing them in before I knew what the Empire's trump card was would be how all of them died at once. And I went in alone. Phase shift goes through barriers. It went through that one exactly as expected. And then the Caesar Empire showed me why they'd given a hero rank knight command over 32 legendaries, and it is the only time in this entire story that I was outthought. Kieran Vance is the strongest war command master in the Empire, and a war command master has 3 skills. The first is telepathy. He speaks directly into the mind of every caster in one arm of that hexagram at the same instant, with no delay and nothing to intercept. The second is battlefield command, and it is the one that nearly finished me. He doesn't cast anything. He merges what other people cast. 2 legendary mages throw a top-tier wind spell and a top-tier fire spell. Hundreds of ordinary casters throw ordinary ones into the same instant, and Kieran Vance takes all of it and fuses it into one object. What came at me was a wheel of fire the size of a hill, spinning, carrying the force of something just short of a forbidden spell, with no channel time at all. That's the point. That's the whole design. A legendary mage can cast a forbidden spell, but the channel is long and I am fast, which is exactly how Durando went. Alaric needed frozen space and 3 forbidden spells to get one off. Kieran Vance deletes the channel. He is the Empire's replacement for the Book of Radiance, made out of men. I dodged the wheel and stepped straight at the platform, because the correct answer to a commander is always to remove the commander, and the King of Knights was already there. Because of the third skill, Battlefield Marker. He tags an enemy, and from then on that enemy emits an energy ripple anyone can read. Assassins, stalkers, teleporters, every last one of us, on a map, permanently. Divine Shield and Charge, from a peak legendary Holy Knight who knew precisely where I was going to arrive before I did. A Holy Shield hit me and threw me dozens of meters back through open air, where I cannot fly, and where a thing that cannot fly is a thing that is falling. Then the second arm of the hexagram opened up, and it was pure control, merged, all of it at once, into one point in the sky, at me. Control is my one hard counter. Everything else on that continent I can outlast or outrun. A thing that stops me moving turns me into a statue with a health bar, and sacred imprisonment had taught me that lesson 11 days earlier at a price I did not enjoy paying. I burned Summoned Skeleton off the Book of the Dead, dumped an army under the platform to give them something to look at, and got out of the shield's grip entirely. And then the third arm of the hexagram fired, and it was support, merged into something on the scale of a forbidden spell. Every class holder in the Caesar Imperial Capital below Mentor rank got double all 4 attributes for 1 hour. Double. At legendary rank, the buff only gives 10%, and 10% of a legendary hero is worth half an ordinary hero, so nobody was complaining. My summoned legion was erased in minutes. I pulled back out through the barrier, landed on the dragon, and sat there with what I can only describe as a headache. Attack, defense, control, support. 4 categories, each delivered at near forbidden spell power, instantly, on demand, indefinitely. And the man running it does not need to be strong. He needs to know when to release which skill. The casters handle the rest. That is the single most elegant piece of military engineering I have encountered in 2 lives, and it was designed and built specifically for me, by an empire that had studied me the way I studied them. There was no reaching him. 16 legendary bodyguards stood in a ring on that platform, and the King of Knights had a marker on me. So I stopped trying to reach him. I went after the control corner instead, the only arm of that hexagram that could actually finish me. And to get there, I used the one thing Imperial intelligence had never thought of. They knew phase shift passes through barriers. They built the entire defense around knowing it. It never occurred to a single person in that empire that it can carry passengers. I put the dragon on the ground next to Lyra and the Death Knight Legion. I wrapped all of them, a legendary ghost dragon, an epic dread knight, 400 lord rank death knights in my demonic energy, and I had them charge the wall. On foot, a ghost dragon running on all 4s across a plain like an enormous rotting dog, surrounded by black cavalry, the whole thing buried inside a kilometer of fog. Inside the city, they watched it on a water mirror and could not make it mean anything. Charging an elemental barrier that takes dozens of forbidden spells to crack, on the ground, in a fog bank, is not a tactic. It's a suicide with extra steps. Kieran Vance couldn't find the flaw either, and he hated it on instinct, which is the mark of a genuinely good commander. So he fired 1,000 Windblade's tornado hundreds of meters across into the fog to strip it off and see what was underneath. And every eye in the capital, 1,000,000 soldiers, 32 legendaries, hundreds of thousands of players, went to the tornado tearing the fog apart. At that exact instant, I stepped and took all of them with me through the barrier and put them down on top of the control corner of the hexagram. Lyra went first. Hundreds of stacked death auras merged through her, plus an epic Dread Knight's fear aura, and one corner of that array went black, and every caster in it below hero rank rotted where they stood, still holding the spell. Ragnos' death breath erased the second corner. And I put a death slash up through the barrier into the 2 legendary mages on the control edge before either of them finished turning around. They died with the last of the anticipation still on their faces, because 4 seconds earlier they had been watching a tornado. 2 corners of 6, gone in one breath. Form ranks! Form ranks! Kieran Vance overdrew his own mana and fused 4 skills simultaneously. Fire at me, wind at the dragon, ice at Lyra, and a defensive buff on his legendaries at forbidden spell grade, which was good enough that 3 legendary heroes ate a full death slash at 20 times a normal hit and got up. Blood came out of his mouth. He did it again. So I stopped trying to kill legendary heroes. I phase shifted high, and while a fire dragon and a wind blade and a wall of frost all converged on me in midair, I reached out toward a platform hundreds of meters away and closed my fist. Hand of imprisonment. A hand of bone the size of a hill came up out of the ground under the center of the Caesar Imperial Capital, took the whole platform and the man standing on it, and squeezed. The supreme commander of the greatest defensive battle in Imperial history was, when all is said and done, a hero-rank knight in a hand built to hold legendaries. He went like a ripe tomato. On the castle grandstand, with the flag up and the drums still going, Valerius IX watched the elemental barrier take its first crack and his war command master die, and his legendary heroes start falling out of the sky one at a time. They lost, he said it quietly, to nobody. And the man who had not visibly aged in 20 years of rule aged in front of his own guards. His back went, He stooped, and he never straightened up again. Silas came out of the air beside him and told him to leave. The Emperor didn't answer that. He asked something else. Silas, how long have you been by my side? 23 years, Your Majesty, ever since you pulled me out of the sewers. Thank you for protecting me for 23 years. We lost this battle, but the Empire still stands. A pause. If you could, help me protect Aurelian? And the coldest man in the Caesar Empire, a legendary shadow hunter who had put knives into more people than he could name, understood both halves of that sentence at the same instant. He was being reassigned to the prince, which meant his emperor intended to die in this city today. He wept. It is the only record of it anyone has, and then he obeyed, because the man who reached into a sewer 23 years ago and pulled out a starving child had made loyalty the entire content of his life, and this was that man's last order, and refusing it would have made all 23 years mean something smaller. Now, why did Valerius IX stay? Not despair. Arithmetic. The third sacred artifact, the spatial compass, had already gone north with his son. The Book of Radiance was already mine, which told him something nobody else in that hall had noticed. I don't destroy sacred artifacts. I take them. So the elemental barrier could not be allowed to fall into my hands. Ever. He couldn't take it with him. It is anchored into the bedrock of a capital. He couldn't switch it off. A shield the size of a city doesn't have an off. But he was the emperor, and the final authorization for that artifact lived in him and nowhere else. He could detonate it. An artifact of that class stores enough energy for 90 spells and 10 forbidden spells, or, alternatively, enough to raise a shield that eats dozens of forbidden spells over a siege. Released all at once, in one place, it exceeds a forbidden spell by a comfortable margin. And more importantly, an elemental torrent of that magnitude tears the surrounding space apart, which means the one thing in the world that cannot be caught cannot phase shift out of it. The Emperor's entire final plan was a single gamble, that a shattered space traps the untrappable thing. Then he changed the drums. The stirring beat that had been going since dawn dropped into something low and slow and mournful, and every legendary and epic hero still standing in that city heard it and understood two things at once. It was the retreat, and there was only one way an emperor who was still standing on the grandstand could be ordering a retreat. He was buying it with himself. One legendary hero coughed blood and roared and would not go. Another threw his last spell and was cut down throwing it. Most of them went because going was the order and because leaving was the only way to make it mean anything. And then, with the drums still sounding and his city coming apart around him, Valerius IX went to see his daughter. He walked through the castle alone, down corridors, past open doors, into a wing of the palace that his own guards had orders to leave alone, and into a room done in white and pink, full of a girl's toys, arranged with care, dusted, replaced as she outgrew them, with no bed in it. In the middle of the floor was a white altar, ringed with a holy light rune array built out of the purest magic crystals the Empire could buy, and the Empire had bought them continuously for over 10 years at a cost that would have funded an army. And on the altar was a small girl in a princess dress, asleep. Gray-black magic patterns crawled across her skin like something writing on her. The holy light burned them away as fast as they appeared, and new ones were born out of nothing to replace them, and this had been happening every second of every day since the hour she was born. Seraphina, I've come to see you. He sat down on the step of his daughter's altar. Soon you won't have to suffer this pain anymore. We will leave this world together. Don't be afraid. Father will always be by your side. Here is the story he had never told anyone. On his second day as emperor, he took his pregnant queen down into the royal vault to choose a gift, because that is what a young man does when he has just been handed a treasury and the woman he loves is carrying his child. And she was drawn to a box, a plain box, sealed with holy light, that had been sitting in the deepest part of that vault for centuries, with no label and no record of who put it there. He could have said no. He couldn't say no to her. He broke the seal, and what came out was the Ghost Notes, the second of the 4 notebooks, the one Vorlog handed to a ghost leader in a forest the Empire later exterminated, and it went into her. Months later, she gave birth to Seraphina and turned into a skeleton in front of him. Not over days, in front of him. Her life eaten out of her in the time it took to hand him a daughter. And the daughter was born already a ghost. He spent the next decade keeping the altar of light burning to hold his own child on the exact line between living and dead, because the notebook would not let her die and the world would not let her live. And in more than 10 years, he visited her a handful of times. Not because he didn't love her, because every time he came into that room, he saw the box, and his own hand on the seal, and the shape his wife had made on the floor. He could not bear to remember, so he arranged his life so that he wouldn't have to, and the arrangement had a small girl in it, and on the last hour of the last day, with an empire burning outside the window, he finally worked out the thing he had been getting wrong for 11 years. Serafina was never the one who was wrong. He was. He sat down and took her hand and waited to die with her. I did not know any of this at the time. I want that on record. I was outside, on a dragon, watching a barrier crack, and I found out the rest of it much later, out of the frozen head of a man who no longer needed it. I saw the cracks open on the elemental barrier, and my pupils shrank. Not because a shield was breaking, because of what the space around me started doing, going brittle, going wrong, the way glass sounds a half-second before it decides. Phase shift into a space that is coming apart drops you into spatial turbulence, which is a polite way of saying it drops you into pieces. And even if I'd been willing to gamble on it, there was no time to wrap the dragon and Lyra and 400 Death Knights and take them with me. He had me. A 50-year-old epic rank man on a grandstand, with everything he owned already spent, had built a trap that worked. So I took out the Book of the Dead and turned to the last page, the one I'd spent 10 days of a 1,000-kilometer march inscribing. Ice Age. An inspector grew out of the ground under my feet and carried me up on it, and I drove frost and avalanche and glacier straight down the throat of the elemental torrent coming the other way. At Durando, I cast that skill while being burned alive with a forbidden spell locking my body. This time my head was clear, and my hands were free, and I could steer it at full power. I beat the artifact. And then, because the flood was still pouring out of a broken sacred artifact and had nowhere to go, I threw the Book of the Dead into it and used 100 empty rune spaces to drink. The Caesar Empire's elemental barrier, 3 centuries of accumulated national investment, the reason the capital had never fallen, went into my artifact as fuel and refilled it with enough energy for 2 or 3 more ice ages. Then the cold took everything. The capital, the heroes who had obeyed the retreat and were still on the road, the soldiers who hadn't, the players, the walls, the towers, the drums, all of it in ice out to the horizon. 100 kilometers away, on a mountain peak, 4 men and a boy watched it happen through a water mirror. The boy was 17 or 18, hero rank before 20, which on that continent makes you the subject of songs. Gray eyes, Aurelian, Valerius IX's only son. Beside him, the dark, thin elder, leader of the hermits and the emperor's own teacher, Silas, newly reassigned, and the ministers who actually run an empire day to day, who had been evacuated with the archives because an empire is mostly paperwork. They watched the barrier detonate. Then they watched an ice blue color come up over the whole picture and swallow it. "Father," the boy said, "Serafina." And the dark, thin elder took Valerius IX's crown out of a case and put it on his head. "If the empire ultimately fails, then you will be crowned king amidst destruction. Your Highness, this is His Majesty's last decree." Every man on that peak knelt in the snow. The boy drew his sword and held it against his chest. "I, Aurelian Caesar, am crowned king today. I swear to be loyal to my country. I swear to be loyal to my subjects. I swear that I will inherit Caesar's glory. I swear that the glory of the Caesar Empire will never end." Nobody looked closely at his eyes. If they had, they might have noticed that somewhere in the last 5 minutes, a speck of black had appeared in one gray pupil. My side of the ledger, when the ice stopped moving. Level 63 to 65. Health, 1.2 million. Mana, 740,000. Strength, 81,000. Agility, 59. Constitution, 74. Spirit, 49. And free points, counting Durando and the capital together, 1,420. Then the sky spoke, and it took a while. "You destroyed Fortress City. You destroyed the Caesar imperial capital. The undead scourge you instigated has destroyed more than 2/3 of the Caesar Empire's power. You have slaughtered more than 5 million people. You have gained 50 legendary points. You have made it onto the disaster rankings. 11th. Directly below me, at 12th, a peak legendary ogre tyrant who exterminated an entire race. Directly above me, at 10th, an ancient dragon of calamity at Saint Realm. And from 10th upward, they are all saints. Every one of them has destroyed a country or a small world and been promoted for it. In my past life, at the absolute height of the undead scourge, with a continent already dead behind him, Kalen the Necromancer touched 10th place briefly and slid back off. I got to 11th in under a year, from a starting position of being a skeleton in a hole with 90 days on a clock. I would like to say I felt something complicated about that. What I actually felt was that 11th place is a wanted poster with worldwide distribution, and that I now had the personal attention of 10 beings who could each end me without changing expression, and that I needed to get considerably stronger, considerably faster. Then I walked into the frozen castle, because something in it was calling me. I had felt it the moment I crossed the barrier, an aura that shared a source with the lich notes, the same signature, the same age, the same wrongness. The ghost notes were in that building. I followed it through frozen halls, past frozen guards standing at their posts, and it took me to a door in a quiet wing with a girl's things behind it. Valerius the Ninth was crouched beside the altar with his back to the door, frozen in the position he died in, holding a small hand. And on the altar there was a girl in the ice, except she wasn't in it. Everyone else in that capital was a corpse inside a block of ice. Seraphina was dusted with frost, and the frost was melting off her, driven back by the gray-black patterns crawling over her skin. The holy light array had burned every crystal it had left to keep Ice Age off her, and then it had gone out. Which meant that the transformation an empire had spent 11 years and a fortune holding at the halfway point was, at last, with nothing left to stop it, finishing. Her body went from solid to translucent and back, and translucent again, and settled somewhere in between. Free, shifting between the real and the illusory, is not something a newborn ghost can do. It is not something a banshee can do. That is a legendary ghost queen's ability, and she was doing it on her first breath. She wasn't just born undead, she was born a ghost king. And then the small figure on the altar opened her eyes. She floated up off it, still in the princess dress, because the dress was part of her now, and she looked around the room the way an animal looks around on the first day, no knowledge in it at all, no fear, nothing but pure open curiosity about a world that had just started existing. Her eyes went over the frozen man crouched beside her altar, and something crossed her face that I can only describe as grief. She did not know why. She had no memory to attach it to. She looked at him for a moment with an expression that had no story behind it, and then she looked away, because she didn't understand it and there was nothing in her to understand it with. Then she saw me, the only thing in that room that felt like her. She drifted over and put her face close to mine and breathed me in, entirely unafraid, the way a kitten investigates a boot. Epic rank from the moment of birth. A legendary dragon has to grow into epic. She woke up in it. I raised a hand toward her forehead. She didn't flinch. She tilted her head at the gesture, and then she made her forehead solid so that I could touch it. Erosion took under a minute, because she didn't resist for a second of it. You have gained control of Ghost Princess Seraphina. You have obtained legendary job template, Spirit of Annihilation. The complete ghost inheritance. Ghost, Wraith, Spirit of Pain, Banshee, Spirit of Annihilation, Elite to Legendary, the whole ladder. 3 of the 4 oldest undead races, complete. Only the Death Knight line was missing, and the notebook that holds it. And then I did something I did not have to do, and have never adequately explained to myself. I looked at the girl floating beside me, and at the man crouched on the floor holding the hand she used to have. I sighed. And I cast Ice Age again, carefully, at a fraction of its power, aimed at nothing but him, until the ice around Valerius the Ninth stopped being ice and crystallized into something solid and permanent, a shell that will not melt, and will not decay, and will not break unless something on the scale of the spell that made it comes for it. Then I froze the whole castle over the top of it, as a second layer. That is how I express respect. I'm aware it's a strange dialect. I handed the newborn ghost princess to Lyra to raise because I am an inappropriate person to raise anything and Lyra is not. Seraphina reached out a small hand toward her and Lyra stopped halfway. Then she used her left hand to pull the gauntlet off her right, and the hand inside a Death Knight's armor was slender and pale and human and in no way worse than the child's. My eyebrow twitched. I had assumed for months, without ever checking, that there was a withered thing in there like the one I'd started with. Neither of us said anything about it. Serafina took her hand. Here is what a continent does when its king dies. The Caesar Empire's surviving lords declared independence, one after another, rather than kneel to a 19-year-old with a crown and no capital. 2 human kingdoms declared war on the corpse inside a month, and I would bet a legendary template that they had paid for at least half of those rebellions in advance. The non-human races watched humanity turn on itself at that speed and were frankly amazed. And I want to be fair, it was the correct move. That window, with the hegemon down and the thing that put it down not yet returned, was the only chance any of them would ever get to replace the Caesar Empire at the top. Wait a year, and there'd be nothing to replace. Aurelian's first act as emperor was to go north to his uncle, the empire's first prince and its greatest surviving lord, with the crown on his head and almost nothing behind him. His uncle tried to put him under house arrest and rule through his name, which was also the correct move and was going to work. So Aurelian had the dark, thin elder and Silas slaughter his uncle's entire house in one night, took the territory, and stood on it. That became the first ground he actually ruled. His teacher accepted it without comment. Silas was delighted. Both of them read it the same way. Iron-blooded, decisive, exactly what a broken empire needs at the top. And neither of them noticed that ruthlessness and cruelty are not the same substance, and that the boy had gone past one into the other without slowing down. Alone that night, in his dead uncle's mansion, a sentence surfaced in him that he had not thought and did not recognize. Only by merging into the darkness can we fight against it. And the black speck that had appeared in his eye outside a burning capital quietly finished filling the whole pupil. Meanwhile, continental war means missions, and missions mean levels, and the players of Anduin pulled so far ahead of every other server that it stopped being funny. Other servers were grinding at advanced and elite rank, ours were pushing mentor. Leaks growing. I let them. Then I did something I had never done in either of my lives. I stopped fighting for 6 months and became somebody's assistant. I dug the rest of the story out of the memories of the epic and legendary heroes I'd eaten, which is a research method I recommend to nobody. Theron Valdis, one of only 3 alchemy masters in recorded history who worked on the Book of Radiance itself, and the only one of the 3 who wasn't an imperial subject. That's why the Dark Cult brought their notebooks to him and not to anyone else. He was the best in the world, and he was outside the Empire's reach. A master blacksmith and a grandmaster alchemist who has spent the centuries since as a Lich King doing research nobody asked for. The Abomination race is not his life's work. It's what he's been doing recently, designing an entire species from basic tier all the way to epic, over decades, for fun. It's one flaw, which he told me about the way a man tells you about a leak in his roof. Abominations cannot reproduce. Every one must be made by hand. He thinks that if he could ever make the race independent, that step might be what lies past Saint Realm. He hid nothing from me. Not the Lich lore, not the Mage lore, not the smithing, not the alchemy, not the abomination modification techniques he'd never written down. And he had a plan of his own behind it, which I saw immediately and let him keep, because it was so exactly shaped like him. Get the Skeleton King addicted to research. A Skeleton King in a workshop is not a Skeleton King in an empire. Then you have a Lich King, a Ghost Dragon, and the strongest undead alive all sitting in one city, which deters every attack anyone could mount. The living and the dead leave each other alone. There is a balance. Nobody has to die. It is a pedantic, cowardly, and completely admirable plan, and it very nearly worked. My spirit attribute at that point was 49,000. Spirit is not just mana. It is how much of a thing you can hold in your head at once. I took everything he had. Lich lore, combat theory and support theory, smithing, alchemy, and underneath all of it, the endless, tedious, foundational rune work that everything else is built on and that I had been skipping my entire existence. My level did not move. My attributes did not move. My free points did not move. It is the biggest change that happened to me in that whole year. Like a man who comes into money, spends a while making sure everyone can see it, and then one day goes quiet and starts actually learning what to do with it. The exam, at the end, was my own soul crystal. 10 days of rune work, by hand, with him watching and not helping. Every biological essence and crystal essence in his stores. And then, at the moment it started to destabilize, a sprint the length of a Lich King's tower to throw the thing into a forge-burning black demon flame. The ultimate condensation of death and darkness, drawn out of the pillar of light in the city of the undead and compressed for years. the exact mirror image of the holy flame that nearly ended me at Durando. Half an hour later, I fished out something the size of a baby's fist that used to be the size of a melon, and it had stopped being crystal clear. It looked like a world was happening inside it. It ate the light in the room. Source of darkness. Quality. Sacred artifact. Stores 5 million mana. Automatically converts any energy in the world except holy light into death and darkness, up to 10 million. And the third function, which is the only one that matters. It multiplies the area of any death or darkness I release by 10. My rolling demonic energy, the black smoke that converts everything it touches, had a radius of 1 kilometer. It now had a radius of 10, enough to cover an entire city in a single breath. I had 1,420 free points saved since Durando, and I spent almost all of them on something that killed nobody. Undead modification, level 2 to level 10, 10 points a level, then 130 more to evolve it. Undead shaping. You may freely analyze any undead and obtain its information. You may freely edit and combine undead class templates. When a combined template conforms to the execution rules, it is valid. Now, the rules for a class that a player can actually take. I worked these out the hard way by having the system reject things. 1. It cannot be one of the 4 orthodox races. Skeleton, Ghost, Lich, Death Knight, all forbidden. Only something I modified or created will load onto a player. 2. It must be a complete ladder. Basic, Advanced, Elite, Warrior, Lord. A partial class is not a class. 3. The race must be independent. It has to be able to reproduce without a maker. Rule 3 killed the abomination immediately, which is exactly Vorlog's problem and why he's still working on it. Rule 3 saved the zombie. Because the 3rd zombie tier already has corrosive venom, kill something living with it, in a place thick with death aura, and the corpse gets up on its own as a zombie, no maker required. The race seeds itself, it just stops at elite. So I bought the rest. 50 points for the warrior tier, 100 for the lord tier. You have created the complete undead race, the zombie. You may rename its ranks. You may readjust its skills. You may assign this race's job template to descenders. I named the 2 new ranks Zombie Commander and Zombie Lord, and privately reserved Corpse King and Corpse Emperor for the epic and legendary tiers I hadn't built yet. One class was too thin. The human world has hundreds. Nobody joins a faction with a single option. So I built a second out of the pre-Lich rank, which, unlike Lich itself, isn't one of the 4 protected races, crossed with Necromancer, and I stocked it with everything I'd taken off Vorlog and out of Kalen's head. Bone Resurrection at Basic. Summon Skeleton at Advanced, Frost Nova at Elite, Corpse Explosion at Warrior, and at Lord rank, Dark Curse, a small personal Dark Curtain, 10% stronger for every undead inside it, 10% weaker for everything alive. Both classes summon minions, because it is an undead faction and the Scourge is the entire point. 335 points for the 2 class systems, 130 for undead shaping, 955 left. Then I went out, and I took only Seraphina, because Ragnos and Lyra were too slow for what I was about to do. I went looking for a war, and on that continent in that month you could find one by throwing a rock. Brendo Fortress, the Yakesi Kingdom, 200,000 troops, 10,000 players, 3 epic heroes, against the Eric Kingdom, 150,000 troops, 30,000 players, 3 epic heroes, 350,000 class holders and 40,000 players in one valley, over a fort. I want to describe what the players were doing in that battle because it is the funniest sustained thing I have ever watched, and both kingdoms were completely blind to it. Players will fight for either side, whoever's paying. They sign on in blocks, they get issued colors, and on the field they scream louder than anyone, charge harder than anyone, and hit the front line like they mean it. And they only ever kill NPCs. When a group of players from the other kingdom comes at them, both sides shout even louder, raise their weapons even higher, close the distance at a dead sprint, and then each of them cuts down the native soldier standing next to the man he was supposedly charging. They use their own side's infantry as cover from arrows. They form up behind the NPC line and let it absorb the cavalry. They dive into the enemy formation, take 3 kills, and vanish behind a wall of somebody's actual sons. It is why Anduin's players outlevel every other server on the planet. Their casualty rate in a national war is a fraction of the natives, and the natives cannot fault them for any of it, because from where a Yakesi general is standing, those hired adventurers fight harder and die less than his own troops, which is exactly what you want from a mercenary. Then a black figure appeared in the middle of the field. An epic hero on the wall panicked and shouted that a legendary hero had joined the enemy. Someone put a scouting spell on me and magnified the image, and the players didn't need to guess because they'd all seen the video. Identity, Skeleton King. Rank, question marks. Everything else, question marks. The Yakesi commander didn't attempt a single tactical decision. Retreat! Run! And he started tearing at a teleport scroll to get a warning to his king, which was, all things considered, the most useful thing anyone in that valley did that day. Source of darkness, and the demonic energy went out. 10 kilometers in one breath. The fortress, both armies, the baggage train, the hills on either side. Apprentice rank and formal rank soldiers rotted where they stood and got back up as skeletons. Elites and mentors lasted a little longer and then didn't. I went through the fog personally and killed every epic hero and every hero class holder in it by hand, because those pay free points and the fog does not. 25 of them. And then the black smoke reached the 40,000 players, and as their bodies started coming apart, every one of them heard the same sentence. Skeleton King Li Wei invites you to join the undead faction. Do you want to join? They joined, almost to a man. I'd like to say it was fear. It wasn't. It was 30 seconds of the loudest collective noise ever made on a server, and then a stampede. One of them was worth telling you about, Zhao Jian, one of fewer than 1,000 mentor rank players on the entire continent, leader of a 400-strong adventure company, and he joined on purpose, before the fog reached him, after about 4 seconds of thought, because he'd hit the wall. Past mentor rank, a human player's advancement stops being about skill and starts being about paperwork. Join a nation, join a great guild, fight for rank inside somebody's hierarchy, take the class they'll give you. He liked being free more than he liked being promoted. You have joined the undead faction and become one of the dead. Choose your race. 1. Zombie. 2. Lich. He picked zombie. His heavy armor template was stripped out and zombie commander loaded in. He went from 1.7 meters to 2. His skin went dark blue-green. 2 fangs came in. And it did not read as disgusting. Every account from that day agrees. It read as ferocious. Then he opened his panel and swore out loud, because the monster template's growth per level was several times what his human class had been giving him, plus 4 new class skills he hadn't earned. And beside his class name, there was a small inverted triangle, and he clicked it, and it showed him the requirements for the next rank. Reach level 40. Meet the attribute floor. That's it. That's the whole list. No quest chain. No hunting for a clue in a library in a city 3 weeks away. No NPC whose favor you have to farm for a month. No faction standing. No competing with 400 other people for 1 slot. So this, he said out loud, standing in a field of skeletons, is the biggest advantage of the undead race. 38,971 players converted that afternoon. 27,000 zombies, 11,000 liches. Then I opened the task editing system and wrote them 3 quests. The first was legendary rank, and it was called Book of the Undead. Find the 4 notebooks, Lich, Ghost, Skeleton, Death, or clues leading to them. For an actual book, I will personally create you a unique epic class template, plus 1 legendary item, 2 epic items, and 10 unique items. Or, if you'd rather, you can trade the whole reward for a non-undead legendary class inheritance. For a clue, a unique lord template, 1 epic item, 2 unique items, 10 gold items. Or a non-undead epic inheritance. The second was epic rank, Lord of the Dead. Find me the locations of legendary undead. The third was a faction quest called The Rise of the Undead. 1 million faction contribution opens the undead skill library, where you can buy my skills with experience points. 10 million opens the undead armory. 100 million builds the undead capital. That third one is vapor, and I knew it when I wrote it. Contribution is a number I set myself. The undead capital is a promise, and a faction that believes it has a future behaves entirely differently from one that doesn't. The first 2 were the real work, and the escape hatch, the option to take a non-undead inheritance instead, was the part I was proudest of. Because it meant that every player on the continent had a reason to hunt those books for me, not just mine. Within a day, guild bounties were on the forums. 5 million for a clue to a Book of the Undead, 20 million for an actual book, 3 million for the location of a legendary undead. Real money, real-world money, with contracts. And it wasn't even expensive from their side. An epic class template means a future epic hero wearing your guild's tag, and an epic hero is a pillar of a kingdom. You would pay that for the option alone. With a contribution cost so small I'm embarrassed to write it down, I put every player on the continent of Anduin to work for me. Over the next month, I crossed that continent, made dozens of cities into cities of the dead, and more than 500,000 players joined the undead faction. And exactly one of them had already found what I was looking for and didn't know what to do about it. His name in the game was Stoneheart, and out of every player on that continent, he is the only one I ever went back and read the whole file on. He spawned in the far north, in the ice, in the only non-human race a player has ever been born into. The barbarians. 2 meters and change as adults, innate frost resistance, and a culture that thinks a shirt is a sign of weakness. And on top of that starting position, he rolled a personal talent, which almost nobody does. Divine power. An extra half multiple of strength every single level, forever, stacking. The tribal elders spotted him in his second month and started raising him as tribe elite, which for a barbarian means an old man hits you with a log every morning and calls it affection. So, extremely lucky. And also this. He borrowed the money for his game pod because he needed money because Shaolin, his family, the only family the file mentions, has been paralyzed for more than 10 years. And the barbarian tribe has a rule. Until you pass every trial, you may not leave tribal land, which meant he could not take a paying quest, not one, for 2 years. He tried to sell his future to the guilds, sign a contract now, take a lump sum, hand over a percentage of everything the barbarian body ever earns. Shaolin wouldn't let him. Because a barbarian body with divine power on it is worth far more over 10 years than any lump sum a guild will offer a desperate kid in month 4. And she would rather stay in that bed than watch him mortgage the one good thing that had ever happened to him. He believed her, because Shaolin has always been smarter than him. He says so himself, in a forum post, in a thread about something else entirely. Then the bounties went up. 3 million for the location of a legendary undead, 5 million for a clue to a book of the undead, 20 million for a book. He read them the way anyone would, did the arithmetic against a hospital bill, felt the specific sick feeling of money that exists but not for you, and closed the window. It wasn't for him. He was a kid in a tribe he couldn't leave on the far side of the world from anything worth finding. And that same hour, a huge, shirtless old man slapped him on the arm hard enough to bruise and told him, laughing, that the chieftain was personally taking him to the final trial. They crossed the snowfield to the great snow mountain, which is forbidden ground, and went into an ice cave. And Stoneheart walked into a crystal palace with 100 ice chairs down the length of it. Half of them were occupied, shriveled bodies, skeletons, and in every skull, blue soul fire. And on a throne at the far end, something 2.7 meters tall that was very obviously an undead boss of legendary rank. He nearly ran. The record is honest about it. And the voice that came out of the throne was not what anyone in that cave expected. It was gentle. Since we chose to remain in this world with this identity, we must face the troubles that come with it. A pause, and something that in a living man would have been amusement. Besides, when you came to see us, your reaction wasn't much better than this little guy's. The chieftain went red to the ears and insisted, at volume, that the ancestors chose this to protect the tribe and that no one should ever be ashamed of them. The ancestor let it go. It noticed the boy had divine power and said so, and said something else that nobody in the room wanted to hear. We don't have much time left to be awake. Then it fired blue light into every youth in that cave and pushed all of them past the elite ceiling into the barbarian's own unique mentor rank class. Frost Howler. Outside in the snow, the chieftain told them the rest. The Heritage Temple is the tribe's single greatest secret. Every ancestor sitting in that palace chose to become that, on purpose, at the end, so the tribe would have something in the mountain when the world came for it. Without their sacrifice, the barbarians would have been wiped off the map generations ago. Speak of it to no one. Ever. And Stoneheart stood in the snow with his new class and the exact coordinates of a legendary undead boss in his head. 3 million, right there. Shaolin, walking, against a tribe that had fed him and taught him and raised him for 2 years, and an old man who had just told him that no matter what happened out there, his family was here, waiting for him. He had a family in the game and a family in the real world, and he could only keep one of them. He logged out without saying anything to anybody. He sold it. The guild called Bright Summit paid. And he never appeared in the game again. Not on the forums, not in a guild roster, not in a single screenshot anyone has ever posted. I've thought about him more than I have any right to. I killed several million people that year, and I remember the barbarian kid. I think it's because everybody else on that continent was choosing between power and more power. He's the only person in the entire story who had to choose between two families and knew exactly what it would cost either way. He picked the one that could still be saved. And then he closed the door on the other one and never opened it again, which is not something a coward does. I went north. The Heritage Temple had more than 40 epic rank undead sitting in it, which is more epic undead than the entire city of the undead ever held, and every one of them had been a barbarian chieftain. And from the thing on the throne, I could feel the same source I'd felt in the Lich Notes and the Ghost Notes, the third notebook. Outsiders, this is not a place for you. The gentleness went out of that voice like a light switching off. Seraphina opened. Her boss skill is called Annihilation Howl, and it took 30-odd epic undead off their feet and off me, and then she went hunting them through the palace, shifting between solid and translucent so their weapons passed through her and hers didn't. She had existed for about 6 weeks. The ancestor came down the hall at me with a two-handed greatsword already falling, and I met it going up. 81,000 strength. I threw a 2.7-meter legendary undead into a ceiling 10 meters overhead. That's not a boast about him, that's a note about where I was. At that point, I could trade blows with a dragon, and the dragon would think about it. Round 2, he spun up Blade Storm, which is a Frost Sword Saint's signature, and is exactly what it sounds like. Tens of meters of shredding steel and cold that eats armor and everything inside it. I stepped behind it, called the Hand of Imprisonment, and pinned him for the length of one heartbeat, stepped through the storm while he couldn't steer it, and took one arm off with Death Slash, then the other. No arms, no sword, no Blade Storm. Then I jumped, put a palm on a head twice the size of mine, and drove him face first into his own floor, and stood on his back while a dozen epic undead hammered on the 12 ice barriers around me and did not get through in time. And I didn't kill him, I read him instead. He found a black notebook a very long time ago. He couldn't resist it. Nobody who has ever touched one of those 4 books has resisted it, which by this point I had stopped treating as coincidence. He turned himself undead before he died, which is not the same as dying and coming back, and it cost him a rank, legendary down to epic. Then he spent more than 100 years climbing back up, alone, in a cave, as a corpse sword saint. Then he built the Heritage Temple and started turning each dying chieftain into a guardian, so that the tribe would never again be as defenseless as it was on the day he watched it nearly die. You have enslaved Corpse Sword Saint, Sage. 6 templates came with him, including Legendary, Corpse Sword Saint, and the Barbarian's entire native class ladder from Frost Howler up to Frozen Sword Saint. He created that lineage. He is its only teacher. There is no other source in the world. The skeleton note he handed me himself, on his knees, and its secret is worth more than the templates. A living being that falls into undeath always drops 1 rank. Always. That's the law. It's why the skeleton race caps at Lord, why no legendary hero has ever produced an epic skeleton, why every capital I burned produced garbage. The skeleton note is the exception. It is instructions for turning a legendary hero's corpse into an epic rank skeleton. I had a storage cube with 100 meters of legendary hero corpses in it, and then Sage, a legendary boss who could flatten a kingdom, on his knees, having just been beaten and enslaved by something a third his size, made one request. My lord, I only hope you can leave a legacy for the barbarians. When you don't need me, let me return to this temple and keep passing on the profession. I granted it. I'd like to claim that was decency. The honest accounting is that the barbarians are too few to be worth eating, that the legacy costs me nothing, and that a servant who serves gladly is worth several who serve because they must. Both things were true. I've stopped trying to separate them. On the throne he'd been sitting in, I left a message in barbarian script for the chieftain who would eventually come looking for his ancestors and find an empty palace. We have already left with our lord. When the time comes, I will return here to leave behind my legacy. The spirits of the dead cannot be reversed. The spirits of the dead cannot be attacked. We do not wish to fight against our mother race. Remember this. And underneath it, my lord, Skeleton King. The handover happened at a northern fortress, and it turned into a public event. Wang Zifeng, guildmaster of Bright Summit, 100,000 members and climbing, brought 7 mentor rank players, 1,000 elites, layered rune traps across the whole approach, and a stated willingness to eat any losses, because the moment a reward like that lands in the open, other guilds have to consider taking it. Tens of thousands of onlookers were already on the hills. There's a detail here I only found out later and enjoyed enormously. That Wang Zifeng is the same Wang Zifeng whose character was the very first player ever to appear in this world. The one who spawned in a field outside Baiguo village on launch day walked up to a black figure standing in the road and asked it a question. The one I killed in the first minute of the game. The one who wrote a forum post about it that nobody believed. He'd built a guild out of the compensation and the notoriety, and now he was standing in the snow waiting for me on purpose. Black mist came over the ridge. Out of it, me, with Seraphina riding on my back, a 2.7-meter legendary undead walking behind me, and 40 epic rank undead behind him. Wang Zifeng later said he had trouble breathing. I believe him. And then I cheated in his favor. By the rules I wrote, his player had submitted a clue to a legendary undead. That's the epic tier reward. The skeleton note I found myself, on my own, inside a temple I would have reached eventually. I owed nothing for it. I merged both quests and paid out at the higher tier anyway. 1 legendary item, 2 epic, 10 unique, and a legendary class template. The zombie player who came forward to receive it made a sound I can only describe as a man choking on his own future. Wang Zifeng renegotiated his guild's payment to the finder on the spot, out loud, in front of everyone. A dark gold item plus 2 million, instead of the 200,000 they'd agreed. And he did it in about 4 seconds, without being asked, which told me everything about why that guild was going to win. He chose Elemental Mentor as his legendary class. He did not know, and I did not tell him, that it had belonged to Alaric, the Archmage of the Caesar Empire, chief of the 4 Pillars, one of the great legacies of a fallen hegemon, handed across a snowfield to a guild leader who'd started as a corpse in a wheat field. Why give away that much? Because every single thing I handed over was useless to me. I can't wear their armor. I can't take a human class. Legendary items are numbers on somebody else's panel. And what I bought with them was every player on the continent losing their minds simultaneously. Bright Summit posted a declaration with screenshots that night. In 2 hours, the guild doubled in size and became the strongest organization on Anduin. The first legendary item in the game. The first epic items in the game. The first legendary class template across all 20 servers. All of it theirs, all of it from me, all of it visible. And there were only 3 books left to find. I also transferred 8 million to a barbarian player who was no longer logging in, 3 for the legendary undead's location, which was the posted rate, and 5 for the notebook, which he had not submitted, had not claimed, had not asked for, and which I would never have found without him. Bright Summit's finance officer worked out what the extra 5 million meant and had to sit down. Then I went back to the frozen ruin of the Caesar imperial capital and built a home. I'd had an army for a year, and I had never had an address, and a faction with 500,000 members and no city is a rumor. The altar of death came first, from nothing. Sage and the 40 epic undead quarried and stacked the blocks, because a legendary corpse sword saint makes an outstanding crane. I carved every death and darkness rune myself and set the magic crystals by hand, which took the 6 months at Vorlag's bench and would have been impossible before them. And for the core, I forged a weakened legendary grade source of darkness over 10 days and buried it inside. Then I fed the whole thing my own aura until it opened a rift to the death plane, and a black pillar came up out of the altar for hundreds of meters and fell back over the city as a dark curtain. Blacksmiths next. I pushed my stolen forging skill to Grandmaster with free points, then collected a dozen high-level human smiths out of a dozen different cities and remade them as skeleton smiths with necromantic forging, where the materials are bone and skull and anything death has touched. 3 masters and 12 high-level. Then tailors, 2 master and 15 high-level, all liches, because a lich has excellent hands and infinite patience. Everything else I handed to Seraphina. I meant it as a chore. Rebuild the housing, sort out the streets, do something with the walls. She took 100,000 undead and rebuilt an imperial capital in undead style from the foundations up. Walls, gates, avenues, districts. She turned the royal castle into undead castle. She put an arena beside it for the Death Knights, and barracks for the Legion, and a mage tower for Vorlag, and a dragon cave for Ragnos, neither of whom had arrived, neither of whom had asked. To me, it was logistics. To her, it was the first thing she had ever been able to make, and she was 6 weeks old, and she did it with a small, furious focus that made every undead in that city terrified of disappointing her. She also went down into the crypt under the castle herself and sank her father's ice coffin into it, and told nobody she'd done it. In the heart of that ghost princess, Li Wei and Lyra are her only 2 family members. She has no memory of ever having had any others, She only has the grief with nothing attached to it, and she has never asked either of us about it, and I have never volunteered. Then I set the faction contribution requirement to 500,000 instead of 1 million because I had built the thing early and I am not a patient landlord, and I announced it to 500,000 players at once. City of the Undead, City of Bones, is now open. The first players through the array found 2 epic rank undead standing guard over the teleporter like doormen, and 2 new lines on their status panels. Minus 10% spell cost anywhere under the Dark Curtain, and Dark Realm. Stand around in this city and you passively gain experience and attributes. About 5 points to all 4 in a month for doing nothing but existing indoors. But the thing that actually broke them was the blacksmith's panel. 10 contribution plus materials, bronze equipment, 100 silver, 1,000 gold, 10,000 dark gold, 100,000 epic. And below that line, grayed out but visible with no price listed, legendary. Every player in that hall did the same arithmetic at the same moment. In the human kingdoms, a gold tier weapon is a guild's treasury item. Dark gold is a national asset. Epic is a thing you hear about. From that afternoon, gear stopped being a weakness for the undead faction, permanently. And then Vorlog defected on his own. I didn't enslave him. I didn't threaten him. I didn't ask him. He came, looked at what Serafina had built, and worked out the following. In the City of the Undead, every research material he had ever used, he had to go find himself, personally, over centuries, in a world that wanted to kill him. In City of Bones, he could post a quest, attach a trinket as the reward, and have hundreds of thousands of players go and find it for him by the end of the week. He moved in. He took the mage tower nobody had asked him about. He became city lord within a month. And he started running that place substantially better than I ever could, because I am a boss and he is an administrator, and I have never once regretted the trade. 2 clues came in off the quest board within a week of each other, and I want to be honest that I went after the wrong one first. The first pointed at Sky Rift Valley, in the east of what used to be the Caesar Empire. And the moment I read the report, I knew something was badly wrong, because of what the Empire had built around it. Tianli Fortress is not a fortress guarding a pass. It is a wall built entirely around a canyon, a ring, sealing the whole thing, with mage towers spaced along it and a spider web of rune arrays covering every square meter of the enclosure. Not attack arrays, sleep, imprison, seal, restrain. Burning an astronomical quantity of magic crystal every single day for over a decade out of the Imperial Treasury, with no return of any kind. Its commander was Lumen, a legendary spatial barrier master, a man nearly useless in a fight who can hold 10 legendaries out of a room indefinitely. You do not assign that man to a place you intend to kill something in. You assign him to a place you intend to keep shut. And when the capital burned and the empire fell apart, and every garrison on the continent was stripped for the defense, Tianli Fortress never left its post. The Emperor's order outlived the Emperor. The entire surviving record of the last team that went into that canyon is one broken transmission. Don't come in, ominous, seal off, doomsday. I read all of that, and I took a legendary ghost dragon, and I stepped straight through the rune net into the canyon, because I have never once in either of my lives correctly identified the moment to stop. The canyon floor was covered in rune arrays, so were the walls, so was every individual rock. At the far end was a cave a kilometer across, and every surface of it, floor, walls, ceiling, the stalactites, everything, was chewed into tiny holes, like something had been eating the mountain from the inside for a very long time. And lying on all of it, motionless, were white insects the size of mung beans. Then they woke up. The sound started below hearing and came up through the floor of it, and kept going until it was the only thing in the world, and the cave filled, not the air in the cave, with a white flood that came over both of us and started gnawing. Their fangs broke on legendary grade bone. That part was fine. The feeling of it was not fine. Millions of them, into every crevice, into every joint of my armor, into the gaps between ribs, all at once, all moving. My scalp crawled, and I do not have a scalp. Ragnos went straight up screaming and spraying death breath into a swarm that simply refilled itself behind the beam, and then we both dropped a few hundred meters back to the cave floor, and landed on a sea. Insects, deep enough to swallow a dragon whole, moving in waves under our feet. Deeper into the passages they got bigger and stronger and fewer, grape-sized, then walnut-sized, then the size of a baby's fist, and at that size they ignored my demonic energy entirely and started putting cracks in armor that had shrugged off a forbidden spell. And at the bottom, in a chamber packed wall to wall with them, there was one insect the size of a fist that was not white. It was a warm jade color, like something a jeweler would set. Peak epic, and it bit my legendary gauntlet and left a notch in it. I got it under the hand of imprisonment eventually and read it, and its history is the single most frightening thing in this story. It started as an ordinary bug that chewed the wrong ore and mutated into something that can split off endless copies of itself by eating bone. All the copies share one consciousness. There is only ever one of it, in as many bodies as it can afford. It ate every beast in the cave system. Then it ate a colony of Lord-rank lava lizards. Not in a fight. It never showed itself once. It sent clouds of insects in through every hole in the rock, day after day, until an epic rank lizard king had no skeleton left inside it. That made it epic. Then it went up and emptied several hundred kilometers of the surface world and became legendary. That's when the Caesar Empire found it. They threw a dozen legendaries and hundreds of epic heroes at those mountains, lost 2 legendaries, and could not get into the cave, because you cannot kill a thing that is 100 million things. So Valerius IX stopped trying to kill it and sealed it instead, and paid for the seal every day for the rest of his life. And it worked. After a decade with no bone to eat, the king starved back down from legendary to peak epic, and its epic tier insects fell to Lord. Here's the part that made me stand still in a cave for a full minute. Their 7 tiers map exactly onto equipment grades: iron, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, epic, legendary. Which means a legendary tier insect crushes legendary equipment in its jaws and ignores legendary attacks. And because what they eat is bone, they are the natural predator of the skeleton race specifically. My armor is my own bone. That is precisely why they could chew on a thing that a forbidden spell couldn't scratch. If the Empire had been 1 decade slower finding that canyon, this world was over. Not conquered, eaten. And nobody would ever have known what did it, because the thing that did it is the size of a grape. I enslaved it. Then I poured in every free point I could spare and most of the source of darkness, and I rebuilt it. I kept the infinite splitting. I kept the bone-eating evolution, and I made it half undead so that it belonged to my half of the world and not to the living one. A thin, bone-white line crawled from its tail up to its head, and then it opened its eyes and radiated at me something so naive and so affectionate that I nearly dropped it. Every insect in that cave system died at the same instant and sent its bone essence back up a single white thread, and the king doubled in size and climbed straight back to legendary in under a minute. I named it 7 Deadly Sins, Gluttony. 7 sins, 7 demon lords. The first one had arrived, and I did wonder, standing there, how far behind the other 6 were. Then we flew out over Tianli Fortress, where Lumen had every tower overloaded and every mage standing ready, having felt the seals break under him. "Go," I said. "Let me see whether you are qualified to grow into a gluttonous demon king who devours the heavens and the earth." It made one small croaking sound. Lumen recognized it. There is a top-secret scroll in the Imperial Archives that describes that exact sound and what it means, and he had read it every year for a decade, and he started screaming orders before the echo finished. Every spell that fortress had went up at once. A single white streak ate all of it, landed on one hero-rank class holder, went in through his neck, and disappeared inside him. He collapsed. Not the way a man falls, the way a coat falls when you take the hanger out from under it. And white mist boiled out of what was left and spread in every direction. 2 minutes and a fifth of the fortress was armor, standing empty in the corridors. 5 minutes and half. 7 minutes and all of it. Lumen held a spatial shield around himself and did the only thing his class could do, which was watch. Every colleague he had, every mage he'd trained, every soldier he'd shared that miserable post with for a decade, going down in place, in ranks, still in formation, with an expression on every face that never got a chance to change. He kept repeating one sentence while it happened. "I am a sinner. I am a sinner." His mana ran out. The mist took 1 second to finish. Then it had nothing left to eat, and the entire swarm collapsed back into one jade-colored insect about 10% stronger than it had been, which flew up and settled on my shoulder like a brooch. Ragnos did not say one word for the whole flight home. He'd been running a calculation the entire time, and I know what it was because he told me months later. The only undead in this world who are safe from that thing are the ones standing inside the little skeleton's circle. Being enslaved was starting to look less like a humiliation and more like an insurance policy. The Empire's relief force reached Tianli Fortress about half an hour later. 3 legendary heroes and a dozen epic heroes, moving fast, expecting a battle. What they found was a fortress full of empty uniforms, standing at their posts with the terror still on them. They did not investigate, they ran, and they were right to. Their report went north to a 19-year-old emperor who read it once and drew the worst possible conclusion. The Skeleton King has taken the bone-eating demon insect. He was correct. And that is the night Aurelian dismissed his guards, told Silas to hold the door against everyone, including his own teacher, and walked down the stairs into his own dungeon, where the prisoners were. I didn't learn what happened down there for a long time. I've since had cause to wish I'd been paying attention to that boy instead of to a bug. The second clue was the one that mattered, and it was 3 sentences long. Sayre Principality, the smallest human state on the continent, 3 cities and a dozen towns, tucked into a corner of the map, ruled by a duke nobody had heard of. And the only human nation that stayed completely neutral while everything else burned. No player has ever spawned there. Nobody goes in. Nobody comes out. A warrior rank assassin tried it repeatedly for money. He was detected and killed before reaching a city every single time, and he came so close to falling out of his rank permanently that he quit the profession. But on his closest approach, he felt something inside that duchy, an enormous dark aura, far past anything a 3-city state should contain, and he sold that sentence for a very reasonable price. I flew in at evening on a ghost dragon, and I sensed nothing at all. Empty countryside, ordinary fields, a road with cart tracks on it. Then we came in over a small town at maybe 40 meters, and I want you to understand what that should have looked like from below. A legendary ghost dragon's aura alone panics class holders at 10 kilometers. Animals bolt. Birds fall out of the sky. 2 archers on the town wall yawned. Nobody looked up. Nobody pointed. A dragon landed in the middle of the main street, and a woman walked past it carrying laundry. I got down and walked, and I found a man hauling a bucket of water on a crutch. He was limping badly, and there was something on his face I recognized instantly. The particular set of a person who has just been humiliated in public and had to swallow it, and is now doing his chore anyway. I cut the crutch out from under him. He went down hard, and the bucket went over, and the water ran out across the street. And he snarled at the ground with his face in the dirt. Waste! Waste! I'm not a piece of trash! Then he shoved the crutch away, climbed up onto the overturned bucket, and started dragging himself back toward the well to start again. I took his head off. And I stood there and watched the well water go dark around him, and something in me went very cold. Gluttony, I said. Eat this whole town. It took a few minutes, and when it was done, gluttony was fractionally stronger, which meant they were real people. Sayre Royal City, at sunset. The gates shut. Everyone went in. Ordinary. Boring. The kind of thing every walled town on that continent does at the same hour. And then the last of the light went off the western wall, and a dense, dark aura rose up out of the stones and covered the entire city. That's why the daytime scouts felt nothing, and the nighttime assassin felt everything. And that difference had been sitting in an intelligence report for years without anyone reading it right. I went in over the wall and into the barracks. A dozen class holders lay in their beds, withered down to nothing. Weapons racked, boots lined up, clothes folded on the stools beside them. They looked exactly like a dozen men asleep if you didn't look at their faces. And every one of them had walked off the wall alive 1 minute earlier. I ran erosion on one and read his life, and it is the worst thing I have ever read out of anybody's head. His life was completely normal up to a point, and after that point, it was only daytime. He wakes at sunrise. He guards the wall. He goofs off in the market with the other men. He walks back at sunset. He sleeps. Sunrise, wall, market, sunset, sleep. Year after year after year. He has not gone home to his wife and children in decades, and he has not noticed, because in his own head he simply didn't go home tonight. Tonight. Always tonight. The thought has never had time to become strange, because the part of him that can find it strange stops existing every evening. Alive by day, a corpse by night. Forever. And in one guard's memory, from a very long time ago, a name I had heard exactly once before, in a Lich King's tower. the Dark Cult. They came to this duchy decades ago and met with Kalen V on his accession, and it has been like this ever since. Then Ragnos vanished. Not flew off, vanished, mid-sentence, out of a street I was standing in. I turned around and saw a hooded figure walk past me, and I could not hear its footsteps, and when I reached for it, my hand went through. I followed it out of the alley onto the main road, and stepping onto that road felt exactly like stepping through a teleport array. The figure turned around and attacked me. The world had layers. The living town in the daylight was one, the barracks full of corpses at night was another, and the main road at that hour was a third. And on the third layer, the streets were filthy, and the walls were stained down to the foundations, and the trees along the avenue were dead sticks with nothing on them. The figures walking that layer are called living dead, things stuck between the two states, permanently, neither alive nor dead enough to be either. They cannot be enslaved, I tried. Their heads pop, and then the bodies sink out of my world entirely, into some layer I'm not standing in. So I stopped fighting them. I pulled the local dark aura around me as a robe and a hood, and I walked with them instead. There were tens of thousands of living dead in the central square, and they were ranked, arranged outward from the middle by tier, basic at the edges, all the way up to Lord. A blood moon came up over the roofs. The temple doors opened. 200 black-armored knights came out first, mostly Lord rank, 6 epic, and 2 legendary. Behind them, a dozen casters in black robes, and these ones were not living dead. These were living humans who had taken dark classes and walked in here on their own feet. 3 legendary, 5 epic, and at their head, 1 peak legendary. 5 legendaries and a dozen epics in a single square, in the smallest duchy on the continent. That is the standing power of a first or second rank kingdom, hidden inside 3 cities that nobody visits. A mechanism lifted a black altar up out of the flagstones. On it stood an idol, barely humanoid, and hideous in a way I don't have the vocabulary for and don't especially want. And in front of the idol, on a smaller altar, lay a black notebook, the Death Note, the 4th one, the last one, the peak legendary, an evil god priest. And I understood the whole shape of the thing the moment I heard the first line, knelt, and began to pray. He came from chaos, bringing death and darkness to the world. He is immortal, supreme, and eternal. O undying King, the dark side of the world, who exists eternally, please allow your followers to offer their loyalty and their faith. Every living dead in that square prayed with him, including me, because I was standing in the 4th rank in a hood, and I am not an idiot. And the faith went up out of them and into the idol, and the idol gave something back, and the death note on the small altar filled with dark light like a cup being poured into. Here is what I worked out while kneeling in a foreign god's square. That is an evil god. A saint or a demigod that traffics in dark power, farming faith in this last age while the real gods sleep, trying to make the jump to true godhood before anyone notices. And the rules of this world forbid gods and demigods from entering the main material world, which meant it could not touch me, unless I touched it first. And the second thing, which was worse, Sayre Principality is not a dark cult project. The dark cult are the staff. The duchy itself is the evil god's domain, a slice of the world it owns outright, and peeling a normal country into layers like that is not a great work of dark magic. For a god, that's housekeeping. I waited until the priest reached for the recharged notebook, then I took his head off from behind. A peak legendary, killed unprepared, body and soul, before he finished the motion. I put the death note in my storage, and I told Gluttony to eat the principality while I went through the dark cult. It took minutes. Every one of those few hundred cultists was Lord rank or better, which is why my free points went back over 1,000 in a single night, and which is also why the dark cult had never needed to fear anyone. And then I did the insane thing. I could feel the idol pulling at me, the same pull I felt the very first time I put my hand on a dead skeleton's bones in a hole in the ground, and something answered. So I wrapped my hand in unknown energy and laid it on the statue, and I fell out of the world. Into an unknown space, with one figure standing in the center of it, reaching up toward a sky that wasn't there. Evil and immense and, but I am going to use the word, and I stand by it, magnificent. Terrible in the old sense, so far past me that I instinctively looked at the floor, because some part of me was certain that being seen by it would be sufficient, a fragment of the evil god's will, its foothold in this world. The receiver that the faith of 100,000 living dead had been pouring into for decades, and it was inert. Either because the god's attention was elsewhere, or because erosion had already cut the connection in the first second, and I will never know which, and it keeps me up. I pushed anyway. I pushed the output to the limit and passed it. Shadow came in from every edge of that space, and it closed over the projection, and the projection collapsed. And then the space collapsed. And then the statue collapsed, into dust, in a square in a country that was about to stop pretending. Because the world unpeeled, the layers snapped back into one, and I saw Seir Principality as it actually was, a ruin. It has been a ruin for decades. Everyone in it died the day the idol went up. Every single person, in every city and every town, all at once, as the price of the domain. The evil god's power had been holding them at the exact edge between life and death ever since, which is the only reason they got up as undead when the statue broke. If it had broken without gluttony there to catch them, they would have blown away like dust. The town I burned was fake. The city was fake. The man on the crutch, snarling at the ground that he was not a piece of trash, was fake. And Gluttony's power boost was fake too. There was no real bone in that town. I was standing inside a god's domain, and the domain gave me a reason to believe what I was seeing, and I believed it, and I acted on it, and I have never once managed to feel clean about the fact that the only thing I actually killed in that town was a memory of a man having a bad day. Then the payout came. You have absorbed the essence of the evil god, plus 1,000 strength, plus 1,000 agility, plus 1,000 constitution, plus 1,000 spirit, and again, dozens of lines, faster than I could read them, until it stopped. 20,000 points to every attribute I have. And then I glanced at my free points, which had been sitting at 1,050, 11,050, 10,000 free points in one line out of one statue. My best guess, and it is only a guess, and it is the closest I have ever come to understanding what free points actually are, is that the attributes came from the god's origin, and the 10,000 points came from the power of faith it had spent decades collecting. Whatever a free point is, it is made of the same substance as belief. The Death Note took a full half hour to erode, because I had to strip an evil god's blessing off it first. Legendary job template, Scourge Knight, the fourth and last piece. Plus, as a bonus I hadn't expected, the Dark Cult's 2 complete class ladders, the Evil Knight line, Grey Knight, Black Knight, Evil Knight, Blood Knight, and at Legendary, Nightmare Knight. And the Evil God Priest line, basic to Legendary. Both of them human dark classes. Both of them usable as player classes with minor edits. I had gone in for one notebook and come out with a god's savings account. Undead Castle. Empty, by my order, for the first time since Seraphina built it. Lyra and the Death Knight Legion at the gate, Sage and 10 epic undead on one flank, Seraphina patrolling the perimeter with her ghosts, taking it extremely seriously. Ragnos coiled on the spire like the world's worst weather vane. And Vorlag at his tower window with a cup of something he can't drink, watching, because he had worked out roughly what was about to happen and wanted to see it from a distance. I laid out 4 templates. Lich King. The Lich line, complete, out of a notebook in a frozen capital. Spirit of Annihilation. The Ghost line, complete, out of a girl who woke up on an altar. Corpse Sword Saint. The Skeleton line, complete, off a legendary boss on his knees in an ice cave in the north. Scourge Knight. The Death Knight line, complete, out of a god square in a country that had been dead for 40 years. The 4 oldest and most orthodox undead races in existence. Between them, every undead thing in every world descends from one of those 4. It had taken me a year and both of my lives. I tried adding Nightmare Knight and Evil God Priest for good measure, and the system refused instantly, because those are human dark classes, and this was not going to be a mixed dish. Then I started paying. 100 free points at a time, 10 times, 1,000 points, more than everything I had ever earned before that night in a burning square, and I fed it in, and the counter went down, and the 4 templates came apart and fused into a light. I want to describe that light accurately, and I can't. It was black. It was also dazzling, both of those at once, in a way that I've never been able to explain to anyone who wasn't standing in that courtyard. Template, Undead Tyrant, rank, Legendary. Health, plus 10 million. Mana, plus 5 million. Strength, multiplied by 10,000. Agility, multiplied by 10,000. Constitution, multiplied by 10,000. Spirit, multiplied by 10,000. And then the system told me what that meant, and that is the part I actually care about. 10,000 is the hard ceiling of a legendary template's attribute bonus. For anything, anywhere. There is no template in any world that goes past it, and there never will be, because that is where the ceiling is. The most gifted legendary dragon ever born, a creature that starts its life stronger than most things end theirs, gets about 5,000. A god that reincarnated into this world with all of its memories intact could approach 10,000 in one attribute and would never actually reach it. I hit the true ceiling, in all four, at the same time. From that moment on, whatever else was true about me, I was the single most promising being in this world. Not the strongest, there were a dozen things on that ranking that could have ended me that night without hurrying. The most promising. The one with the most room above him. Even the gods don't have my ceiling. That is not a boast. That is a line of system text, and I have read it several hundred times. 8 skills offered, 2 to take. I took Scourge Aura, which completed the set, Death Aura, Fear Aura, Scourge Aura, because aura skills are unique to their race and cannot be learned any other way by anybody ever, and because something in my gut said they matter more than the description suggests. It has never been wrong about that before. And I took Tyrant's Body, Immunity to Control, the one thing that nearly killed me at Durando, the one hole in an otherwise unbreakable design, closed permanently with a shrug as a menu option. The advancement itself nearly destroyed my own city. A funnel opened over Undead Castle, hundreds of kilometers wide, and it started drinking. Death and darkness and raw world energy and every element there is, all of it spiraling down into a courtyard, and it drank so hard and so fast that it tore a hole in the dark curtain over City of Bones. Sunlight came into a City of the Dead for the first time since I built it. The patrolling undead in the streets started weakening. Vorlog put down his cup and sprinted, an 1100-year-old Lich King, sprinting to the altar of death, and multiplied its draw by hand in a matter of minutes, which is a piece of work that should have taken a team a week. He only told me afterward how close it had been. If the vortex had run out of ambient energy to drink, it would not have stopped. It would have moved to the next available source, which was every undead and every player inside the walls. Hundreds of thousands of players stood in the streets that night, photographing a sky that looked exactly like the end of the world, arguing about which patch had added it, and not one of them left the city. A full day later, I walked out of the castle, up into the air over my own city, on steps that weren't there, with black mist coming off me and drifting down like dust knocked loose by a footfall. And every player in that square held their breath. And later, on the forums, dozens of them independently used the same word for why. Making a sound felt like a sin. You have advanced to the legendary level. Your exclusive title, Skeleton King, has been removed. You have acquired the exclusive title, Undead Overlord. Rise from the skeletons, grow in the darkness, dominate the undead. Any undead standing against you is judged on all 4 attributes and loses 10% of its power for each check it fails. I had that old title for a year. Skeleton King only ever bullied skeletons. It ran 4 checks on anything made of bone that came at me and took 40% off the ones that failed all 4, and it won me a war in a dungeon. The new one does that to every undead alive. Every ghost, every lich, every death knight, every abomination, every legendary boss sitting on a throne in a mountain, on the whole continent, in every world where the dead get up and walk. I stood in the air over City of Bones and thought about a skeleton with 16 minions and a rusty sword, standing in a valley, working out that he had 89 days left. And then, hanging over 500,000 players who had just watched the sky try to eat their city, I opened the skill transfer panel. I want to remind you what I said on the day the 90-day countdown ran out and the first player walked up to me in a wheat field and asked me a question before I killed him. I said the players were the 4th disaster. I said that in my last life, they were the thing that ground down every boss on this continent, that they came back forever, that they learned, that they farmed us until there was nothing left to farm. I said that eventually, inevitably, they were going to farm me. I would like to formally amend that. Every skill I have ever taken went onto that panel, thousands of them. Ice magic out of an archlich's head, death magic out of a lich king's library, swordsmanship out of legendary heroes who died on a glacier outside Durando, movement skills, heals, buffs, curses, summons, things no human teacher on that continent would sell at any price to anyone. Price, experience points, and contribution. The Undead skill library is now open. You may only purchase skills appropriate to your class. The library will be open for 1 hour. I have never in either life seen anything move that fast. Zombies and liches, 2 crude classes I had bolted together out of spare parts in an afternoon, buying movement skills and control skills and heals and buffs until they looked like 50 different classes. A player with 4 skills at breakfast had 11 by dinner, and every one of them came out of a corpse I'd eaten personally. And on my panel, every single purchase arrived as a line of experience. 10,000, 100,000, a million, 10 million, 100 million, a billion, 11,937,874,161 experience points in 1 hour. Let me put that in the only frame that matters. At my rank, killing a Lord rank monster gives me about a dozen points. Killing anything low rank gives me the minimum, which is 1. To earn 12 billion experience with a sword, I would have to walk that continent for months with a million undead behind me, city after city, and kill every living thing on it. 12 billion split across 500,000 players is 20 or 30,000 each. They didn't even feel it. Most of them thought they'd gotten away with something. And that's the loop. And once you see it, you can't stop seeing it. They buy my skills, so they get stronger. They get stronger, so they farm faster. They farm faster, so they can afford more of my skills. Every fight they win anywhere on that continent, against anything, for any reason, is a deposit into my account. They can't quit, because leaving the undead faction means giving up the only class ladder in the game with no gatekeeper on it. They can't be killed permanently because they're players. They will never stop. I spent an entire previous life watching the 4th disaster grind the monsters of this world into powder, and the single thing I brought back from it was this: don't fight the harvest, own the field. Level 65 to 74 in 1 sitting. Health 11.9 million. Mana 6.6 million. Strength 190,000. Agility 170. Constitution 190. Spirit 160. And 10,050 free points still in my pocket, because a god's savings will carry you a long way. I spent them before the glow went off the panel. Tyrant's body became king's body. Control immunity stops being a resistance and becomes a law, plus immunity to bleed and burn and freeze damage. Everything that ever hurt me sideways instead of head-on closed. The last hole in the wall. Mark of Death became King's Mark. I can speak to a marked servant across worlds and lend them a slice of my own power while I do it. And then I put 1,000 points all at once into fusing Summon Skeleton and Skeleton Resuscitation into one thing. Scourge descends. Summon any undead race, from any ground, with no upper limit. As long as the mana holds, it expands. It does not stop at a battlefield. It does not stop at a city. It keeps going outward, and everything living inside it stops being living, and everything dead inside it gets up. For a year, the undead scourge was something I did, city by city, wall by wall, with an army and a dragon and a great deal of walking. It is now a spell. I stood on the balcony of Undead Castle the next morning and looked at what a skeleton with a rusty modao had built, and I did the accounting out loud because there was nobody there to hear it. 365 days ago, I woke up in a pit with no memory of a face, no weapon, no name, and 90 days on a clock before the world's most efficient predators came for me. Yesterday, I hit the attribute ceiling of the gods, and 500,000 of those predators paid me for the privilege of getting strong enough to keep paying me. Lyra was waiting at the bottom of the stairs, half a step off my shoulder, where she has stood since the day she tried to put a lance through my back. Seraphina was on the throne, upside down, with her legs over one arm of it, because she is 6 months old, and it is the largest chair in the world. And under both of them, under the castle and the crypt and the ice coffin Seraphina sank into it and thinks I don't know about, the altar of death was open, and the rift in the world above it was wider than it had been the day I built it. There is a plane on the other side of that hole. I've felt its aura my whole existence. Every drop of death and darkness I ever ate came leaking down from up there, and I have finally gotten strong enough to go and look at where it comes from. Neither of them can survive it. Not the epic Dread Knight, not the newborn Ghost Queen, not for 1 minute. I didn't offer, they didn't ask. Lyra took the Death Note off me without a word and went down to the arena, because a Death Knight Legion becomes something else entirely at 1,000 members, and she was 400 short and had decided to fix it herself. Seraphina turned right side up and went to find Vorlag, who has stopped pretending he isn't teaching her, and I went up. 1 year ago, I was a pile of bones that could not remember its own face, counting days until the world came to kill me. The world came, I ate it, and then I taught it to pay rent. There's a hole in the sky over my city, and the only 2 people I would take with me can't follow, and I'm going through it anyway. That's the part nobody warns you about being the strongest thing in a world. You run out of world.